Oh, let me try that.
What do you want now? What?
Got it?
Order?
You stinky.
You
Got it?
order?
Stinky. Nah, wrong guy. Got it?
Order?
Stinky. Nah, wrong
The
guy.
hardest? It's probably
Nah,
the hardest. It's probably the hardest. It's probably the hardest. It's probably the hardest.
There it is. Whoops.
That's explosive too.
Nah, wrong guy. Damn. How the fuck's everybody spotting us? Is my build just that recognizable? I should have lost 20 pounds before we did this. There she is. That's the lady. Bro, that's literally the lady that kicked us out.
What?
That's her.
What's
her.
going on?
Here, wrap around. All right, you stay back a
There
little
we
bit.
go.
Oh,
That's what I want.
security, but we find
Are they really allowed to
security.
film all this?
Excuse me. I'm trying to find the cologne store. The weird.
What?
Weird.
You
What
would.
the weird is?
Yeah.
He's a little
Okay.
pet.
A new test.
No, but
Are you sure?
my grandson.
You called that.
You kicked out my grandson. DeMarcus Cousins the third?
Yeah.
I'm DeMarcus Cousins the first. Say cheese.
Attention. Building completed.
That's my grandson. That's my grandson. I denounce that. All right. They're calling the cops. You stay back just in case. I'll take the fall. Oh, you gonna follow me again, ma'am? Well, here, give me my thumbnail. Thank you, though. Help! She's running after me! Help! Help! She's running after me!
All right.
Help! Ma'am, that security officer over there. She's running after me. My knees aren't as good as they used to be. Can I borrow this? I promise I'll give it back. I'm in danger. No, this lady right here, she's chasing after me. And I'm scared.
Sir, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
I feel like he stumbled into like the fucking nicest mall in the world, where all these people are trying to help him with all his fucking problems. Oh my god. Like, Jesus. I mean, like, it's kind of funny because, like, not to get like political, but you know, like, America, white supremacist, horrible country for black people. And then there's like a video of this guy screaming, dressed up as like an old black man, like 4 old white dudes around him trying to help him work like the fucking heart machine. I don't know, this is just kind of funny to me. Jesus.
Officer, I'm scared. This lady.
What? Yes.
Obviously fake because it's a mall and there are people there.
Can you please?
True.
Can you? I identify as a 69-year-old officer. Please protect me. That woman, she's scaring me. Can you tell her to go away? She's making my episodes go off. I'm getting flashbacks to Nam. I need help. I'm a fellow Munch. Attack! Oh! Oh! Yes, sir? What's the problem? Officer, what's the problem?
Here's a question. How do you get like police to be security for your private institution? That's something I've always wondered. Like, let's say like I open a store, because you know how sometimes you go to certain malls, or if you go to certain places, there are like cops outside. Let's say like I open a store, could I just call the police and be like, hey, can you just like station a dude outside like 24/7 so I don't hire security? What is like the arrangement? What's the deal there? Do you pay them? You pay police, uniformed cops in actual police cruisers?
Okay. You called that.
Not off duty. I'm not talking off duty cops, unless they're allowed to take their cruisers out off duty.
Oh, you're gonna arrest a senior citizen? Get out of here, Vito. They didn't arrest a senior citizen. God damn it. Vito, you gotta go so you don't get arrested. Get out of here. Freedom Marcus Cousins the first.
Listen to me. You'll go to jail and turn the camera on. You understand?
Scared officer. I'm just an old man. He ain't doing nothing for real. Can I get my heart medication? I'm a loser, man. Get out of here.
Jesus Christ.
No, you going through?
I don't know. I'm just asking where we're going. Yeah, this guy's doing too much.
Attention. Building complete.
After Ahmad made a post with a site that has Mr. Girl's docs, they're theorizing in his subreddit that his fans want someone to show at his crib so he can blame Dustin. Okay.
Building.
Yo, can you record this and post it on TikTok? Hashtag Jadeon on TikTok.
You real deal know that you're going to jail, right?
I don't want to go to jail, officer. I just want to go play my bingo. It's Friday night. 7:30 every Friday night.
I mean, trespassing has got to be like a Class Z misdemeanor, right? What is the actual charge here?
King bingo, you can play some bingo. Oh, Lordy. It's bigger than black and white.
It's better be good.
Fuck Tyrone!
You can't change overnight. Get this on 4chan, on Rumble.
Fuck 4chan!
We're on Rumble.
As long as you play
That's not clowns do, bro.
After
Why you call
Come
me a
On made a
clown?
post for the site that
That's
business.
mean.
Girls docs there theorizing
You
and
gonna bail me
discovered
out?
that his fans want
Thank you,
someone
my
to
friend.
show at his
Is it
crib
cool if I
so he
call
can
my
be
lawyer?
tested.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri. FaceTime Mams Taylor. FaceTime. FaceTime Mams Taylor. Oh, is it illegal to record? That's against our amendment.
Let's do this.
Hey, I talked to my lawyer, sir. We already went to our lawyer, so we'll definitely audit the audit. You guys already know all about it.
Pathing in this game is non-existent.
In the water. I can go to jail for YouTube, but you can't arrest somebody for filming. It's not against the law.
I think you actually can, I think, on private property. For all the videos where you're recording cops and shit, the reason why you're generally... The reason why you can record cops is because usually it's in public areas. But in private, malls are private property. They can tell you to stop and leave. And if you don't, I'm pretty sure you can get busted for that.
It's not against the law. But you said filming, sir. My man, you said filming. That's not against the law. Not against the law. Oh man, we already got it all taken care of. We already got it taken care of, my man.
And your test.
Yes, sir.
Cops that hate audit the audit. Classic.
Hey, I need another mugshot. I can drop some mugshot merch. Did I bump into you on
The cops can make you stop filming, or the people associated with the private property. Well, the people associated with the private property, but those cops are probably there on representing the people on the private property, right? Because they had a ban on him to leave, so they're the ones that are making the request, right? But technically, no, I don't think a cop can go on private property and tell you unless the private property owner is telling the cops to tell people that.
purpose? Does it look like I did?
Don't want
Does it
that.
look like I did? Is it gonna be a charge? You wanna fight an old man? We gotta be better than that, Sonny. They got me, chat.
All right, that's
Shut the
working
garbage.
now.
Ooh.
All right, so Jadion just got arrested. So
All right, we
they
gonna
called
get
me to
some
come get the
sound
footage,
here.
come get the camera and stuff. Gotta go see what I can film with the
Sound
footage. They
here.
already told me not to film, but you know.
Oh
I'm
my
still
god,
fine.
my voice sounds
How's it going?
terrible.
What's the problem with recording? Isn't there a problem with trespassing? How's recording a crime? Well, my guess is recording is just another type of trespassing, right? That you're
Like,
doing
I
something
am
on their property. They can
nasally
ask you to leave.
times
They can ask you to stop
1,000.
recording. I'm pretty sure, and then escort you out.
Just chilling.
Yo, Hershey, stop recording.
Oh, so that's what that means. Oh, time to make some walls.
Malls, regardless of private ownership percentage, are examples of public
Ah,
space.
Pepsi.
If you're talking about like a reasonable expectation of privacy, they might be considered public space. But in terms of like a private owner being able to tell you to leave or to tell you to stop recording or whatever, I'm almost positive that they can tell you to do those things in those areas. So like for instance, like casinos are really huge spaces. That I mean, like if you captured somebody in the background on video, I'm pretty sure you could say there's not a reasonable expectation for there. But a casino can tell you don't record, don't take pictures, don't do that, and they can kick you out for trespassing if you do. Like I'm pretty sure for most casinos, you're not allowed to, or at least in the casino I worked in, you weren't allowed to take pictures or anything like that. Although people did, I don't think they cared that much. They just don't want some creepy dude walking around recording shit, getting like a layout of the building or something.
Don't worry about it at all.
I'd rather do it there.
Is there anything to be charged for recording inside the police station or being told not to and secretly recording it? For public property and everything else, it gets way more confusing for me. I don't know. I'm not sure. Because would a police station be considered public property because it's publicly funded? I don't know. Actually, I have no idea. And if it was a private place, then I think 100%. None of these people here are consenting. I don't think any of them signed a release. You'd be in trouble for it. But in a police station, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? A new task. What? Great. My bow and arrows are ready. What? You again. Gotcha. What? Are you sure? You are busy. Yeah.
Free Jadion. He's been arrested before. You know, he didn't snitch last time. He ain't gonna snitch this time. He saw him.
This is a collect call from
It's better be good.
an incarcerated individual at Harris County
Yes.
Jail. You may start the conversation now.
Yo. Hey, just like last time, bro. You can't bitch up. You already know what you gotta do, bro. Bro, you gotta run that shit, bro. You already know what they do to people like you in there, bro.
Hey, nigga, get off the phone, nigga. Yes, sir. I gotta get off the phone, Hersey.
Hey, bro. Just make sure you fight. Don't let them beat you up, bro.
Yes, sir. I love y'all, boy. We're gonna come to see you and put on this bitch. See y'all on the other side. Freedom market to it backwards.
What if he actually got like killed in jail for this YouTube video?
That'd be wild.
Wait, is this part supposed to be?
You don't know what the fuck we had to do. We had to suck a bunch of dicks in there, man. Hey, man, he was sucking out the dick. I look like a burn victim from the makeup. Niggas praying on my downfall. Niggas praying on my downfall. I'm gonna leave it. That's real soft.
Eating on some hot fries, goddamn my boy is hot outside. Please don't try to diss me. I think that boy done lost his mind. Smoking on some good gas.
Turn that down a bit.
Units under attack.
You again. Okay, great
Is he
idea.
in the riot?
No.
Guy pulls up to his Bumble date, leaves immediately, and unmatches after being catfished? Hold up.
I was supposed to have a first date tonight, and he just unmatched me on Bumble, so I guess we're not going to get drinks anymore. But I thought I would show you guys my outfit so somebody saw it.
Oh no, she's gonna be real big, isn't she?
Because I know I'll get questions. My dress is from Eloquy, but I got it from D&Co.
These angles are mystical.
My jacket is from ASOS, and my boots are Topshop.
There she is. Oh.
Guy pulls up.
Nah, this is a fake video. No shot of this one. This was not real.
This better be good.
No shot.
Great.
I was supposed to have a first date.
The train has arrived at the station.
She wasn't catfishing at all.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Is this one of the people we saw? I was like, trying to pull back. I was like, oh yeah, I knew she was like, I was like, what? It's real, but there's more to it.
What's up? Any infected around?
Whose fucking head did
Better
she
be good.
steal?
My bow
This is some
and
fucking
arrows are ready.
Wolfenstein shit. How did she? Jesus.
Yeah.
What?
Attention. Building
sorry, no
completed.
What do you want
H3
now?
Ethan debates Red Pill dude who called his wife a hoe.
Here's one about what girls can't wear. So let's take a look at this.
Being a girl, is there things she can and cannot wear? Well, it depends. I mean, fashion is so broad. So I'll have to see it, but
Might as well throw on an extra
Building
gate.
completed.
I hope I got the right spot. Like, that is north.
My bow and arrows are ready.
I go out with you. That's another thing. You should only care about my attention. If you're my wife, there should be no other attention from a man.
I think we're like probably 12 months
My
is
bow
my
and
guess
arrows are ready.
from this Red Pill shit finally dying out. This crazy
Okay, I got
fucking
the right
shit. I think it's
spot.
had enough time to run its course for everybody to realize it's bullshit. It doesn't work. None of it helps anybody. Like Jesus, please. Let's move on to the next thing.
Care about other than that at all, except for your father and your brother. That's it.
So your stance is you can look pretty when you're with me, but if you're not with me, you need to not look pretty.
No,
Okay.
wrong. My stance is you shouldn't dress provocatively unless you're with me.
What's provocative?
Like
What?
showing a ton of cleavage or wearing
My
as little
bow and
clothing as
arrows
possible.
are ready.
Little clothing possible.
They are
Okay,
trying
so
to break
they're with
through.
you, but if they go out looking like that, it's not okay.
Oh, they're gonna come out,
I mean, no, I
come
would
through
say
both
even-
of paths.
Even when they're with me, I wouldn't want them to do that in public.
Okay.
Oh, I lost.
Okay.
What's the problem?
Oh no. I hope he found something better to fight on. That's not really that ridiculous. of
They
a
are
stance,
attacking
is
the
it?
colony
Is it that
defense.
crazy?
Arrows are ready.
I don't think there's anything wrong with girls like going out to hang out at like bars or whatever, even if they're dating or whatever. I think that's fine. But if a girl goes out and
Our
she's like
defenses
ultra
are being
fucking
attacked.
How do you even
slutted out, you
defend
know what I'm
that?
talking about, and she's dating a guy and he's not with her, that is a little bit weird. I think that's totally
The colony
I think that's
is
an
under
okay
attack.
stance to have.
My
No?
bow and arrows are ready.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Yo, our boy Tabor is getting crushed here. I don't know who this
They are trying
Casey
to break
Richter
into
is,
the
okay?
building.
But he's bought
Our
hard.
walls are under attack.
Oh, wait.
Our forces are in danger.
He's winning by 0.4 percentage points. It's over. Oh, he won.
Our buildings are being attacked.
Roger that. Okay.
The colony is under attack.
Great idea. No, I'm just kidding.
They caught Dope. Wait, who is this? Wait, who's this guy again? He's the Luna guy.
Still the
Oh.
easiest first mission.
Dude, I can't even keep track of all these failing crypto businesses.
This better be good.
Alright, I'm just going to do a scout.
You again.
This game really doesn't allow any kind of saving whatsoever.
Oh no, is this the one? I'm sorry, it's not funny. Is that the one where the boat tests were like, yeah, like a lot of these crypto schemes are coming and dying immediately, but not Luna. And then it died like 1 week later. I'm sorry, it's not funny, but
This better
it's a
be
little
good.
funny.
What?
What? Oh no.
I wonder how many of these companies you think are entering the space just because it's hot and there's a lot of funding versus the ones that will still be here, you know, like 2 to 5 years later.
95% are gonna die.
Yeah.
95% are going to die. Yeah. There's also entertainment to watching companies die too.
There's entertainment. Oh man.
That's the guy we just watched get arrested.
And that's so evil. At least you get to learn from it, right?
He's gonna have a lot of learning to do.
Straight to
Yeah,
the
make that
heart.
96%. Damn. Damn.
So, I'm going to need a lot more units than what I was planning.
Is that all?
What
So
is this?
boring.
Attention. Building complete.
Aaron the mom. Every time I see a tweet from her, I know it's gonna be
This
hate.
better be good.
Let's be real fucking clear about a TikTok ban. It's all about the fact that there is a large quantity of trans
Are you
youth,
sure?
LGBTQ plus youth, finding themselves in people like them there. Republicans want this. The Heritage Foundation wants this. It's part of the same stupid. Wait, what the fuck? What?
Alright.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay. I knew it was all about trans people. I knew it was. I knew it was gonna be that. It always is.
Hello, my true American patriots. This is Donald Trump. I would like to start off by saying we are a nation of Aryan trap stars. We stormed Afghanistan and her poppy fields. And we churned these poppy fields into Percocet, nigga. Straight Burke, the Spicy's Burke. But We are in fact in trying times. China will decimate Taiwan, and Russia will surely turn Ukraine into an Islamic state at the rate we are heading. It's so over. In fact, it's never been more over. I'm fucking pissing and shitting myself.
I've shot my nigga. I was just at the Indo-Scythian trap back in Indo-Aryan India, and after getting some big brown milkers, Barbara.
Fucking pissing and shitting myself.
I've shot my nigga. I was just at the Indo-Scythian trap.
What is this fucking picture?
Back in Indo-Aryan India, and after getting some big brown milkers, Barbara, no Slavic niggas leaving me up with some straight gas, nigga, straight wizard weed. Ayo, on gang, on slime, nigga, you gotta try this shit.
Oh my god, we are so back. In fact, we've never been more back. Shadow was a money gang shit, nigga. Hey, yo, KGB clan,
Alright, got
pass
money
me that
again?
shit. Let me smoke it up. I want to smoke it right now. I want to open that portal to a godfit.
Holy shit, that is perp. That's straight sticky icky. Hey, yo, Donald, you ready to chief this bitch up?
Oh my god, that hits so different, Joe. Shit, nigga, I'm higher than a motherfucking shit right now.
Oh, shit. Oh, god damn, bro. That's strong, Sid. My bitch ass straight to Shambhala. Yo, Trump, you good, bro?
Honestly, this shit got me bugging, but we need to pop some perks and get our hands on the Hanbu, my black saucer, so we can defend the American people, Joe.
Yeah, it was good, nigga. I was hoping I could maybe get an opioid-fueled Hanbu, my black saucer. Get your link, nigga, up.
Gotcha.
Sure, bro, I just gave that nigga $6, bro.
Okay, this is...
You order, you pay.
What is the hold on, just real quick. What is the max data you can stream on Kick? That's my only question.
Are you sure?
Because I have to switch over to there.
Great. Is that all? So boring. Great.
Attention. Building
My
completed.
bow is ready.
Time to...
Whatever IBS
Alright.
supports? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Wait, what does that mean? Like whatever Twitch supports?
And I can do my milling right over here.
Oh, more orders.
8,500.
Gotcha. Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. Gotcha. Okay.
Building complete.
Do you consider having a discussion
You
with your...
consider having a discussion with your law bidders about incitement
Gotcha.
and whether Trump's latest comments fit the bill.
I don't think so. He just says protest, right? Okay.
Alright, going to build my mill next.
I love you all very much. I'm gonna try to
Search Biden Vaporeon.
We're gonna
Warning
try-
it's sexual about Pokemon.
Thanks. We're gonna try to kick stream today. Okay.
This better be good.
Kick.com/destiny. Good luck, guys. Switching over there. Okay. Be careful. Say hi to Chief Keef.
Switching to Kick.
Attention. Building completed.
Yeah, dude, I got like the mothership over here.
Right. Need to build that mill.
Does the embed work? Wait, this is
Here?
not working.
What did I get
Wish I
banned
could do
for?
that
He literally
nonsense.
did lose the poll.
He didn't lose the poll. What are you talking about? Wait, what? Hold on.
Just a little way from the... Oh well.
Oh, wait, it just updated. Oh, I don't know why you got banned. Wait, how did this guy pull 4,000 votes out in like fucking 1 hour?
Oh, I'm still in.
Wait,
the roar.
what? There's not like a reward for winning this shit, right?
What? Yeah.
The train has arrived at the station.
I hope you're not wasting my time.
Attention. Building completed.
there's money.
Oh, then head
Not
to your
enough for
creative
another.
dashboard and click start.
Not enough for some.
A new task.
Alright. Next money
Bottom of the
payment. Going to building.
Attention. Building
I'm trying to
completed.
get this stream started over here.
Yeah,
All right,
building
Rumble guys, I
that
love you. I'll be on
expansion.
TikTok.com/Destiny. I'll be back tomorrow for you guys. Be careful.
Gotcha. Straight to the heart.
Attention. Building
Great.
completed.
Let me put an arrow in his head.
Right.
Do you think the data is too high and it auto like kills the connection? There's no way, right? I've never seen that behavior before. Let's try 6K. No. You have to start the stream on the kick dashboard first. I don't even see where that's at. Edit stream info?
Yeah. Gotcha. Taste my arrows. Are you sure? Right between the eyes.
What, is there a start stream button? Am I retarded?
He hasn't figured kick out yet. That's weird. Oh.
You must set your stream info before going live on OBS. Once you start streaming OBS, your channel will be live on Kick, and your recording will start once you stop. Yeah,
Steve, does Kick have an app?
One.
You have to have the specific settings that are in their PDF.
What?
Oh god. Can you link me that? Wait, where is that at? Oh wait, click here to go live. Okay. You
Yeah.
have to have
Yeah.
what specific settings?
Like the output settings. I don't know why that is.
Attention.
But if I
Building
try, if I
completed.
edited it all, I couldn't go live, and they don't have the button anymore.
Time to build the other one.
You have to wait. So like what? Like just the data rate has to be exactly 5,000 or what?
I think so. Every time I've adjusted anything from here, it hasn't worked. So.
No shot. Would this be the case? Let's try it. No, this didn't help either.
All right. Building
Do
another
you have to have
mill.
all those
after
encoding
this.
settings copied 100%?
Yeah, that's what I had to do. Whenever I had it different, it wouldn't let me. It would just show up blank screen.
No shot.
Well, that's how they're trying to do it, but everyone else has like relatively the same style of stream, the same look. So I'm assuming it's the same thing.
Alright,
But
with
now
that
when
amount of
I
money, I
tried to
can
go
afford
live
houses.
with just my basic Twitch stuff, it wasn't working, and then I switched it just to copy verbatim on their PDF, and it worked.
Oh, not enough.
So I'm
Wait, like you have
live.
to use like the NVIDIA encoder? You can use like H.264, right?
I'd rather just
I'm just
build
gonna say
one
no.
house.
Because I was using I wasn't using whatever the HT264 thing was before, and then I switched it up, and then I switched everything, and it worked just fine. I don't know why that would be at all, but
Attention. Building completed.
Dirt.
This can't be it. Are you ready to switch on construction? Yes. Is there? Are you sure there's not a start thing on the creator dashboard anywhere?
There used to be. I don't see it. I don't have it there either.
Right?
There used to be a thing that would say start stream, but I haven't seen it since like
Oh,
they
more
updated the
orders.
website like a week ago.
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna.
I'm
pay
getting a
for
bit
this, right?
paranoid.
Dude, everyone got something to fucking say. Shut the fuck up.
True, you tell him, dude.
There they are.
A new task. Gotcha. Faster than my bow.
You tell him, Dario.
Alright, don't have the money yet.
Yeah.
Wait, I already have enough to build.
You have to edit stream info on the bottom right.
And I'm finding out I don't have the energy for it.
Okay, alright. I love you YouTubers. I'm moving over to Kick.
I hope you're
guys.
not wasting my time.
Kick.com/destiny. Although I don't, yeah,
A
I'm
new
gonna shut
task.
this off. Be careful, guys.
Roger that.
Attention. Building completed.
Go and build. Wait, how much the oh, that's 300. I don't want to build.
What? Great. Let me put an arrow in his head. Right between the eyes. Okay. My bow is ready.
Attention. Building completed.
Alright, that's the end of his. Boop. And here we have Kick. Let's see how long it takes for him to get in. Oh, I need to turn on my recording.
Great.
The train has arrived at the
A
station.
new task. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Chase my arrows. Roger that. Great.
Please be a distraction.
Are you sure? What?
They are trying to break into the
Faster
building.
than my bow. You hold that, a plan.
And I lost track of my resources. Let's and expansion.
A new task. Great. Straight to the heart. What do you want now? Oh, more orders. Let me put an arrow in his head. You order, you pay. Roger that. Chase my arrows. A new task. Gotcha.
Alright, things are under control.
I hope you're not wasting my time. My bow is ready.
Attention.
What do
Building
you
completed.
want now?
Money is not the best. Sawmill is. Maximum's extra store production turns into gold, if I remember correctly.
What? Okay.
Attention.
Whatever you
Building
say,
completed.
as long as you pay me. Yeah. Great. Are you sure? Faster than my bow. Aren't there other units to bother?
Alright, got money. Alright, food's really yeah, I lost that 17 spot. At worthy sacrifice. Oh, there's a
Attention. Building completed.
What's up? Any infected around? What?
He's still not on kick. Let's see. If that's how this is gonna I'm not even getting any viewers. Whatever, let's watch some Temple.
I saw this story from the Post-Millennial. Trans-identified biological male wins women's cycling event in New York, towers over second, third place competitors on podium. And I thought to myself, as I looked at this picture, these women are happy. There are two females standing beneath a biological male who won the contest, and they're smiling and celebrating. The woman on the left should be in the center. The woman on the right should be on the left. And these women are happy that they've lost to a biological male. Now, I said this is the way it should be. You know, females should learn to smile as they sit beneath males. I'm being somewhat facetious because here's the real story. There's a woman who should be on that podium who is not. She was denied that opportunity and that smile. Winning third place must be fun. Maybe you get some money. But what about the woman who would have been were it not for the biological male who won? That's the reality. But you know what I gotta say? If she ain't speaking out, I don't care at all. These women are happy with this. Why are you complaining? No, serious question. Take a look at this tweet. James Lindsay said, 70 years of feminism. And on the left, it says, show her it's a man's world. And there's a man in bed being served by a woman on her knees with a smile on her face. On the right, you have Drew
Hyperbolic.
Barrymore on her knees for a deranged, narcissistic sociopath, Dylan Mulvaney, who I believe is not trans, by the way. If you take a look at Dylan Mulvaney's TikTok history, I think that would be apparent. They're happy. I don't understand why everybody's complaining about it. If these women are smiling and happy to have this happen, who am I to take away their joy? Now, there are, of course, other females who aren't so happy about it. I respect them. And I will fight on their behalf if they so decide that they would accept that help. Because the women who aren't happy, I'm here to support. We have women's sports because, as all of you know, as most human beings, and even many animals probably know, males tend to be stronger, bigger, faster than females. Because females create life, and males protect that life. That's about it. It's a lot more complicated. I shouldn't say that's about it. But even as I stated, some animals know this. Like, I got chickens outside. They all know who's the boss.
Doesn't
Roberto
turn
Jr.
into more money.
And the reason Roberto Jr. is the boss is because Roberto Jr., the rooster, is willing to sacrifice himself for the lives of the hens. Because the hens create life, and he doesn't. Also, you know, it's a little bit more simple that in the rooster's mind, probably. He just want to get him some, but, you know, I understand that.
Yeah.
It's a natural part of life. He wants to sire the young among the females. But if you lose the females, ain't no more chickens. We got Cocktown over at Freedomistan. That's where all the roosters are. Ain't no babies happening there. Here, some of these hens are trying to get broody and have babies. And there are going to be more chickens running around soon. It's getting springtime, man. Chickens are going to start sitting on those eggs. And then it's going to get interesting. We do take the eggs to try and stop them from getting broody, but now we actually kind of want that to happen. So anyway, here's the story. A biological male has won a women's cycling division in New York City. At the Randall's Island Crit number 3 of the weekend, transgender athlete Tiffany Thomas was seen at the top of the podium while 2 women followed in 2nd and 3rd place. A crit race or criterium is a lapped closed-circuit race that usually takes place in cities, according to bicycling.com. They want to mention that this individual has won first place in 15 races. Surprise, surprise. In a March 11th Instagram post, Thomas wrote in response to the Daily Wire's Michael Noel CPAC speech, "I am tired. I missed a lift yesterday and just sat on the floor next to the barbell for a couple of minutes. My strength coach, Julia, asked me what I was thinking about during the lift. The truth was I was thinking about nothing and everything. I was thinking about the words eradicate transgenderism that were spoken at the CPAC convention a couple days prior.
Looks like his
the erosion of
kickstream didn't work out
LGBTQ
for
rights
some
over the
reason.
previous year, whether the places that we are planning on racing this summer are going to be safe for me to travel, if my existence on my team will come at the cost of lost sponsors and support from my teammates. You're damn right you should be thinking that.
Yeah.
Companies should immediately pull their sponsorship.
Whatever you say.
Listen,
As long
if you
as
want to
you
compete,
pay
I have no problem with that. If you want to live free in who you are, I have no problem with that. But you seek to subvert the rights of others under the masquerade of victimhood. And I will not accept that. If you come to me and say,
Here we go
if you are
again.
trans and you want to compete, I say,
You are
what
gonna
can I
pay
do
me
to
for
help you?
this, right?
I would say that of most people who are trying to find a better life for themselves. But no, you come to me and say, how can I take away the
Knew
rights
it.
and privileges of others around me? And I say, you, sir, are the villain. You are the bad guy.
Building completed.
Now, hypothetically, I'm not
Funny
referring to
how-
Thomas, of course, who is a trans woman. I'm saying that if a person comes to me in any capacity, if this individual came to me
All right.
and said, I would like to compete, I am a transgender woman, then I would respond to that person by saying, perhaps we can create a division just for you and others who would wish to compete with you. Perhaps we can do a mixed sex division or a transgender division, and anyone who chooses to enter can. The problem is these people come back and they say, no, 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 you don't understand. We want to take the space from the females who have fought so long and hard to have it. We want to take it from them, rip it away from them by force, and then call you the bad guy when you say that to us. That's what we're doing. This is the problem. The individual, Thomas, goes on to write, there are a lot of unknowns. I am fortunate that I have the support of my team director, teammates, coaches, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what's funny when it comes to these teams? It's going to be all trans males in the Olympics in the future. Because the Olympics is a brutal industry. I knew someone who was training for the Olympics once, and they get run through the ringer. They're told they can and can't eat. They have to train 24/7. If a country wants to win gold medals, do you think they're going to send females when they can send males? Of course. Look at as many trans athletes as possible. And then the Olympics will be a bunch of males. There will not be women. Some, probably, but rarely. Especially depending on the event. But this is the reality of where we're going.
Another one.
These individuals, a lot of what we see here, a smile on their face as they take from you. But you know what? I'll say it again. These women are smiling. So I got no beef. Now, are there women who competed who are not smiling? I'm sure there are many who are very angry. But they're not speaking out. So you know what I have to say to them? Screw off. Bye-bye. If you're not going to stand up and speak up and say, I reject this, then I will not defend you, and I have disdain for you. Shout out to Taylor Silverman. Taylor, we met because she was skating in female skate competitions and losing to males. And she was like, this is not right. I'm not entering the male contests. And so we did a Cast Castle show where I gave her a check for the difference of what she was supposed to win in first place. And we're going to have her host a skate show, waiting for the new studio to get built. Because I tremendously respect standing up and being, and not even being a dick, just being like, hey, I kind of think this is wrong. That's all you got to do. But you know what? As we increasingly move into this space, so be it. Here's another story, both from the Post-Millennial. Women of the Year, trans-identified male lawmaker who advocates for child sex changes honored by USA Today. Okay, look, there's a post I saw on Twitter talking about mental illness among those who are trans-identified, and it's extremely high. relative to non-trans individuals. And it seems to be, whether it's on purpose or not, eugenics. The sterilization of the mentally ill. That's it. I'm not saying it's intentional, but this is what's happening. People who are mentally ill are being told to be trans, which is removing them from the gene pool. Again, whether on purpose or otherwise, I don't know. Let's just assume it's not on purpose. That's what's happening. They're going through mentally ill young people, autistic young people, sterilizing them. It's almost like artificial selection is happening right before our eyes. So my attitude with this is,
I thought I had
simple.
enough energy.
If the women are smiling as this happens, well, okay, everything's good. Ain't nobody complaining about that. I'm not on a female bicycling team. What do I care? What do you care? A serious question. Shout out to Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles. I ask you this: what do you care if women overwhelmingly like that they are losing? Now, you may come back and say, Tim, it's because there are women who don't like what's happening. Fair. But why don't those women start a female league and not a women's league? Of course you may respond, because they shouldn't have to, because it was their space in the first place. Yes, yes. But we can be like the left, or we can be like the right, right? The left says, how can the world change for me? The right says, how can I change to better suit the issues I face in this world? So my attitude is not to whinge and complain about the fact that these corporations are all supporting this, but to take a look at some of these prominent athletes, Riley Gaines or Taylor Silverman. Do your own thing. Now, I wish we could do more. You know, we're planning a skate contest. We need the facilities. We don't have the resources. I wish we were bigger and had more capabilities, but we're doing the best we can. We put out a book just recently, Ghosts of the Civil War. We're putting out a song on Friday, and we are building the new space to do the skate show and the new shows, and it's just taking forever because of the economic garbage we're dealing with. Material shortages, labor shortages, can't get the internet installed. I'm pretty pissed off about it. But anyway, that's my point. If you want an answer to how you change these things, I think it's in the form of how James Lindsay has approached it. Show the women, people like Drew Barrymore, get on your knees, Drew. How do they respond to that? I'm not a fan of it. I think women have agency. I think they should be allowed to vote, all that good stuff, right? But if these women want to be on their knees like the 1950s, then who am I to complain? Let them drop to their knees and find their rightful place submitting to males. Now me, I've actually always been more about equality and letting females choose and live their lives as they see fit. But if they don't want that, then why am I going to complain? Here's the reality. This approach that James has is intending to strike at the core of these women. The women who do not want to be seen as submissive to men. But this is what they are doing. The women who smile and cheer, look at this. People will look back on this moment, and they will see a man celebrating a victory with women cheering on that man. They're not going to look at it the way the left looks at it today, that trans women are or anything like that. That's what they'll say in the future. The left thinks they're going to win the future. They're not. They're not. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 6 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
Great.
I don't have the time to worry about veterans. The hell? Oh. That thing. It's Friday. Of course that's happening.
There's no tomorrow. Don't do things that are meaningless.
Yeesh. Almost got perfect. Boom.
I want to talk about how to be a hard man. Step 1.
Oh shit.
Hindu proverb. True nobility is in being superior to one's previous self, which is to say that you needn't measure yourself against anyone else. Just measure against the man you were yesterday, asking, are you a greater man today? That's step 1. I tell you, to me, there's nothing more satisfying than being hardcore. There's nothing more satisfying than going out every day like there's no tomorrow.
Cut to Bubbles saying
Don't do things that are
word.
meaningless. And when you do something that has meaning, do it like it's the last time you get to do it, like there's no tomorrow.
You again.
In fact, when I was in the gym, Kat asked me, he said, hey, is it leg day? I say, it's everything day. I'm doing everything today. And I'm doing everything tomorrow. It's everything day.
All right.
I'm working my shoulders, my back, my arms, my legs.
Do you think you actually did anything, or do you think you just like poured some water on him? So.
All the muscular exercises and the cardiovascular exercises. I'm going for a run. I'm jump roping. It's everything day today and tomorrow and the day after.
All right.
Yeah,
food
to
is
me that
next.
feels good. That feels real good. I mean, I love competing against the man.
Wait.
Attention. Building completed.
Did little bro steal the 5-pound dumbbells from the gym?
Gotcha.
And tomorrow and the day after.
Great.
Yeah, to me that
Oh,
feels
shit.
good. That feels real good.
The 2-pound
this has
dumbbells?
been
What is he
raining.
doing? Wait, did he take these? Wait, what the fuck is this?
I mean, I love competing against the man I was yesterday. And you know that you really set a high standard by the way the people around you react to you and engage you. For example, I just did a video with Bridget. She was driving along while I was running uphill with these hand weights for a significant amount of time. And once we finished doing the
Why wouldn't you take them if there's no tomorrow? True.
video recording, I got back in the car, which was parked, and then she said she wanted to grab.
I don't usually jog with dumbbells. I get a vest, and then I put a 45 in front, and I put a 55 in the back, and I run that way. I live my life that way. One plate at a time.
Have some food.
Oh, I screwed up.
I was like, all right, cool. Then she says, are you gonna run back home or?
Lost one of my
And then it
future
dawned on me
veterans.
that it's not normal when I just finished going for a run with hand weights for her to turn and ask me, am I gonna run back home? And we're several miles away from my home. But she asked me that because she knows that I'm one who's often doing savage things like that. And to her, it wasn't a second thought to ask me if I was running back home because she thought I was probably thinking that. At the moment, I wasn't. But as soon as she said that, I said, yeah, that's what I'll have for dessert. A couple more miles with these weights. So I got out and started running. And it feels good to see the standard that I've set reflected in her. To see that she has that kind of respect to ask me if I'm gonna run home. When most people would assume you ain't got nothing left in the tank. She knows I don't get tired. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. I say, go out there to die. Whatever you're doing, go out there to die. My last boxing match, I lost so much weight and I had to work out the night before, the morning of to make weight. And then before the fight, my trainers were warming me up. I didn't have anything left, but I didn't even say anything.
Wait, what did you just say? I'm sorry. I'm like half paying attention to this dumb shit.
My last boxing match, I lost so much weight and I had to work out the night before, the morning of to make weight. And
What is this? What? I don't even know what this means.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm fucking retarded. What does it mean to work out to make weight?
Yes.
Are you gaining weight in the gym now?
Okay.
Is he eating the fucking? Is he eating the plates? What?
Great idea. No.
And then before the fight, my trainers were warming me up. I didn't have anything left, but I didn't even say anything. I just.
He's gaining weight through muscle. True. True. I need to put on 5 more pounds of muscle tonight.
Hit the mitts anyway.
Wow, losing weight. Maybe he needed to lose weight.
And then before the
Wait.
fight, I had to work out my last boxing match. I lost so much weight and I had to work out the night before, the morning of to make weight.
No, boxing match. You need to making weight is trying to fall within your weight category that you want.
Much weight. Oh, I thought he meant I lost so much weight I wanted to gain some for the fight. Never mind. But he means he was trying to lose weight.
Then
Oh,
before
never
the
mind.
fight,
Wouldn't the goal just be to fucking dehydrate the fuck out of yourself? Do you actually work out before a fight? I feel like you would just try to starve or dehydrate yourself.
my trainers were warming me up. I didn't have anything left, but I didn't even say anything. I just hit the mitts anyways. Went into the ring, exhausted.
And he still won.
And
he still won.
Round, like halfway into round 2, I felt like lead.
You work out so that you dehydrate. You have to work up the sweat to lose it. I'm sure, maybe. I don't know.
And then I said to myself, I said, Mark,
I feel like you just go like sit in a fucking sauna and just die for like an hour. But
you gotta die. You gotta die in here. It's homicide or suicide. If you ain't got it in you to commit homicide anymore, you don't have the strength, power, speed, energy to commit homicide, well then you gotta commit suicide. You gotta do everything you can do, throw as many punches as you can until you die of exhaustion. No tomorrow. Homicide or suicide. Do it to the fullest.
I have money.
If I fall out dead doing it, at least let them say, damn, he went hard.
Spent all my money?
Yeah. That's how you become a hard
don't
man.
want to save
by going hard.
How's this?
Like there's no tomorrow.
Oh.
You think you reached your limit.
that's preferred, but you can also work out to build a sweat, obviously. I feel like working out really hard the day before a fight would be like the worst idea in the world. I feel like that would just be like the worst. Like, it feels like you're wasting like 40% of your training by doing that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Limits, you're nowhere even near your limits. Most people in our society are not getting injured from exceeding their limits. They're getting injured from doing repetitive activities. They're getting carpal tunnel, not doing new exciting things. They're getting injured from not doing activities, from being a couch potato, because you got to take inspiration anywhere you can get it in this weak, soft society. Like I love when, it's Saturday night tonight, I'm running uphill at high elevation. I love to see some of these suckers driving by in their luxury cars with their cute little dog. Grown men, And I look at him like, yeah, you're a
Need
clown.
more food.
And I'm feeding off of your weakness. And I love looking at them and their girlfriend in their car. And both of them are looking at me. The guy wants to be a real man, so he's taking a good look so he can remember what it looks like, because it's so rare now. One of the things I love about boxing, especially those old veterans who have been in the fight game for so long, is that they have no mercy. They don't care anything about your feelings. First round, I got my contact punched out. I was telling this chick the story. She said, why didn't you ask your trainer to put the contact back in when you got back to the corner? I said, you gotta imagine, these are people who repair cuts on your face, who shove enormous Q-tips up your nose to pull out the blood and snot so that you can breathe.
Building completed.
If I tell them, oh, my contact is out, can you take the other one out? They don't give a. These are men who reach into your mouth and pull out your mouthpiece and have no regard for germs or COVID-19. These are men who deal in blood and sweat as a core part of their work. These are men without mercy. These are men who, when you come back to the corner,
enough money,
they're coaching you on how to tear down and destroy and decimate another human being. These are men who are telling you to hit them in the ribs so you can break the ribs. These are men who are telling you to punch them in the kidney to disable them.
I'm gonna cancel that and buy another food place.
Yeah. Those are beautiful men to be around. Those are men of war. You need to increase your investment into the war men. I encourage you to do the same thing. We're gonna end this the right way.
I like how these last like 4 minutes are just labeled inspiration.
You are gonna pay them for this, right?
Christ.
Okay.
I now understand why this guy was obsessed with you being gay. Look at his sparring footage.
Oh,
bro, I don't know shit about like I'm not gonna be able to tell you if this is good or bad. I have no fucking idea.
You again.
Attention. Building completed.
Ukrainian kickboxer and Marquette spontaneously end up sparring in Las Vegas when the fight gyms in Las Vegas were closed. Spontaneously end up sparring. They just happen to have all the gear with them? Is that...
And there went all my money.
I don't know what I'm watching right now.
One house.
You again. This better be good.
This is war.
What's up?
The gear is auto-equipped when you attack an enemy.
Building completed.
Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. Are you sure? Roger that. My bow and arrows are ready.
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now?
Oh, apparently north means all the north, not just that one section. Money, 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 money. Alright.
Damn, look at how hard he is. He doesn't have headgear on. That's how hard he is. Do you think this is around like 7 or 8 or?
Ooh, right. I need to expand my quarry.
But you're breathing.
I'm sorry. What did you say? It sounded like I caught your breathing. I don't know, I'm sorry. Everything about this guy is just fucking it's just fucking hilarious to me. I'm so sorry.
A new task. sure?
Are they sparring for 39 minutes?
Well,
Bro, you don't
she's
spar
dead.
for at least 30 minutes every single time you fight.
Great.
That's because you don't know what it's like to
Gotcha.
homicide or
Okay,
suicide, my
gotcha.
friend.
Yes. Gotcha.
Attention.
This better
Building
be good.
completed.
Roger that. Great. You order, you pay. Okay. Great.
Oh, he's coaching him. Oh, he's helping the pro kickboxer.
Okay.
Your legs to get there. Get on here. You take a break and your legs to get there.
There are these kids in the background who are like, I just want to play.
My bow and arrows are ready. What? Gotcha.
The train has arrived at the station.
No way the other guy's a pro? He's pro and Ukrainian, dude. Guy's dangerous. Guy's a killer. We get it? I'm watching Creed 3 over here, okay?
Oh, that's a good spot.
You are gonna pay me for this.
Why did we go back to this dumb fuck?
I don't know, somebody linked me. Marquette is just built different. True inspiration for the assassin. I don't know what that means. Oh, Saint and Sinner Network, probably. Annie Boxer. Wait, is this our friend? Wait, no. It's just a similar-ish name, right?
What do you want now?
The Suleiman guy or whatever? It's a different one? Okay. Any boxer can look at the Saint and see he's official. I'm very impressed. Man is a beast. He has Floyd Mayweather type of style too.
You again. Roger that.
Attention. Building completed.
Well,
wow. BBC. Hold on, I'm sorry. Just so in case you guys don't know who this guy is, okay?
Doesn't really do me.
My bow and arrows are ready. What? Gotcha.
Fuck, find me the...
Attention. Building completed.
We're live. So tired. Last night was amazing.
Dude, this guy is a scam artist. He is. I'm sorry. He is a scammer. He is 100% a fucking scammer.
oh, certainly a narcissist.
You again. Are you sure? Gotcha.
Building completed.
Alright, just got my money. Back going. Still not
Find me
enough to
the...
buy another one.
Find me this video. Find me the BBC video. The fake BBC
I'm
video.
probably better off buying that.
What's going on?
Watch Saint fucking Tips.
Hold on. Then you get in there.
Oh,
More
and
houses,
you start getting in
more-
that thing. You
Moral
hear
of
me?
the story, kids. Why even
But you know,
try?
side
This
note-
dude can scam himself to be seen as a legit kickboxer. You can too.
Wait, fuck. I need to find this. Saint and Sinner, fake BBC. I need to find this, guys.
Welcome of the original title through Google. They still had the original title when I put that in, and I screenshotted that so.
Did he take it off YouTube? No, fuck. It's gone. Why are you linking me this random shit while I'm looking for something else?
Notice.
Okay, you get a ban, okay. Here's a video of you watching it. Who is
What?
the saint and the sinner? I thought about putting together a whole dossier on this, but I'm too lazy and I don't care that much about this guy.
Oh,
Just enough to,
here we go again.
just enough to watch the video. Okay, it's on Facebook. Thank God.
Marquette.
So initially he had titled this BBC because he was lying about it. Fuck, this is so fucking funny. It's so funny to know that he wrote all of this, okay?
As we leave Jomo Kenyatta Airport, Marquette's mobile rings.
Okay.
The chief of police is phoning to welcome Mr. Burton to Nairobi, sharing that an armed guard will be waiting in the morning to escort Marquette wherever he wishes to go. It's a mystery as to how such a young man has so many extraordinary connections around the planet. Marquette Devon is the real-life James Bond.
Oh my
All the
God,
leaders are
really?
documented. I've never witnessed an armed guard so taken with the person they are charged with protecting. Marquette is a man you share your secrets with and laugh with, even if you have an AK-47 strapped over your shoulder. It's just that Marquette Devon Burton is enchanting and bold and kind. A Kenyan public school teacher reached out
Such
asking
an
if he would
obvious
be willing to
narcissist.
surprise her students on their field trip to Nairobi.
Aren't there other
Despite
units
other
to bother?
plans, with a smile, he agreed. The Kenyans literally rolled out the red carpet for Mr.
Wait.
Burton's arrival.
Oh!
He is
Destiny
an
is
enigmatic
watching his
figure,
own viewing
a
of this
businessman,
to
and
remind
a
himself of
boxer.
what happened.
An author, a stoic, and a poet, and above all, a philosopher. A leader in reforming global human culture. He's written a 3-sentence Bible. Be yourself. Be good to yourself. Be good to good people. And here he is living that. Marquette's assistant allocated 30 minutes in his schedule for this meet and greet. But Marquette stayed to take a photo with every kid who wanted one, and to listen to each boy rap and give every child the attentiveness that he teaches parents to give their children. He is Mr. Rogers of the modern era.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Gotcha.
He forgot to include autistic to that list of adjectives.
There are many who say there is much that is wrong in the world today, but there is only one who is doing something to make change around the world, to ensure that boys grow into strong men and leaders, and that girls grow into ladies, great mothers, excellent wives, and productive citizens. Marquette Devon Burton.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for hosting me. It's a pleasure.
This is the guy who when we did our last stream with him, like 2 streams ago, 2 conversations ago.
As we leave,
He said his friend was dying, but trying to sell like watches from the hospital. And apparently his friend died, so I guess they can't fulfill the orders. He's like a classic scammer. He is like a classic scammer. Oh, necklaces, chains? I don't know. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Some good ass fucking memes. Hold on, let me go up.
My bow and arrows are red orders. A new task. You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yeah. Gotcha. Roger that. Great. Yes. Yeah. Yes. My bow and arrows are red. Is that all? So boring. You again. What? Yes. Gotcha. Yeah. A new task. Whatever you say. As long as you win.
Alright, that distraction is done.
pose no threat, that this is a platform for entertainment and for fun. You can't answer that question. Mr. Show, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind.
This is this is fucking Photoshop. Wait, is this real? No shot.
For a short video, if you don't mind.
Okay, guys, pretty good job with the Nintendo Mario costume that you did here. I just have a few small critiques. First of all, Mario from Nintendo and his brother Luigi, they never wear shorts. They always wear long overalls. They also have a long sleeve shirt. And
the real video was a death threat. Okay, gotcha. So this is just dumb.
Better be good. What? Great idea. No, I'm just kidding.
What kind of person can charge another person, in this case a former president of the United States, who got more votes than any sitting president in history and leading candidate by far for the Republican Party nomination, with a crime when it is known by all that no crime has been committed, and also known that potential death and destruction in such a false charge could be catastrophic for our country? Why and who would do such a thing? Only a degenerate psychopath that truly hates the USA. That's a really fucked up tweet. God, I hate Trump. Actually, I hate him as a horrible person. He is. He really, truly is a horrible person. Jesus Christ.
He's not clever enough to be a horrible person.
Why would you tweet something like this? It's just like he's like got negative decorum.
Notice that the keyboard is split into two distinct color keys: white and black. And you'll notice that they are split into a pattern, very distinct. For every 5 white keys, there are only 3 black ones. Now, this hasn't stopped many musicians from mixing these keys together to create music, but I will say, I tend to prefer the ones that are made solely with white keys. For instance, I miss the days of the land of cotton. Old times, they are not forgotten. Oh, there's music in...
Jesus Christ. Fuck it, let's listen to this guy for a bit. Let's see what we got. Okay, sorry. Oh wait, somebody link me that TikTok congressional hearing. We'll probably listen to that.
Kickstream isn't happening.
Oh, he's got exclusive Patreon posts.
My bow and arrows are
Exclusive.
ready.
Destiny racist gamer and Twitch streamer Destiny refused to debate.
You again. Gotcha. Yeah. Faster than my bow.
7 hours.
Look at him. This better be good. Okay. Okay. But it's my bow and arrows are ready.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay. You forgot the most important thing.
Like to get her down to that G-string, and then I start getting undressed. You dig? And then I'll get down. Butt ass! Once I get butt ass, and I'm in there, you know, getting that grind on, getting that grind on, you know, just getting her warmed up. Then, you know, when you're kissing her and you real low key, you go ahead, reach for the strap, you pull the strap out, and you kissing her. You can't slow the flow. Don't slow the flow. Keep going. Throw it on. As soon as you throw it on, then you get in there. Ah! Like,
Okay, just stop.
Okay.
What's the problem?
Well, it's a little insecure.
No, it's not.
It is a little bit.
It's a preference.
Well, no,
it's
a
not.
preference.
It's a preference.
Well, in this video, because you're kind of walking it back, so we can move on if you want. But in this video, you say, dress sexy when you're with me, but not when you're not with me.
If you laugh at this, you're going to hell.
Admire you, man, and you're a legend. I wanna go ahead and bless you today, bro. Do you have a, by any chance, are you streaming on Kick or Twitch?
Yeah, I stream on both.
Oh shoot. Okay. Well, what have you been streaming on mainly? What have you been mainly streaming on lately?
Okay.
Here, let me go ahead and plug your kick. Everyone, go follow Jake. You're not live right now, right?
No.
All right. Everyone, go to Jake's kick, man, and everyone drop a follow for my boy Jake, man. Please.
Yeah. Well, it's just a guy with there's some kind of disability. Obviously, it's not funny. Jeez.
Like seriously.
Oh my god. Do you know what the hardest thing in the world to watch? I don't know if this is like my dad genes now.
What do you want?
Have you ever heard of the still face experiment?
Building completed.
What? Yeah.
So I don't. If you've ever spent time around babies, babies are, they're very, very, very reflective. So like if you're ever in an airplane and a baby looks at you, if you ever make like a big face, the baby will laugh. They do that shit all the time. They're very, very, very reflective. I can't watch this. It hurts to watch. They do an experiment but they show how like desperate like babies are for like affection basically. And they do an experiment where you have like a baby and it's like looking at the mom and they do things, and obviously mothers, people in general, any parent is gonna have like really big, huge expressions in response to the baby. And then they'll do a thing where the mother just has like a still face. And the baby will spend like so much time like trying so desperately to evoke a reaction out of the parent. They'll range from doing the normal reflective things to pointing at things to throwing their head around to eventually crying to getting upset. But but the baby gets very upset like very quickly if they're not getting the response that they're supposed to. Oh, that's so sad. It's so sad. And the baby gets so upset, and like it takes like 30 seconds for the baby to like lose its fucking mind because this is what you guys are like when you tell me to react harder. Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
Most people around here are insane. Normal adults don't need to be babied so much. Whether Brit, Sneeko, they're all insecure plus vindictive. Whether your intention or not, they all screw you over. You choose these people. I do. I like these people. Okay. Oh, the next backstabber is in chat. YourMovieSucks.org. Who the fuck just left my room? Who the fuck was in my room? Wait, hello? Oh, was it Darius? It might have been Darius. Me and Adam are gonna get into it over furries or something. And that'll be the end. Oh, sorry, we were watching this video. Wait, what was this?
What?
Mr. Chute, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
My bow and arrows are ready.
Right?
Only if
Most people around you are insane. Normal adults do not need to be babied so much. Whether Brit/Sneeko, they're all.
Yeah, I read your dono. Okay, it doesn't need to be read twice.
I'm sorry, I may not understand. So if I have a TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
You will have to access the network to get connections to the internet. I think that's the first one.
Is it possible then that it could access other devices on that home Wi-Fi network?
Congressman, we do not do anything that is beyond industry norms. I believe the answer to your question is no. It could be technical. Let me get back to you.
Mr. Chute, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
What is the what is the point of these questions?
My bow and arrows are ready.
That's a reasonable question. Well, no, not really. The question needs to be way more specific. It sounds like what he's trying to get into is like in a non-normal way, or in some. What would the question be? Does TikTok access other things on your Wi-Fi network in a way that wouldn't be expected, or I guess I'm not even sure. This is a very, very, very technical question. If TikTok can override control of other devices to use them to spy on users. Yeah, but even that question is very technical, right? Like, how do you cast to device in your house? Is it Bluetooth or is it over Wi-Fi? Because like if you have the potential to broadcast over Wi-Fi and you broadcast to a TV, I don't know if the communication back and forth is happening between the TV and the phone. So how would you answer that question? Like, it does communicate with other devices in your network. It might even harvest information from them. There's going to be some information collected, I imagine, necessarily. There's going to be some handshakes on different layers of the stack or whatever for these things to even communicate with each other, right? That'd be my guess, right? So I mean, I don't know how you would meaningfully answer this question. It would need to be more, it feels like it would need to be more specific.
My bow and arrows are ready.
It's lawyer speak, start simple, then extrapolate. Sure. Yeah, I actually, the more I think about it, I don't really like the hearing memes. I don't like them in the United States. I don't think it's a good format for anything. I don't know what the purpose is. I don't even know how many Americans actually watch them. It feels like, I guess you just do them to farm clips for media, and then those go viral maybe, but...
Yeah, no, I would say
now
I
you're saying
prefer
don't
if you
dress.
never dress.
It was very quiet so you couldn't hear it, but this was playing in the background of the Marquette video.
Attention. Building complete.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Don't dress.
I'm not saying dress sexy. Women can dress sexy and not provocatively. You can dress sexy and look tastefully good without showing like your tits and your butt and whatever. But
It's a preference.
yeah, I would say I would.
It's a preference
I
based
don't like
on
it.
your.
I don't like it.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. That's
It's not-
fair.
it's not-
No, that's fair. If you have that understanding with your partner, I think that's totally fair. But this
And it's not insecurity either. It's not insecurity. It's just I don't
It is,
like that. I don't want
It is. Like, let's follow the thread.
No, it's not.
Because you're basically.
No, it's not.
You're
Would
a
you
role-
want Would you want your wife out there?
Okay,
Would
hold
you
on.
want your wife out there dressed like a hoe?
Well, the definition of a hoe, I guess, is.
What?
I'm not quite sure what that means. But you're.
Okay, I feel like this is one of those examples where it's like, can we just meaningfully engage with the question? Like, we all know what it means to look like a hoe. Can we not pretend that like we don't? Can we just like, let's engage with the question, right? I feel like it makes you look kind of silly, right? Like, engage with the question.
Just answer my question. Would you want her out there dressing or wearing as minimal clothing as possible out in a club?
How that
What
many
I want
archers
my-
even
well, hold-
handle
hold
that
on.
many zombies?
Hold on.
No, answer the question.
Okay, well, let me show you this.
Like, it's a
Do
yes
you
or
think-
no.
Okay, well, hold
It's
on.
a yes or
Is
no.
my wife dressed like a hoe here? Because I just want to get your.
Jesus.
She posted this to social
Would
media.
you go out to dinner with your wife dressed like that?
Of course you wouldn't go like that. I mean, what?
Surprised I even got an extra.
But do you-
I don't know why she's posting. I mean, that's you and your wife, your relationship.
No,
but
no,
I
but
would.
Roger that.
I wouldn't
say
be
what
okay
you
with her
want.
posting
Say
on
what you
Instagram.
want. I'm trying to understand your point. Do you think she's dressed like a hoe right now? And you can say yes, it's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't want her posting. I wouldn't want my girlfriend posting pictures.
Why not just say yes? Say yes, she's dressed like a hoe. Why doesn't the other guy own a position? It's like two fucking people dancing with each other. Just say, yeah, she looks like a hoe. Say it. That's the whole point of your fucking videos, isn't it?
Okay,
that
because
on
that's a
Instagram.
preference from insecurity, right? Because
No, it's not.
Because
it's I don't want that.
yeah, because it makes you feel insecure.
It doesn't make me feel insecure. I
How does it
feel
make you
perfectly
feel?
secure.
How does it make you feel?
I don't like the hold on. How that girl's portraying herself, like how she's basically advertising and like saying like, look how nice my body looks for the entire world to see, for the entire public to see. I don't like that. I want
Why?
her to just save that for me.
Why
because
don't
that's
you like
what
it?
I like.
But
I just don't
why?
want other people seeing it. It's mine.
Are you
because
not?
It's mine.
It's yours. It's yours.
It's my wife. I don't want everyone to see her body.
she's
It's
yours.
my wife.
Okay.
Yes, and
Do
I'm
you-
hers.
Okay, and so, well, to me, I don't want to
100%,
control.
yeah.
I want my wife, Hila, to be as powerful and confident as she wants to be. I'm not threatened by other women looking at her in a way that they think maybe she's attractive or maybe she looks hot or whatever. Because I trust her, right?
It's
She
not-
knows. Well, hold on,
Okay.
hold on. I know that there's no one else out there who's going to tempt her away from me, and I want her to feel powerful and confident. Okay.
All right.
I don't think I'm insecure, right?
That's what you just said. I'm not
Yeah,
insecure.
yeah.
I'm the same with my
He's not-
wife.
yeah.
What
She's
the
with me,
fuck?
you know.
Are these guys in the same studio?
Exactly.
He's not going to do it.
Right. And so I just want you to dig a little deeper and explain why you don't like it. Because it's yours. Because she's yours. And nobody else
Yeah,
can
she's
see
my
her
wife.
body. Nobody else can see her body.
Yeah.
Building complete.
Yes.
Even if she
How old is this kid? The kid has no good answers either. The answer for the question is supposed to be the same as the sex question, right? That me and my wife have special things about us, like sex or our bodies, that we share with only each other. Because within the commitment of a monogamous relationship, one of the special things about the relationship is that we reserve those things for ourselves because they're special and they should only be explored within the confines of our monogamous relationship. That's it. So don't show off your body or have sex with other people. That's the answer. It's so I feel like a million people said this. I don't know why he doesn't just say that. That's the answer to this question. Like, but the kid looks like he's like 17. I don't know if he's ever thought of this entire life. Or how old is this guy? The kid. Seb. YouTuber, content creator, nice guy. Random hiking picture with the fucking contrast jack the fuck up. Douchebag car, sunglasses. It's like every fucking trope. And the hair. Douchebag hair.
This better be good. What do you want now? What? You again?
Wants to show
100%.
it. Even if she wants to show it, because she wants to feel
She
sexy.
doesn't want to. She doesn't want to.
I know, but you're a role model and you're putting this out on your TikTok. This is what you're putting out. I know you guys have a preference, but I'm talking about your influence on men. So, if she wants to go out and dress sexy and look good, you're against that.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm against her dressing provocatively. She can look nice.
Yeah, but he doesn't know why. He can't even
Putting
explain
on
why.
makeup and dressing sexy and going out, it makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel confident. It's not necessarily about wanting to fuck other dudes.
It's what it is what makes them feel powerful about it is when they go out and they dress really nice. What gives them the power is the attention that they get. It doesn't have to be a guy walking up to them. It could be a guy looking at them. And that's what gives them the power. It's the attention from other men. And if that weren't true, then they could dress up and look amazing and and they could stay in home, or they could look in the mirror and without anyone around.
So they can dress
and
hot, but stay at home.
I don't think that if I have a girlfriend, she should have a desire to go out there and even seek the attention from other men, because the attention she gets from me is enough to fulfill
don't we
her.
all
That's
crave
where I'm standing.
validation? Like, don't we all crave validation in some way?
You should get enough validation from your wife, and your wife should get enough from you. She should be inspired by you, and maybe if you had a six-pack, she would be more inspired by you, and she wouldn't post thirst traps on Instagram. But you should be inspired by your significant other.
Okay, so me not having a six-pack is promoting my wife to seek male attention because I'm not hot enough, because my attention's not working.
Maybe if you took care of yourself, Ethan, and you were in better shape, maybe she wouldn't. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe.
No,
she
it's a good
wouldn't. Who knows?
hypothesis. It's a good hypothesis. So if I was hotter,
maybe not.
If I was hotter, she wouldn't feel the need.
Not hotter. If you took care of yourself.
Yeah.
You don't have to be hotter.
Okay, if I was skinny and I had a six-pack.
If she saw you and you're like, wow, he really cares and respects himself, and I like his
This
attention,
kid is really
and I don't need to
insecure.
go out there and look for
Ethan did stumble into that correctly. That is true.
See, don't you see you're insecure? Because I know
It's
she's...
not insecurity.
Yes, it is. You are insecure, dude.
Okay.
You are threatened by the other attention that people give to your significant other. You're threatened.
I'm not threatened by it at all. I know that there's not going to be other guys out there that can compete with me for my girl. My girl
I
loves
don't
me.
even need to compete.
I just don't
I'm
like
not
it.
even thinking
It's
about
not-
competition.
I'm not threatened. I'm not threatened. I just don't like it. It doesn't threaten me. If she wanted, look, Ethan, if she wanted to post a picture and I said, look, I'm not comfortable, I don't like it, and she did it anyway, that's fine. She can do it anyway. And then I would just be like, hey, this breaks the boundary of the relationship. This breaks the sanctity of the intimate relationship I want to have with my wife.
Right.
I'm going to just split here. I'm going to go find a girl that respects me. It's not about insecurity. It's just, this is my preference. This is how I want to conduct my life. I like to take control of my life and live my life the way I think is best for me.
But you're putting
And you don't
out
like to do that.
messages to
You don't
young
like-
men as a role model, self-proclaimed role model.
Yes.
You refer to your girlfriend as she's yours. I mean, she's a human being, right, with her own desires. She's not an object.
Yes, absolutely. She is mine, and I'm hers. We are to die for each other.
Don't you feel a little slutty when you walk around with your big biceps out and shit?
I only put on this
big
shirt
biceps?
so that I could show you guys that I work out.
That's
Okay,
a little
most of the time
fucking
I'm wearing
slutty, bro. Are you looking for validation from
Jesus
people in
Christ.
chat? Because you're cross.
I'm just trying to show you guys. I'm just trying to flex on you
But
guys. I'm trying
why?
to show you guys what's up.
No, but like you think that it's funny. You think you're being funny, but you actually just totally undermined everything you said. You're putting out your biceps. Why are you doing it? For validation.
I'm not doing it for validation.
You just said you
No,
wanted
I'm
to show it off. You just said you wanted
Ethan,
to show
it was
it
a
off.
joke. Ethan, I just put on a shirt and I'm
Okay,
on.
but
I'm
okay, so
talking
it's
to
a
you right
joke,
now.
but you're
I'm
honest.
sorry that my biceps are big and you're looking.
We'll
at them.
cover up. I'm sorry that my wife has big, beautiful titties.
I'm gonna.
The question is like, I'm curious how long he's been dating the girl, because like this is a thirst trap, right? This is, I don't know which one he is. Like if his girlfriend posted anything equivalent to this, he'd probably lose his fucking mind. Now this is 24 weeks ago. Maybe he was single. Do you think he'd make his girlfriends like go back and like delete? Oh wait, is he dating a girl while posting pictures like this? Like how are you posting stuff like this and you're fucking mad if your girl posts like a picture with cleavage? The real answer is gonna be some, well he probably doesn't know because this kid's like 14. But the real answer is somewhere between like, well, men and women are different. So, you know, we get to live by different standards that we invent in whatever moment makes us feel the best. What?
You're just not melon.
I always smell.
Oh, more orders.
Yeah, be mobile. Read the Insta, go back. What?
You again. What's up? Any infected around?
No.
Are you sure?
Respect required? Oh, hey bro, you shouldn't post this because you look like a hoe. This is provocative. Well, this is probably an Ethan fan because it was 23 hours ago. Is that what you're talking about?
My bow and arrows are ready. What? What do you want now?
God, it's just disgusting. Oh, don't.
I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Can you guys give me like 2 minutes?
Please, yeah, please go ahead.
The train has arrived at the station.
I feel damn more normal now. You better like me now, dude. Where'd you find this guy?
On TikTok. He explains his characters, you know what I mean?
I feel camp validated today. I feel cured of histrionic personality disorder.
Who is this
after
guy?
meeting this guy.
Yeah, Jimmy's cured.
You couldn't be from two different worlds, Ethan.
Well,
You
we
two
are.
guys. No,
We are.
him and you.
No, we are. I'm saying.
Would it make a difference if she doesn't mind if he does? It's, fuck. I hate it when I say this because me and Alex are like always gonna disagree on this. And I don't know if he thinks I hate him for it or something. I don't think so. He seems okay. I just never buy I just don't buy the different-sided relationship standards. I don't buy it. I don't buy it that it won't cause resentment, that it doesn't manifest into other huge problems. I will never, ever, ever believe that. I'll never believe it. But hey, you know, other people disagree with me, so, you know, pick and choose.
You again.
Yeah, you're just.
Hey, dude, look
So
at this.
what thirst trap did I post?
Bro, this
The
is.
shirtless
Oh,
picture on
they
Instagram?
find it.
Yes, dude. This is unacceptable.
Really, man?
That's a thirst trap. That's
Yeah.
like you're.
Well,
Yeah.
that was before. That was before. So
23
that's why.
weeks. How long you been with your girlfriend?
What do you want
Thought you.
now?
And it was also, I mean,
Oh, more orders.
pretty inspiring, I would say, considering I was.
Women can't be
pretty
inspiring
overweight.
with their bodies.
I mean, there's nothing inspiring by taking off your shirt and showing men your tits. It's
That's
not
what you're
inspiring.
doing. You literally just took your
That's
shirt
exactly
off.
what
and
you're
showed your
doing
tits.
in that photo.
Yeah, but the difference is I trained extremely hard
Well,
and
what
I
about the
dieted
girls who
properly to
train
get those.
extremely hard and then post? Like Hila is training right now with a trainer for a few
That's
months.
exactly what Hila's photo was.
That she's showing off.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's great.
Oh well,
I've been fucking TRT pilled / poisoned. And today, you know how it used to be girls were all fucking all use makeup and filters and all that shit? I don't believe it. For today, I think every single motherfucking guy is on TRT. I think literally every single one is now. I don't trust any of these motherfuckers. If you see dudes out there, especially influencers or people that stream or whatever, that post gym games, if they're not on a full-on fucking trend cycle or some shit, they're all at the very least TRT. And when I say TRT, I mean fucking big TRTs. Not like I'm going from fucking little to normal, but I'm going from normal to I'm legally roiding, okay? All of them fucking do it. All of them do it now.
I think that it's super inspiring that she did that.
But
Well,
don't
yeah,
you see
if
how
you're
silly you're
training
being?
and you're-
Inspires me
Sure.
actually.
Don't you see how silly you're being? You go, oh, I didn't know that. But it's like, everybody who's posting pictures, like, there's a lot of them just feel good. They want to show it off all their hard work.
There's different contexts, right? These things are a lot more nuanced. Like if you're just posting a slutty picture versus if you're like working out and you're showing your core or like your progress in the gym, like before and after, that's a different context.
Okay, so gym
You
progress
understand that?
pics are good.
It's a different context.
So
You
if a
can't-
girl
you can't-
When you're posting thirst traps as a guy, though, like, what is the goal? Now, at the end of the day, it really is just men admiring men. But when you're posting it, that's not what you're thinking. That's not the goal, right? Like, guys, look, like, I've been doing so much incline bench press lately, and look at you can see the development on my, like,
Let's
no, of
not.
course not. You hope some girl sees it and fucking spalooges herself over you. Come on, what is the, like, oh, I just really wanted people to see the new definition I've got on my jet. Like, bro, there's a reason why it's called thirst traps, okay?
Post herself in like tight gym pants and like a bralette to show off progress. Is that cool, or is that slut?
Look, I still wouldn't want my girlfriend to do that, just my personal preference.
Right.
But it's okay, I understand that if you want to show people your progress and you're proud of it, I'm all about that.
Yeah, but did you see it's a little silly because it kind of all qualifies as that when people want to show off and feel good.
No,
because we're all working on
I just think it's context. Yeah, sure. I just think it's context.
Yeah, because this video you're putting out as the self-proclaimed role model says women should not ever do that because that means they don't respect their man. Like, this is you as a role model talking to men.
Okay.
Because now you're adding nuance and context and stuff, and you're walking stuff back, and you seem more human, right? But like when I watch it,
this is how I am.
Hold
This is how
on,
I
though,
am.
because
Of
that's
course-
not what you're
of course
selling.
On TikTok.
That's not what
Of
you're
course,
selling.
Ethan, of course, I'm not selling anything.
do
Of
need
course,
to
on
buy
TikTok,
You're
things
selling
are taken
yourself
out of
as a
context, and I have
self-help
no
person.
control.
Ooh, out of context.
I have
Stop
no
it, it's
control
your
over that.
people.
No, I don't. I don't have a self-help
What happened to being an
course.
alpha male, bro? You don't have control of your own social media account and the
I
people
never-
you pay?
I never said
Well, who
I
would
was.
want to be your
I never-
incompetent?
Uh-oh.
I have
I
control
never
over
said
my
I
shit.
was.
That's pretty hot.
I never said I was. Ethan.
You
I
say
never said I
that you
was.
pay
And
them.
you know.
You pay them.
You know.
You pay them.
Listen.
You said you
right,
pay them.
Listen. You. Okay. Are you done?
You said you pay them.
Yes, I do. Are you done?
Well, now that yes,
Can I
I'm done.
speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I never said I was an alpha male. I don't sell any self-help courses.
Oh, that's
I
not
don't do
working.
any of
You're
that.
inspiring.
Okay. I'm just trying to inspire people. Sure.
I am
and
inspired.
I actually forgot what I was going to say, unfortunately. But
He's getting rattled by
Let's go back.
Ethan.
Let's go back.
No hide interface.
Ultimately, don't you sell courses though about like being a drop shipper and shit?
He's rattled.
So I'm glad you asked. We actually have a free course.
You have a free
and
course,
people
but
can go in. Yep. People can go and join that for free. We just launched our first paid course yesterday.
so you do sell stuff.
And
All right.
yes,
that will
as
do.
of yesterday, I sell paid.
Because you just said
And
you don't sell.
I said I don't sell self-help stuff. God, Ethan, you are so annoying to argue with. You just like
Your ideas
you're
are
picking at
inconsistent.
you're picking at like the tiniest
not.
little details like that. You're just
That's what-
arguing like such a child.
No, but that's what it feels like to you. But I'm picking at your logical inconsistencies because your opinions, they're like.
You would have been a good lawyer, Ethan.
Well, thank you.
No, I'm listening to you.
But they're not small points,
yeah.
right?
Am I right, Olive? I just thought of that.
They're not.
Yeah.
They feel annoying to you because like you don't have adequate answers because your whole identity is contradictory. You're on one hand selling this image, and you're not selling it right. People don't have to buy to watch your TikTok, but you're branding yourself as a self-help guy, and you put out videos like this about what women shouldn't, can, and cannot wear, and then
What is this fucking music?
This
H3H. Okay, Jesus.
I lost points because of the
Hold on,
retries.
email me.
Aw.
Fuck! My cake account is not working today, Mel.
You what?
I'm gonna be grumpy tonight.
What?
Because my cake account's not working. I don't know why.
Is it not?
No.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. And I'm triggered. So today, you're gonna get it.
Are we?
Yeah.
Finally, I'm getting it.
Yeah. Not what you want, though. What I want.
Like that?
No. Like, stop! Like that.
Okay, dude.
You gonna stop?
No, you're gonna wish I'm stopping, though.
How's the kids doing?
These guys?
Mm-hmm.
They're chilling.
Are they melon? Are they melon? Wait, what's
Oh, it took me 3 tries to do that.
I don't know. She's mad about some shit, but I haven't heard it yet, so.
Why?
for more viewers.
How many views you have?
Like 6,000 or 7,000.
How many do you need?
9 or 10.
That was 73 before,
You're
so.
just waiting. You're just stalling them.
Yeah.
Hello, kid.
Hey.
My baby. You're such a little baby.
Thanks.
I look like an 80s queen. I guess I actually do. It's kind of weird. My hair is too fluffy, so it just makes me look like an 80s queen.
Think so?
Yeah. I don't mind it. Mommy Mel. Say it.
Mommy Mel. Where the fuck did I put these fucking graphics? Bro, I'm losing my fucking mind.
You're losing your mouse.
Finally, a Breaking Bad take you share.
I just finished watching Breaking Bad, and it always shows.
Alright. I am not good enough at this game to keep doing this all the time at this difficulty. So I am going to... well, tips. Beginner guide, that seems right. 2 years ago, though. Actually sounds about right.
Hey everyone, I'm Veroac.
Oh,
in this
female.
video, I'll be giving you 5 tips on how to improve your early game and how to reduce the chances of losing early on. This is mostly a way to stop or at least reduce the chances of that one sneaky zombie getting into your base, destroying the entire thing while your troops are too busy either cleaning their weapons or constantly asking to get paid.
Alright, I want campaign tips.
Hello, welcome to the Arbillion. So this will be just a tip video and it will be quite a fast one. But if you want to see how the levels are played from start to end, I have completed these 3 levels and well some other ones with the hero on 800%. So the first tip will be, when you see the tech tree, remember these are not what you think, they are permanent. See these, the changes and the choices in the tech tree are permanent. So for example, I can't change anything right now because I have actually played the mission and failed it, but when you get the tech tree points or the research points, you can actually switch them around. But once you begin a mission, they stay forever, so yeah, these are permanent choices. Don't mess around with them. As you can see, it's permanent. Now, tip number 2. This will be a little more important because as you can see, you have these hero missions and you have a few research points on each of them. And by a few, I mean a lot. That's 360 on that one. 200. 50. So, get all the research points, and if you can, get all the empire points because they'll be very helpful. Especially the research points, because even if you get all the research points from all the missions, you can't complete the whole tech tree. So you...
Alright, so this has the best.
You'll be stuck at about 70%, 75% completion of the tech tree, so Yeah, imagine how rough it will be if you don't get all the tech points. And that was tip number 2. And now for tip number 3, things will get a lot interesting here. So in my opinion, the way you can play the game is by choosing a certain specialty. So I don't recommend that you choose willy-nilly and all over the place. Try to think more like a constructive mind and actually pick a strategy that synergizes. And by that I mean, for example, I choose Mercenary 1 and Mercenary 2. Just because I get the extra sniper, which is very useful in the beginning to clear out and especially defend some areas. But if you go for, let's say, military training, and then you go for the mercenaries, and then you go for the commerce and the lodging, that could be a bad idea, because even though you have a lot of soldiers in the beginning, you may lag behind with your economy, because you'll need the farms, you'll need the hunting weapons for the cottage, more or less, but I like it. I prefer it like this, because some of the maps won't have farms or farming areas or actually water in them, so yeah. Try to be prepared for everything. And don't pick like I did here and tech. Try to be more fluent in your choices and pick the techs that actually go a long way back like this. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous because I want to play the game on 800%.
Alright, early game research guide.
Hello everyone, I'm Verawak, and in this video I'll give you an overview of early game research. What I mean by early game is the first 2 waves of the game, which if you play on 80 days, is until day 20. Just a heads up, if you spawn a weird map, like with a Village of Doom nearby, or if there's not much wood around, or whatever, this research order may not be ideal. I would say aim to have your wood workshop built by day 6. If you have it earlier, that's fine. If you have it later, you may need to skip some research in order
play through.
I want people to, well, I want to give advice to people who maybe haven't done the campaign yet or are struggling. Yeah, 800% is now the maximum difficulty. Wait a moment. Let me go ahead and put that into the title also. Apocalypse 800% campaign. Boom, done. All right. So let's go over the deck tree real quick. All right. So I've heard a lot of people actually struggle with the deck tree. Couple of the things over here that are super important for you to get early. One being soldiers. Well, honestly, you don't have to take the soldiers first. But what is super important and most important part of in the early game, in the early stages of the campaign, is a workshop and farm. This is like your priority at the start. You want to get this as early as possible. This is your priority, right? Other than that, a lot of the missions require ballistas. So basically you're looking to get the farm tech, early on soldiers at some point, and then you want to keep an eye for the ballistas here. So ranger attack damage into ballistas, which is really good. So you don't have to rush the soldiers at the start due to the fact that your rangers are going to get the attack damage 20%. After that, you kind of want to get the logistics. It's pretty huge. I would only get the logistics at the start though, nothing else.
Why
like
is this not on?
The train, you can consider that. This is super good actually. But honestly, like getting the shocking tower, you want to go get the stone workshop mainly, then the Tesla coils, and then shocking tower is really good also. I mean, you need shocking tower, especially when you play like higher difficulty. You will need the shocking tower fairly bad. It is super important to get that. Yeah. So those are like the most important things about the early game, at least, is the shocking tower over here with the stone workshop, farming, and ballistas. Then you need to. Then you want to start focusing on the train resources, especially the wood and stone, and the iron. This tree over here is super important. It will help you push soldiers early, because you don't have to build a quarry at any given time in the early game, ever. It is very important. This tree here. But you don't want to rush this tree. If you rush this tree, you're gonna be stuck with the campaign. Immediately. You will be stuck. So you don't want to rush this. Right? Otherwise, all of this over here, skip it. Everything over here belongs to skipping. You don't pick any of this. I wouldn't even go for the... I mean, you can consider going for the traps, but you have to take into account that you're gonna be taking two things that you won't need later. So that's like 220 points. So effectively you're wasting 220 points for nothing. So I don't really recommend traps at all. But they can be useful. But I wouldn't recommend it. It's just that wasting those points here is just not worth it. So I recommend to stay away from that. Soldier view range and attack range. Super nice. But I don't think it's worth going too early for into the campaign. Not exactly worth going too early. You want to get it later on. But yes, you definitely want to get it eventually. Soldier armor is really nice.
Alright, that's enough.
You know the real antagonist? It's the wife.
Huh?
The aspirational hero is like the white guy that...
We had a lot of fake success the last few years. Well, I mean, look, I'm just measuring on, again, the way I view things is what's going to make things better for the most amount of people. And in terms of, like, you know, it being in favor of the capitalists, I would also change our tax policy. So, I mean, I would claw some of that back, quite a bit of it back.
What would you do?
I would return to a tax policy when we had the greatest, sort of the widest economic expansion shared by more people as a percentage of our population than any other time in this country, which was in the 50s and the 60s. And I would return to the tax rates more or less there. So your top tax rate at that time
92%.
was 90%, top marginal rate for every dollar over $470,000 you would earn. So that would be equivalent to around $3 million today.
Just as a heads up, I'm pretty sure like almost nobody paid those posted rates. That marginal rate was incredibly rare. There was an interesting graph. Let's see. Tax collected as percentage of GDP versus marginal rates. It's a very interesting graph. Oh, I should be able to know where this comes from, where this data is. But it's like, what is this called? Oh, Hauser's Law. Oh, there's a name for it. I believe, so top marginal rate means what is your highest, like, past this dollar amount of income, what is the tax on it? Even if you look at the top marginal rates, it doesn't really change like the percentage of GDP that you raise in taxes. That rate is always around, I think it's around like 15 to 20%. Basically, no matter how high the taxes go, no matter how low the taxes go, people find ways to move their money in different areas. They find ways to avoid tax different ways, reinvest business. You never really can raise that much more, even with these really high tax brackets. So I don't know if there's a strong argument for these for these ideas like, oh, marginal rates are going to go like 90%. Like, I'm not going to raise that much more money doing it. Federal receipts as percentage of gross domestic product. Oh, yeah, here you go. So it's around like what, like 19% average, 17.5% average maybe. It's like called the Laffer curve. No, the Laffer curve is a theoretical curve that says if you tax too much, you raise too little. If you tax too little, you raise too little. But there's like an ideal amount of taxation that incentivizes and encourages economic activity while
For the human.
sweeping money away from revenues. Is there a causal analysis that argument is technically the graph is not enough?
Kill the enemies of the empire.
Maybe that's true. I don't know what the causal.
For the empire.
Empirical observation in the U.S. federal tax revenues total to approximately 1.5% grows wide fluctuations in the tax rate. Daniel J. Mitchell, who's a libertarian, has argued that House's laws would observe due to the fact that the U.S. does not have a national sales tax and instead collects taxes in a federalist system in contrast to many Western nations. He also argued the U.S. is an inherently more progressive system as well. Thus, conclude the law represents a socio-political policy trend rather than a true economic law. The trend could change rapidly. Value-added taxes are imposed at the federal level. That might be true. Economist Mike Kimmel, I think he doesn't know his own Wikipedia page, so can we take anything he says seriously? He said the levers are that House's law is misleading as it makes large differences under the table. Time periods.
I hope not to find a heartbeat.
Failing adequacy of social insurance. Let's go.
I think we should return to that type of tax.
Yeah, I don't know how much money people make on the top end. I don't know if people are making that much more than like $300,000 or $400,000 when it comes to like W2 earnings. At that point, it seems like the majority of your money is going to be like in stock options and equity and investments.
This is a bad
and these things that aren't being taxed under your ordinary income tax tables. That'd be my guess, but I'm not 100% sure on that. That'd be my guess.
Want it to go as high as 90% at the top margin. At the top marginal tax rate. So understand, like that only kicks in with every dollar above $3 million.
I hear you. And yeah, I mean that's the famous Reagan situation where I think it was anything over $200,000 at that point. This might have been the
For the humans.
He'd only do 2 movies a year because you get paid $100,000 per movie, and then he wouldn't even do a 3rd movie because he.
Use more tax on capital gains brackets. Yeah, I don't really know why. I never understood. I have to think about it. I feel like capital gains should be higher. That seems like some wild shit to me. That if you've got $4 million in investments, that you could be collecting $400,000 a year at a top tax rate of, isn't it like 15% under like $500K or something? What is the capital gains tax brackets?
So glad to do it.
Ooh, up to 450K, you get a 15% tax rate.
The enemies of the empire.
That's kind of wild, in my opinion. But okay, it is legit necessary. Is it really legit necessary? Is it?
Some heads.
What are the reasons the capital gains aren't discounted as normal income? I don't know. I'm sure it's to encourage investment. What do you mean, though? I would invest anyway. You'd invest anyway. You have $4 million sitting around. It's not like a 30% capital gains rate. It's like, oh, well, I'm just going to go ahead and eat my money now. I'm going to go ahead and set it on fucking fire. Actually, I'm alive.
Great.
Yeah. Well, last night, oh, I can't even tell you. You're going to get mad.
No problem.
Oh, I can? Oh, last night I was hanging out with this girl called Katarina.
Wonderful.
I mailed her. Oh.
Let's go.
Love you.
That's easy.
Of what? Not as long as I've got your mom to protect me. Oh, yes.
He would only get 10% of the revenue because he's like, fuck it, I'm not doing another movie.
Yeah. So when Reagan
No shot. I don't believe that for a microsecond. Even if Reagan himself said it, I don't believe that. I'm not gonna make more movies because of the tax rate. No shot.
You know who he was working for when he started telling that story, right?
Understood.
He was going around, I think it was working for GE, trying to convince people not to get Medicare for all. I mean, if Reagan could have gotten 3 movies or 5 movies, he would have done it. He was working with chimps. He would have been happy to do that for his career, believe me. So believe me.
Amusing place,
What's the top marginal tax rate right now? 39%?
I think 37, 39%.
I will say this though, just to finish up.
Looking at this map, why do you think USA public services are so shit if you don't spend much less on government spending as a percentage of GDP? Bro, I don't know. Americans are just fucking retarded when it comes to services. What, Mel?
All right.
Well, wait, but this is government expenditure. This isn't necessarily government expenditure. Government expenditure is a percentage of GDP. Does this include non-discretionary spending, or is this only discretionary spending? I'm sorry. Does this include discretionary spending or only non-discretionary spending? Because you have to figure out what's being included in here. We're including things like entitlements, like Social Security and Medicare and shit, or because we spend a lot of money on things like Medicare and Social Security. Like that's like 3x our entire discretionary spending.
All right.
That's military. Dude, our military budget is nothing compared to what we. I should say nothing. I think it's like 20 or 30%. Non-discretionary versus discretionary. We fight about doing the budget in the United States. We fight over the discretionary. Discretionary meaning with discretion we can choose what we want to spend money on. But in the United States, we have non-discretionary spending, which is this is shit we have to spend money on. There's no option. There's no choice. And our non-discretionary spending isn't it to the tune of like $3 or $4 trillion, and our discretionary is like 1 to 1.5, depends. I don't know. I'm gonna kill it. Is it really outrageous if people might want to work less if the marginal tax rate is 90%? Marginal tax rate of 90% is stupid. At that point, you're not going to make money in those tax brackets. You're going to be doing stock options and shit. That's way too much. Realistically, tax in the United States should probably never be above 50%. That's a lot of money, bro. That feels like shit. I don't earn money and I'm getting taxed at 50%. Fuck
Commander?
Invest in education and shit like that. Help people earn more money. Don't take all the money.
That Reagan's I will say this to you. I remember being in LA and taxes, top line had hit whatever.
Easy.
I blow this up.
57.5.
For the humans.
So 57.5%. People are like, what the hell is going on?
Let's go.
There was this girl who was a top realtor in the San Fernando Valley area, one of the top realtors.
Yeah, this is the issue that I have. I'll say this. This is the issue that I have with taxes in America, okay? If you want to tax me a lot, that's fine. But I need to feel like I'm fucking getting something for it. That was my issue with living in California, okay? In California, holy fuck, taxes there were fucking wild, okay? I'm cutting fat 5-figure checks to the state government. To the state government, okay? What the fuck am I getting for that money? I don't have shit. When I live in California, it's not like I'm getting anything more than when I live in Florida for no fucking state tax. What am I giving you $40,000, $50,000 for? For what? I don't have buses. I don't have trains. The streets suck. I'm scraping my bumper, pulling it at every gas station. Everything is fucking AIDS. What am I getting for my money? This is the only issue. If I live in a place like fucking Sweden or fucking any Western European country ever, fucking any European country ever, because they've got buses in fucking Poland, okay? If I live in any of those places, like, okay, fine, fucking tax me. But hey, I don't even need a car in this guy. I don't need a car in like 95% of cities that I've been in fucking Europe, right? Because at least there's public transport, right? Or if I get sick or I need to go to the hospital, they're not gonna charge me $40,000 for a fucking bill, right? Okay, cool. But I feel like in the United States, I don't get anything for my taxes. I get the opportunity to be here, I guess. Like that's my issue. I feel like I just don't get anything in the United States. I don't get anything for my money.
Yeah, America's
My
got
mommy's
a
called California all the time.
ridiculously inefficient economic system.
On all the benches. Everywhere you would go, you would see her. And she was one of the realtors making very good money. She's making $500,000 a year income, doing good for herself, whatever the number was, $500,000. One day, I stopped seeing her pictures on the seats. And I'm at Woodridge with my wife, and I said, hey, you're a girl, right? She says, yeah, I am. She's with her husband and 2 kids. I said, what happened? We haven't seen you lately. It's so funny, my husband and I made a decision that the moment taxes got so high, it was more important for me to be stay home. It wasn't worth me working to pay this much in taxes. So there's a part
That's
of
probably
it.
not true.
Yeah, whatever he's going to do.
I think that's great. I guess
there's a part of it that kind of incentive needs to be there.
America would not have suffered by the lack of Ronald Reagan movies. And I would also argue, I would also argue that, like, I bet you, I guarantee you, there was no less houses that sold because that one particular broker stopped selling houses at a certain point.
So go to it. So right now,
I don't think that's a problem. I really don't. I mean, I think
to raise it to 90%.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think what you're talking about is sort of the Laffer curve, actually, right?
You love the Laffer curve. You're a big fan of it.
Well, but the Laffer curve isn't going to defend Cedar's take here, because the Laffer curve is going to tell you when the marginal rate of taxation is too high, total tax receipts will decrease. The Laffer curve says you aim for something in the middle, and there's no fucking shot at 90% marginal tax rate. It's going to be, it's going to link. Also, this curve is theoretical, like all simple lines and curves you see in economics. But the Laffer curve basically says that, like, when your tax rate is set to 0, you're collecting no revenue. When your tax rate is set to 100%, you're collecting no revenue because nobody's working at 100% taxes. So the ideal rate of taxation is going to be somewhere between 0 and 100, whereas there's going to be an ideal number where if you tax a little bit more, people are going to work less. Or if you tax a little bit less, you're going to collect a little bit less. So you're looking for that ideal point in the middle, basically. Yeah, anytime you see anything in econ like this is a highly theoretical graph. And in real life, it's going to look way crazy.
I'll tell you what I love about the Laffer curve is that we had a perfect example. We had almost like a perfect model of what happens with the Laffer curve, right? Like the Laffer curve argues that the higher the tax rate goes, the less inclined people are going to be to generate income. And then because they're generating less money,
not true.
there's going to be less tax receipts collected by the government. Art Laffer was Sam Brownback's #1 advisor in Kansas. Do you remember this when Brownback became governor? He basically gave over his entire tax structure to Art Laffer.
Let's go.
They had such a, it destroyed the tax base in Kansas. It ended up destroying their entire education system. They had an amazing Kansas university. Brownback gets plucked out of Kansas and literally sent to be ambassador to Luther. You know what? They made him ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy around at all. The Republican-controlled Kansas legislature raised taxes back up because it had destroyed their tax system. The theory may sound good, but it doesn't work in practice.
Well, the Laffer curve obviously works in practice. It's obviously true. If tax rates are 100%, then you're not going to collect any tax revenue. And if they're 0%, right? It's just a matter of like, well, how do you actually figure out what it is, right? It's a highly simplified model, and you can't just like, oh, we need to find the exact point, right? It's going to be multivariate. There's going to be a ton of things that influence it. It's going to be different curves, different types of taxes. Your capital gains rate, your ordinary income rate, your sales tax rate, all these differently. Right? Like, to say that it's not true, it's kind of weird, but no.
YouTube and Rumble or just YouTube?
I'm on YouTube. I think we put it on Rumble. I think we're also on Twitch. And
all over the place. Okay, so let me ask you this question. If YouTube took their AdSense from 55 to 15, would you continue creating content?
Yeah.
You sure?
Sure.
You'd continue creating content?
I wasn't doing YouTube for a long time.
How do you make a living today?
I have membership. I have membership that people pay. I get ad revenue from different places.
Okay, so let's just say the membership that you get from Patreon or whoever it is, okay? What if their fees went from them keeping 5% to 60% to 90%? Would you continue creating content?
I mean, I would. I would probably have to cut back if there was that.
Exactly.
Well, but that's only because it's such a big change.
No, but that's the part about incentive, Sam. So your audience gets to enjoy you.
I'm not saying we'll cut the revenue for these businesses. I'm saying that the amount of
you don't have no choice though because you're paying these guys. You need the revenue.
No. I'm not suggesting we cut revenue for businesses. What I'm suggesting is after that revenue comes in, and we divvy up, and I have my net profits, then my
Sam. Oh, for as much as I don't like Cedar sometimes for being partisan, the fact that he's like one of the only people I've ever heard talk about taxes and he understands the difference between revenue and profit is so nice. Jesus Christ, nobody ever, and I'm sure Paul PBD. What does his name stand for? PBD something? Is it Paul? I'm sure he understands too, I hope, but it's so nice to hear somebody get into differences on this.
My taxes would go up, but I will say this: like, if let's say the taxes went up on me personally, would I stop going on YouTube? No.
So would you be able to scale it at how many employees you got working for you right now?
I'm not talking about cutting revenue.
I get that. How many employees are working for you right now?
We have payroll, I think, like 6 or 7.
Okay, you got 6 or that's a small business you got there, right?
Sure.
6 or 7 people. Okay. If all of a sudden AdSense went up, the fees for your Patreon, I don't want to offend you when I say Patreon. I don't know who you use. Whoever you use that's got your membership stuff that you get.
We use Fans FM.
Okay, there you go. That's a shout out to them. So Fans FM? Fans FM?
Fans.fm. It's actually
Fans.fm. Okay, fantastic. So if they raise it,
less than Patreon.
If they take 50%, all of a sudden, and they say YouTube says AdSense goes to 50%, would you be able to employ those 6 people?
Yes.
No, well, I don't know, but probably.
Maybe that's because you're rich.
No.
Or no. Oh, if the payroll people start taking a haircut, no. But if taxes went up, yes, because taxes are based on profit, not on revenue. Theoretically, wait, isn't profit just revenue minus cost? Because theoretically, I'm trying to run through to see if I don't think I'm correct here. Theoretically, taxes can go to 100% and it wouldn't affect how many employees you have. Because employees are paid, an employee is a cost of doing business. Employees are not paid out of your profits, employees are paid out of your revenue. The taxes that we're talking about increasing, we tax on profits, not tax on revenue. So increased tax on profit shouldn't affect your ability to maintain a certain number of employees. I don't believe so. I'm trying to think I don't think that there would be an exception there, but.
Probably not. But I'm not suggesting that we cut revenue
Yes,
for business.
suggesting cutting profits.
I'm suggesting that what is left over from revenue, if it's over $3 million that goes into the pocket of the owner of this enterprise, that $300 million and $1 gets taxed at 90 cents.
Let's have fun with this. So here's a question for you. And I kind of know what your answer is.
And I want to be clear on something. Yeah. I'm doing this. I subscribe to this not because I think that we need the money or that this is going to be a panacea in terms of like how we would spend this money. But I see in this country a massive problem with wealth inequality and the commensurate political inequality that comes with it. We have wealth inequality in this country like we've never had before.
I don't disagree. So there's not a disagreement there. But the solution is where we're going to disagree. So let's kind of process that together. Okay. So the whole thing, like I remember when I first got out of the military and I went into the financial industry, it's 1999. I know nothing. It's 2000. I know nothing about it. The speaker gets up. Wow, have you been noticing that the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poor? I'm like, okay, my dad's at a cashier at a 99 cent store 15 years. My parents got divorced.
Don't even remember what
that guy. You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till 20 years from now. It's gonna be completely out of control.
But you're right, though. But why is the question? So here's a question for you. So you're saying about $3 million, that money that the owner's going to keep, we got to tax on 90%. Fine. Okay. So you believe the money, like when I was in the military, you would buy...
Yes, Destiny, paying more money will mean you have less money to pay staff. No, because do I need to... I don't know if I want to write this out. You're paying staff out of your revenue, not out of your profits. Staff don't get paid out of your profits, paid out of your revenue. Now, if you're trying to think, well, Destiny, but if you're paying out of their revenue, well, if you cut the payment for your employee there, aren't you going to have more revenue that rolls over into your profits? Not necessarily, because ideally in a business, you're hiring employees because they're helping you raise more revenue. An employee should be a net profit center for a business, right? If you're paying an employee $30,000, hopefully because they're generating $40,000 to $50,000 in revenue for you, right? So you could cut the employee. You can cut the employee, but now you're losing like more revenue than the employee costs. Ideally, that's how employees are supposed to work. You're making more money off of them than you're making employing them, right?
Your product for the Humvees. And they would say, yeah, we paid $600 for this piece. We're like, dude, this piece is $40.
Right.
Why the hell are we paying $600 for? Well, the contracts. You know how they are, man. The government always pays a lot because they're dumb. They always pay more than it's usually worth. A $40 piece for a Hummer, they're paying $600. I'm like, that's an awesome business for the other guy.
Yeah, we have horrible oversight.
But this is the point, though. This is the point. And I want to actually sincerely get your thoughts on this, on how we address this. So if somebody overpays for a product, that person's either got to be fired or they're an overspender or a terrible negotiator. But it's one of the three, right? Okay, so you feel money going to the government we do more good with, or money staying in the free market for people to produce more value? Where do you feel values produce more?
Well, I'm not sure I fully get what you're saying, but let me put it in this way.
It's a very simple
okay.
question.
Well, let me make it a little bit more concrete. Yeah. So you guys know that the biggest part of the budget, more or less, is Social Security
and entitlements,
right?
Medicaid,
and
non-discretionary spending.
Yeah, you can call them entitlement programs. I call them social insurance programs because that's what they really are.
That's 90% of the budget, I want to say.
No, the military is about $850 billion. Social Security is like $1.7 trillion. I think Medicare is probably close to like $700 billion. And then there's other. But
it's a high number. It's a big number. You're right. It's a high number.
You'll find that I think our annual budget is somewhere around like 2.7 trillion, and the military is like 800 billion, 900 billion. That you can see anyways that they show.
Yeah.
But nevertheless,
For the human!
Social Security, Medicare, the two biggest things that the government does are wildly popular. Medicare, you come from the insurance business, you probably know this. To administer health insurance, there's like 13-15% cost in the administration of that health insurance. For Medicare,
it's 3%. This is a little bit disingenuous, but it's for very, very, very complicated reasons, but it's kind of sort of true. But I don't know if I want to dive into all that.
Far more efficient. And co-pays are less. I mean, and the whatever you want to call it, consumer satisfaction. I don't like to think of citizens as consumers, but the satisfaction's huge through the roof, particularly when people use it. It's people appreciate it who don't.
I'd be interested here. Why? Hold on. Wait. First, Destiny, Econ Major here. Tax rate applies to the overall profit, but companies hire according to the marginal profit that an employee makes. When you increase the tax on profit across the board, the less productive employees will become net negative profit.
I still have some tricks up my sleeve.
Less productive employees.
So glad to do it. Just tell me.
That might... No, I don't know if that's true. I feel like the less productive employee would get fired either way, regardless of whether or not taxes are high or low. I feel like the less... Because if it gets to the point to where the revenue an employee generates doesn't surpass their cost, regardless of what you tax the difference at, I guess theoretically, I'm sorry, maybe theoretically what you're saying is there might be some zone where the employee is earning more than the cost of hiring the employee, but there's like a red zone where it's not worth it to employ the person. That could be true, I guess, where there's some employment that's threatened there, maybe. Like if I could hire an employee for $10 an hour and I'm making $13 an hour, it's worth it, but if I tax it more, now I'm only making $11 an hour, maybe it's not worth hiring the employee. That could be true, possibly. There's that thing. Oh, the reason why Social Security is a little bit more complicated than traditional insurance is because Social Security insures very, 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 very fucking old people. The problem is that The problem is that old people have a propensity to consume way more expensive healthcare, and the way that Sam Cedar here and other people are measuring the efficiency of Social Security is what are the cost of I think it's premiums to like medical services rendered, right? And the problem is for a very young person. So for somebody like me, my efficiency on insurance is going to be horrible because I don't need a lot of healthcare because I'm young, vibrant, virile, healthy, strong. Powerful heart, perfect genes. Like, I'm never spending a dime at my young age of rippling 34-year-old masculinity. I'm never spending a dime on healthcare, right? So any money that I put towards insurance is like a waste, right? It's like, oh, well, what's the benefit you get out of insurance? It's like 98% of money is wasted. I don't know how many health insurance claims I've ever taken in my life, right? However, let's say that I'm like 100 years old. Well, at 100 years old, my premiums might be like, even if they're $1,000 a month, I'm on hospice, I'm on 17 different types of medication, I've had 3 rounds of fucking chemo, I've had 2 fucking hearts replaced. Like, the amount of money you're spending on maintaining life at old person is way, 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 way higher. So even though the premiums might be the same or similar, they're not, but even if they were between a young person and an old person, the percentage of the premiums that they pay in versus what they spend on healthcare is gonna be way lower because they're spending so much more on healthcare. That's why I don't think it's fair to compare Social Security to normal insurance. Also, Social Security has the entire government administration helping to collect data and manage people via the IRS. I think the Social Security Administration works with the IRS to collect that data, which also helps to benefit the Social Security administrative costs. But that's why I don't feel like it's 100% fair to compare Social Security to the normal population. But, okay.
At your service. Come on. Understood. On your orders. Great. That will be
This is BS? What did I just say that's BS?
great value. No
Like if Social Security if Social Security, here's the thing that is true. If Social Security provided healthcare to the entire population, then the efficiency of Social Security, and when I say efficiency, I mean rates of premiums versus cost of medical care, it would dramatically increase. That percentage of 3% would go way, 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 way up.
Yes? Okay. Of course. No problem.
That's correct. Social Security is following very closely by IRS for each claim. Yeah, okay. All right.
Perfect. Yes.
Hold on. What is this? You see, I'm talking about a higher corporate tax here. Isn't there really bad implications of higher tax rates on corporations, such as less profit for the corporation investing grows a business? Taxes shouldn't affect a profit. Taxes on profits shouldn't hurt a corporation's ability to reinvest because I believe that reinvestment is not typically taxed. If the money's going back into your business, it's deductible as a tax expense, right? I know for an S Corp that's how it works, or LLCs that's how it works. I can't imagine that's different for a C Corp or other types of corporations. If the money is going back to the business as a business expenditure, I don't believe that it's subject to taxation. You remember, we're taxing profits, not revenue.
Okay, where is this stuff?
Not always the case. Are there types of business reinvestments that are subject to taxation? No, it can be because if it's capital investments,
Hey
the tax
guys,
deductions aren't immediate. When you say a capital investment, you mean like a capital reinvestment where if you're investing in your company through like buying like stock and shit, or purchasing stock in other companies? Maybe then that's true, I guess. Okay, call Train doesn't answer. Good one. Paying off debt? Oh, maybe.
Don't use it, but you know, if I got my parents there on Medicare, I'm pretty psyched about it because I don't have to take care of them. My mother's in a nursing.
Wait, Destiny's not on the editor's page because of the last VOD taking its place. Oh shit, wait, did I fuck my Rumble shit up? Hold on.
He's not a useful source.
Hey guys, I hope you have a wonderful day today. And today we'll be playing the game they are building.
Oh, well, hold on, wait. Let's say that I buy like 10,000 carpet cleaning vans for my business. That initial purchase. Oh, fuck me, dude. If I buy something that I'm gonna take depreciation on, that means that I can't deduct the initial expense. That is true, right? Let's say I make $100,000 and I invest $100,000 into vehicles, but I'm going to depreciate those vehicles over time. That means that I would pay taxes on that $100,000 because I wouldn't be taking because I'd be doing a depreciated schedule, meaning I wouldn't be able to take the deduction up front. That's true. It would be, yeah. But Okay, hold on. Warning for the 2 people in the chat that even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm way out of my comfort zone here, so I could be wrong. Or don't take tax advice from me. If you do, you're fucking retarded.
That's easy.
If
Ready and waiting.
wait, no, I don't think my Rumble shit is fucked up at all. Don't you generally have the option? Don't you generally have the option when you're buying something whether or not you want to depreciate upfront or depreciate on a schedule? Like, I thought depreciated schedules are generally tax advantageous to the person working as a company, right? Because you want to smooth out your tax, because we tax marginally, right? We've got a progressive tax system. Don't you generally want to stretch out your depreciation and take a deduction over time on a depreciating capital asset rather than doing it all up front? No, you do not know. Really?
Come on, the infected are waiting.
Why does Destiny talk like the world's about to end and he gets to get each sentence out as quickly as possible? Well, when I was younger, my stream used to die randomly, so I talk real quick, so you never know when each data is going to be the last one that goes out of your computer. Each byte could be the end.
Let's go.
Usually vehicles are 7 years, but you want to smooth it out so you don't take a huge hit in 12 years. No, it's not smoothing. I can explain, but not on a phone text. How would it not be smoothing? Like, let's say I made $100,000 one year, and then I bought like 10 vehicles. I could like try to take all of it up front, or I could depreciate it out over time, and I could, because if I do it over time, I'm like slicing off like that top marginal profit over time. No, are you talking about amortization? No. Depends on, but of course it's going to depend on income projections and everything too. Because if I have a really, really good year, then ideally I would want to take all the depreciation up front. But also, I don't know anything about this. I don't run a business that does shit like this, okay? We back. One watching. Okay, wait, is my Rumble shit working? Somebody said that it wasn't showing up on the page correctly. But it should be, right? I think it is. Fuck you guys. I don't know why are you running back and forth so much, Mel? Why are you running back and forth so much? Are you okay? Pack it. Where are you guys going? Behave. I'm free. You got your green card and now you're flying away. Bye, Mel. I don't know why are you running back and forth so much, Mel? Why are you running back and forth so much? Are you okay? Pack it. Where are you guys going? Behave. I'm free. You got your green card and now you're after the stream. Fuck. I wish I could. Oh, it'd be so much fun just swimming and tanning and being in the sand. Oh my god.
We need to go outside.
I wish I could, but I have to be here and do these horrible video games and YouTube videos, and fuck, I'm so sorry.
Look at my cap.
Yeah, your cap.
I found it.
Nice
All right,
job.
got it all. Good to go.
Any orders?
KG jail.
For the colony.
Bye. Have fun. Don't die.
Call it overboob now.
Overboob? Instead of cleavage, now it's overboob?
Yeah, overboob.
That's awesome. Okay, have fun, bye.
What?
If you see Mr. Girl out there, call me, okay?
Of course.
If you see Mr. Girl out there, call me, okay? Yeah. Be careful.
Home now. It's Medicaid that's doing that. I'm not responsible for that cost. Social Security through the roof. In fact, I think even Republicans, a majority of Republicans want to expand.
But
Social
popular is not a way to qualify something. If I went out
it's
there and I
customer
gave,
satisfaction.
if I went to high school and I said, guys, I'm giving dime bags to everybody weed, I'd be a very popular kid in high school. So that is a wrong way to qualify.
Well, you said efficiency.
Yeah.
Medicare, 3% administrative costs versus 15%.
That's like the kid that's running.
Remember, they don't know the administrative cost. That's a real sneaky way to qualify the efficiency of Medicare. It's old people, and they spend a lot of money on healthcare compared to young people. So it's a little sneaky there, but. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Jesus. Oh. I bought Twitter Blue finally, but it hasn't showed up yet. Where's my blue check mark? Elon is fucking scamming me, fam. Is the concept of a generation and never trag a thing in American culture?
Ooh, this game might be communist.
Intergenerational contract? No, we don't believe in that here. We just wait for old people to
So
die.
there are
on
50
the
missions.
streets. Social Security needs to be cut, or it will be blown up, or it will blow up in 10 years when it becomes insolvent. Leftists are willfully ignorant about this. Oh shit, bro. 2010, 2000, 1990, 1980, and 1970 all want your talking point back. People have been saying Social Security is gonna blow up forever. I don't think Social Security can blow up. I think it's fine, my dude.
For class president, it was like every Friday we're throwing a pizza party. Well, he's going to get everybody's vote. But who's paying for the pizza party?
Well, workers. In fact, I would argue that we should be actually removing the cap on Social Security taxes, because right now, you know, it goes only up $160,000, right? There's a cap. Traditionally, Social Security has captured or touched 91% of the country's income. You follow me? And now it's somewhere down in like the mid 80s because of wealth inequality.
But your argument on the flip side of it, the argument can be as well to say, well, at the beginning when they came out with Social Security, there's only a few thousand people in America that was actually using it. It was not meant to be for as big of a behemoth of what it is today.
No, it kept 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. It keeps.
You'll defend what you just said against Rage Pup right now, right? Wait, defend what? What do you think about modern monetary theory? Pedophiles. Everybody that even mentions that is a pedophile.
360.
Oh, about the Social Security thing? No, I'm good.
Alright, so I can get assault rifle and expert.
Nobody's arguing the benefits
that's
of
not
Social
the
Security.
argument, though. That's not the argument. The argument is, originally when it came out, it wasn't for the bigger percentage.
You had to wait. You had to wait until you build up.
No, you didn't have to. You had to have capitalist work and overtax them to be able to fund it. That's what you had to do. But let me go back to the question.
I think what you are saying, just to validate your point, I think at that point, this is FDR back in the day.
Yeah, we can pull up the data. That's
I think
not
there was
a,
40 workers for every retiree. I think now it's closer to like 3 workers.
Yeah, it's not
Yes,
sustainable.
but
Not even close.
No, it is sustainable.
You think it's
No,
sustainable.
I don't think it's sustainable. I'm looking at the Social Security Trust Fund actuarial
with the
tables.
letter when they sent you this, in the Social Security letter.
I am
they're
at
telling
the start
you
of
if
the
we
game.
go
I
this
can
way,
hold
this is
off
going
on
to go
the assault
bankrupt.
rifle.
In the letter.
No, you're misreading it. The trust fund is going to go bankrupt. In 1981, Greenspan and Reagan expanded the trust fund. We had a surge of baby boomers. There is a trust fund that exists that is essentially like a rainy day fund. That is going to be insolvent around 2033.
2033.
2033.
10 years. You are correct. I just had this conversation this past week.
However,
that's not a concern. That's not a concern. That's not a concern.
However,
it is a concern. It will cause 20% in cuts to our benefits.
Okay.
But that's it. Period. Now, the way that we can get rid of that 20% in cuts in the Social Security Trust Fund is to do what I'm suggesting. Remove the cap so that every dollar you make, even above $160,000, is taxed by Social Security.
Sam,
and then your kids will be long dead before that trust fund is out.
Hopefully, if I raise my kids right, my kids won't need to be supported by the
If they
government.
don't need to be, if they don't need that social insurance, look, I mean, how can you, as an insurance guy, how can you not understand this?
No,
I don't sit around saying like, you know, I hope that I don't need my fire insurance. I hope I don't. If your kids don't need Social Security, old age insurance, then you know what? We will tax the money back.
I am better for society. I am better for society if I find ways to get people off of needing any of this stuff than to rely on it more and more and more, because I'm truly hurting those who are creating commerce. That's who I'm hurting. But let me go back to my question.
Hold on, wait a minute. We had an experiment.
Wait a minute.
For you. Let me ask the question. You still haven't answered my question for me. No, wait.
401ks with a private solution.
You still haven't answered my question. Let me go back to the question to you. So, my question at the beginning, you have not yet answered, okay? When you said, you know, I would go back to the old tax system and I would take it to the 50s and 60s where we had a 90%, okay. And I asked you a question. I said, who do you think
Not
produces
expert
more value? I gave the
workshops,
example of
which
the
just gives me
Humvee, the
cottages
pieces
for
in the
now.
Army, how much we were paying, $600, but the piece was only $40. And the government tends to overspend because they're reckless spending. They're not really held accountable. Does money going in free market create more value, or money going to the government create more value for people?
Explain to me what you mean by value.
Okay, so value to me is, if I can give money to free market and lower taxes where they can go create
Sam
more
or
jobs,
Deepak,
more
who you got?
opportunities,
I think
is that
Sam
better
is
for us long
really good
term,
at what
or
he
is it
does.
better for
Without
us
the
to raise
ability to
taxes,
have iron,
to take away
I can't
incentives,
get
and give
this
that
guy.
money, tax money, goes to politicians to make decisions what to do with the money? Are politicians better at making decisions on what to do with our money, or are we?
I mean, I guess on in a broad way, I would say if
It
we're gonna
depends
look
on the
at
service.
the biggest chunk of money in the government to make this assessment, right? $1.7 trillion, Social Security. And we can compare it to the one sort of like comparable thing in the private sector, and that's a 401k. I would have to say, I mean, just based upon the way you set up this question, that obviously the government, because Social Security has been the single most effective program that we have in this country. It has kept 2/3 of our senior citizens out of poverty as a social insurance program. 401ks have been a disaster. They've
Really?
been a disaster. Just Google right there in front of you, the 401k experiment. People took the money out. I mean, and grant you, you can make an assessment that these individuals were stupid or immoral or whatever it is. I'm looking at the goal of keeping senior citizens out of poverty. The government has been able to do that far more effectively. 2/3 of our seniors are in nursing homes because the government is paying for it. You can look around at anything that doesn't involve a profit motive. Like, for instance, the post office. If we didn't have a government-run post office, do you think you could live in, the most rural parts of the country and get postal service for 42 cents or 48 cents? You can send a letter? No way. What person looking to make a profit would do that? In fact, I've got a great example. This is, I was doing radio during Katrina, and there was a story that haunted me for years and years. When Bill Clinton, I'm not a huge fan of Bill Clinton's administration, frankly, but one of the things he did do well was to build up FEMA. I guess having come from Arkansas, he had a pretty good sense of what was important there. And Bush, when he came in very early on, privatized a ton of it. There was a story, a very small story, in New Orleans. The buses that were supposed to come to New Orleans to evacuate people before Katrina hit, there was a whole ton of buses that went through 3 different contractors, right? There was like a general contractor and then a subcontractor, and then the subcontractor was going to bring the buses. They were from like 3 or 4 hours away. And maybe it was 6 hours. I can't remember the exact details. They were going to send the buses, but the guy whose job it was, who owns the bus company, and then the contractor above that,
gold
they
is
waited
really
longer.
strong.
Because if you send the buses and they're not used, they're going to eat that cost, right? It's going to cut into their profits. They didn't send the buses. They didn't get there in time. People couldn't get evacuated. Would it have changed the trajectory of the thing? I doubt it, but it would have saved some people. And the point is that there are some jobs that the government does better because the value there is not measured in terms of actual sheer dollars. It is measured in, essentially how much immiseration are you inhibiting people from suffering? And so, yes, I agree that when it comes to auditing in the military, the worst government agency we have, because it's very easy, very hard to sort of scrutinize the military. People don't like that, and it's also a huge power base of a lot of money. They make a ton of money out of it.
One thing I don't like that I think leftists need to account for more is if you're going to say this, oh, they don't like to scrutinize the military. We don't like to scrutinize teachers' unions or emergency services either. The military is not unique in terms of being a public sector thing that feels it's above scrutiny. If you're going to sit here and argue that oh no, the government can do better with this, and this, okay, fine, that's fine. But, if you're going to say the military sucks at it, you're going to have to explain why is the military bad at it, but your social services wouldn't be. Like, what's unique there about the military? And it has to be more than what he just said, because I feel like that could apply to every government-run thing.
This, I agree with that. But same with
But if you look at
Same with
Medicare,
insurance.
Social
What's unique about the military is that they have a use it or lose it policy. They got a set budget, and you got to use it all, or the budget goes away.
Security. Well, listen, the numbers don't lie. 3% administrative costs for Medicare.
Can I just make
that 3%
appreciate some
again?
of the points you're making. I do think that you're kind of conflating a couple different things. I think to Pat's question, whether the government is better at spending your money or whether the private markets or private companies are better, it's not even close. If private companies
what do you mean by
up,
spending
let
money,
me-
like
let me
to
finish.
buy like soda, or to actually like just direct it in a way that keeps less people from suffering?
Okay, we have $31 trillion in debt right now. I think that's evidence enough, Sam, that we're not so good at spending money here in America.
Bro, you can't compare the debt. Oh, fuck. Debt is different. Individual debt, company debt, and government debt are all different types of things, right? Like, every company uses debt to get ahead. Like, fucking how long did it take for a lot of tech companies to even, like, be in the black when it came to profits in terms of, like, operating profitably? Like, it's just not a good, I don't think they're saying, like, oh, we got a lot of government debt. It's like a good own on the government.
It sounds like you're really good at spending money.
Well, we're not good at
managing is a better word, yeah.
Okay, there's a difference between being frugal and being smart with your money and just being wasteful. The government is clearly fucking wasteful. Where you are correct is that most retirees and most Americans do appreciate Social Security, do appreciate the entitlement programs that come with this country, whether it's Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, no doubt. But that doesn't mean the government is good at spending money.
All right.
We're seeing that
Let's
Social
try
Security is about
Hunter's
to go
Meadow.
bankrupt.
No,
Finally
the next 10 years.
going into a
The
mission.
trust fund by 2023. And yes, I just had this conversation literally 2 days ago in D.C. where he kept using the word bankrupt, bankrupt, bankrupt. I said, what does that mean?
Who kept using that word?
This was
Which Republican used
It wasn't even a Republican. He was sort of a Social Security financial advisor expert. This was
Which Republican used
But
it?
I said, what do you keep saying? Social Security financial advisors will not be
This was a
receiving
Republican
benefits?
used
But I
it.
said, what do you keep saying? Social Security 25 retirees will not be
This was a
receiving benefits?
Republican
But I said, what do you keep saying? Social Security 25 retirees will not be receiving benefits? But I said, what do you keep saying? Social Security 25 retirees will not be receiving benefits? But I said, what do you keep saying? Social Security 25 retirees will not be receiving benefits? Anymore for
They
90% of
exist
people.
more as a defined contribution than defined.
They're not very
benefit.
popular these days. I don't know how many people here have pensions. You have Social Security, which was never meant to be a retirement program. It was an insurance policy if you live too long, which basically Americans are now. Or you have your personal savings, which is the 401k. We can argue the merits of 401ks and Roth IRAs, what have you. But Social Security should not be keeping Americans
All right,
afloat
Stronghold
for
is
30
similar
years
in
of their
nothing
life.
style.
Well, that's,
And that's
a
the
failure
problem.
of the private industry, isn't it?
Why is it a failure of the private industry?
Well, I mean, Social Security is maintained. The idea that we're leaning on the government stool because the other two have failed. That's a function of private industry.
Isn't that a function of just the average person understanding how money works and saving money, investing and doing it properly,
I don't
versus
know.
the
You've
government
got,
or
what,
institution?
60% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. How are they supposed to save this money?
Uh-oh.
Well, how are they spending their money? I guess is the biggest question.
Yeah.
How many people have credit card debt? How many people? You just said when you took out a mortgage, you said, I'm an actor. What was the rate? You're like, I don't fucking even know. You should know.
Well, I was making so much money that
I don't give a shit how
for
much money you're
single
making, Sam. You should know what your mortgage rate is.
But I mean, I didn't remember what it was in 1998, but I mean, I know what it is now. But I mean, but I was making so much money. But I was making, I was in the top. I don't know if I was in the top 1% at that time, but probably pretty close.
So let me ask you a question.
And I was a single guy who had just gone from making to $22,000 a year to all of a sudden making that.
How much were you
less
making
than a week
at that point?
I mean, I was making a lot of money.
Now, how comfortable at that point would you have been?
All right,
Damn,
let's
wait,
see how
what
many
did Sam
times
do?
I'm gonna
What acting
lose
jobs
this
did he have?
match.
Sure.
So you actually want to pay 90% in taxes?
No. Let's
Why
be,
would
let's
you
be
want
clear.
that?
I think it should be 90% over for the every dollar you make over $3 million.
Yeah.
That would not have been. That would not have impacted me at that time.
So,
but I would have been happy to pay more taxes.
But why would anyone?
You know why I'm laughing? Because it's always
higher than what I'm
let's
making.
tax the people a little richer
A little
than
bit,
me.
yeah.
It's always let's tax
Well, it was,
the guys
it was
that
a
are
lot richer.
But
I'm just
no,
going
not
back.
that, not
no,
that.
but I'm
If you're,
just.
if you're saying 20,
I'm just going back
if you're
to
saying
what,
22
what,
a week, you were
I'm just
making
looking-
$1,098,000. That's a lot of money.
No, no,
You're
no.
making $1
Well,
million.
it wasn't 20.
You
yeah, it
said
was-
22 a week. That's $1 million a year.
No, no, no. That was the year before. I mean,
But you're making money. Let's just.
I was making a
yeah.
bunch of money.
So,
But I'm just going back to when we had the Great Compression, which was when we had the least wealth inequality in this country. We had the same. The GDP was, consistent with where, on our trajectory, but it was spread out. It wasn't like this, essentially. It was more spread out. It's called the Great Compression, and I'm just using that figure. I mean, look, if it's going to be 85% over 3 million or 85% over 4 million, I'm just basing it on what was the most successful economic era of this country.
Why not do 90% over $250,000?
I mean, if the numbers bear it out, I'm agnostic as to that. Again, I'm just pegging it on when we had the most success in this country in terms of our economy.
I appreciate that you're pointing out the success, but right now the top marginal tax rate federally is 37, 39. Okay, you do realize how shocking it is to say, all right, rather than go from 37 to 39, how about 40?
How many
How
people?
about 50?
How many?
You
people,
want to go to 90?
How
say?
many people do you
90.
assume? How many people do you assume would be touched by that tax? Would be implicated?
Top
by
1%.
it?
Look at this number right here. Share of total income taxes paid.
Less.
The top 1% in this country pay 42.3%. The bottom 50% only pay 2.3%.
Okay, if you want to show a graph like this, okay, share of total income taxes paid, you need to pair that with share of the total income to be fair, okay? Because this graph could look two different ways. What if it was that the top 1% paid 42% of the taxes and the bottom 50% paid 2.3% of the taxes? What if the top 1% was earning 70% of the income? Well, now actually, this 42.3% actually looks kind of low. You have to pair this with income. You can't just show percentage of all taxes paid. You have to show percentage of all income earned as well, to be fair on this.
So 150 million people
point.
are paying nothing in taxes.
Right.
And you want to keep the 1% paying more and more and
I think
more
it's
and more?
actually even less than 1%, to be honest with you. I think we're talking about 0.05%.
Sure, but let's tax them even more.
Oh, I specifically want to make it illegal to be almost as wealthy as you. Not quite.
Why?
But a little bit more. Like,
Why?
I want to make it not illegal. You're not going to go to jail.
So nobody can be no billionaires. No billionaires in America.
Absolutely.
Sam,
100%.
Why? Don't you want America
I'll
to
give
be
you an
known
ex-
for greatness, for innovation, for capitalism, for,
for
all the
my
amazing things that we've done in this country?
My definition of
you want to
greatness-
go to like Nordic socialism.
My definition of greatness is different from yours.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Thanks, Paul. Do you think Paul hates himself because he shares the same name as that horrible fucking kid from that horrible fucking movie Dune?
Whole class, they hated me. I was walking through the door, they was all taking turns, socking me in the back, everything.
Why do I care about this? Destiny, XQC VOD, you and Hassan.
I just made my own choices and built my own business model, I guess, if I would use a term like that. I paved it on my own. I thought, like, this is a concept that
I
use
love
with
this
gaming.
video.
It's a concept that I think you can marry with gaming, local commentary. I paved it on my own. Paved it on my own.
I paved it on my own.
Yes.
Shout out to Destiny, by the way. Oh yeah, I forgot to say. Yeah, yeah. When I watched that video, I was like, oh, that's cool. So we have like.
Why is X even watching this on stream?
That's the reason I know I try X as well. If Destiny was my roommate, I get him late all the time. I was like, all right, whatever. Well, I don't have any. Like, I don't have any. I have no option. I'm in the next 11 days. So much so that like Steven was. Trap.
Oh, it's Patrick, not Paul. Fuck! I'm sorry. Fuck! Patrick, not Paul.
Blackout with Destiny off stream. That sounds like a call. And he kept saying, that's Hassan. I thought it was Hassan.
Wait.
Blackout. In the next 11 days. So much so that like Steven was. Trap. I'm at Destiny. I'm not kidding. When we were I was playing Blackouts with Destiny off stream. And Hassan was in the call. And he kept saying, yo, that's Hassan. I thought it was Hassan from Twitch at the time. So I thought he was my boss, right? I was being nice and really chill with him. And then he was like, no, it's Hassan with one S or whatever. Just like he has like 4 viewers. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, yo.
DMing me on Discord and saying, hey, you know what? If you don't have a place to live, buddy, like you can come stay with me. It's okay. What a good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
Oh, yeah, wait, why? Wait, what was the point of that?
Here, for all of you guys, is here, Fish and Destiny playing.
You again.
Okay, wait, hey, listen, I love you.
What?
I told a friend that I would play a game with him, and then I'm getting ready for that podcast shit. Listen, don't worry, you're gonna get all my viewers want to watch you. Are gonna go to your stream.
Okay, I mean, no, it's fine. I wanted to watch it with you, but it's cool, dude. Friendship is just dead, I guess. Oh, Speedo McGee's your fan that gave me 200 subs.
Nobody.
Okay, I don't need it. All right, what is this? What is this frog? Ooh! Oh my god.
Good one, pedophiles.
Ooh! Ooh!
And
Who's
you got
pinging?
you got blasted. What the heck is that champion? Oh,
What the
he's
fuck do
rage
you want me to
tapping.
do? What are you pinging for?
Destiny's good because I made him emotional. No, anytime I cover like more than 2 I think over the past 2 weeks we mentioned Hassan like twice because it came up in this drama shit. And every time any clip of me with Hassan goes onto the fucking LSF, right now we're in the ocean of Hassan. Hassan's like up good on LSF, and all of his little fucking dick riders and everything. Destiny talking about Hassan constantly, bro. I wish I talked about Hassan constantly. Okay, all I've been doing for the past 8 months is fucking red pill dog shit content. I'm talking about body counts and that men are different than women. That's what I talk about constantly. Okay, fuck me. All right, I'd rather obsess over Hassan than the dog shit, boring fucking red pill matrix AIDS-inducing content that I've been doing. Okay, Jesus.
Attention. Building complete.
What's up, Linus?
Is me racing out of bed for a front row seat to my life's work vanishing before my eyes. Linus Tech Tips deleted. Tech
Oh
links,
no, that's a
toasted,
swarm.
Tech Wiki gone. The good news is that if you're watching this, we're back
What do you
online.
want now?
The bad news is that this kind
Muda
of
in chat. Oh, what's up? You're from the Some Ordinary Gamers podcast, right?
attack has become so commonplace on YouTube that when we sat down to prepare this video, it took us less than 10 seconds to find a huge channel that was dealing with exactly the same thing in that moment.
Yes.
Let's talk about the motive for these attacks.
Oh,
the
wait.
process
Did I
to
say
do
Some Ordinary Gamer or Gamer from Mars? I don't even know what I'm saying. Why don't you guys why don't you just put your fucking name as your fucking thing? What did I don't even know what I just said. I'm trying to listen to this. Why is your name Some Ordinary Gamers? Why not just name yourself Muda or Muta? Fuck you guys.
That we and YouTube need to make, and how we can all work together as a community to educate and protect each other from bad actors. Oh, and to tell you about our sponsor, D-Brand. Oh God, not D-Brand. Today, really? Oh, actually no, they've got something good. Stay tuned.
What? Why would they say today? Why don't they want to promote D-Brand today?
The fireworks started a little after 3 in the morning when the Linus Tech Tips account was renamed to Tesla and started streaming a podcast-style recording of the
Base.
self-proclaimed techno king Elon Musk discussing cryptocurrency. This in and of itself is not a scam.
D-Brand
but
always trolls them. They
it's
have shit posts for ads.
linked to
Ah,
a
gotcha.
scam website that claimed that for every 1 Bitcoin you sent, they would return double, complete with fake transaction records showing other users definitely getting huge payouts. Over the next couple of hours, then, we sparred back and forth. First, I privated the streams, revoked the
Is this
stream
oil
key, and
here?
attempted to reset the account credentials. Only to
Oh, I
realize,
bet it's thermal
as I
for
was investigating
thermal
the
energy.
source of the breach, that I had been completely outmaneuvered. They were back in, and the streams were live again. How the...
You are gonna
So I
pay
log
for
back
this,
in,
right?
nuke the stream again, and I go to... And they're up again. And now videos are being mass deleted from the channel.
Building completed.
Over the next couple of hours, playing
better be
login
good.
whack-a-mole,
Okay.
the Linus Tech Tips, Tech Linked, and Tech Quickie accounts were each used to host these Elon Musk crypto streams until they were ultimately nuked by
Roger
YouTube
that.
altogether for violating YouTube's
Gotcha.
terms of service.
Yeah.
And I can almost feel
Sounds
your thoughts on the
interesting.
screen
It
right
could
now.
be worse.
Linus, truly, after all these lectures about two-factor authentication, don't you even protect your own accounts?
Of course I do. But while strong passwords and multi-factor authentication are very powerful security measures that you should use, they're not impenetrable.
Here we go
First
again.
up, let's talk 2FA.
Faster
Not
than my
all
bow.
factors or additional authentication elements are equally secure. The most common second factor, SMS, can be compromised by simple social engineering targeted at your phone carrier.
Joe.
Check out this video that we posted the last time our account was hijacked for more information about that. Another common factor, notification-based multi-factor, is susceptible to fatigue attacks, where a perpetrator will constantly try to log in, hoping that you'll assume, oh, it's probably someone from work, or even just click on the notification by accident. It's very problematic, and I'm looking at you, Google, since you can't disable this factor on Google accounts. Even time-based two-factor, like Google Authenticator or Authy, can be compromised, say if you were to accidentally set it up or access it from an infected device. In spite of all of these issues with two-factor, though, it held the line last night. Our attacker not only never gained access to our additional authentication factors, they never even had our passwords. But how can that be? Well, as it turns out, they didn't need any of that, which is a big part of why it took me so long to clue in and stop the spread. I was so focused on the potential damage that could be done by someone who had commandeered my SMS messages or gained access to my Google Authenticator somehow, that I expended valuable time battening down the wrong hatches. If I had watched Theo Joe's recent video on the subject, or at least skimmed the comments, I could have probably stopped the bleeding in a matter of minutes. Shout out Theo Joe. But I didn't, so I got to be educated the hard way about a breed of attacks that bypass trivial things like passwords and 2FA entirely.
Building completed.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yo.
Okay, I don't think you're gonna be able to help me because if you're just gonna run through the shit in the PDF, I already did all that.
Great.
Unless you've got access to stuff in the back. Well, how is that gonna help you?
Does I have access to stuff in the back?
Oh, okay. Well, what do you? I got a lot of stuff on this screen, Train. Tell me what you need.
Just copy and paste your give me your stream key and your just give me your stream key, sorry.
Okay, well, it tells me that I'm not supposed to get my stream key to anybody, so.
Great idea.
Shut up.
I'm just kidding.
What if you stream porn to my account? Just
kidding. Well,
yeah,
from
that's
what
the
we've seen so far.
You
might get partnered. Fuck it.
Okay.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
You can always reset it.
Yeah, this is the server and this is the key.
Okay, cool.
Damn, I'm already using all my food.
Just give me like 5 minutes.
Yeah, go for it. Back to watching Linus.
Entirely by targeting what's known as a session token. Now, many of you will know this already, and if you do, give yourself a cookie. But after you log into a website and your credentials have been validated, that site will provide your web browser with a session token.
How are they getting the token?
This allows your browser, and by extension you, to stay logged in when you restart your browser and go to access that site again. This isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing because realistically, nobody wants to type
log in
password
over and over and over again.
every time they want to post Instagram.
Right when you go live, it just disconnects you?
Yeah, it like I don't even know if it's connecting actually. It looks like it's connecting, but then it disconnects you. But maybe that's just an OBS thing.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
But hold on a second.
Great.
That cookie is stored locally on your device.
Yeah, right?
How would someone else get it? Well, that's where we made a mistake.
Uh-oh.
Someone on our team, and I'm not saying it was Colton, downloaded what appeared to be a sponsorship offer from a potential partner.
Oh, boring. One thing that I've heard is if you're dealing with somebody that's very skilled, physical access to device means it might always be compromised depending on your level of encryption and all that, but you almost always assume that you're fucked. And then second thing is, if you're gonna download and run a program, your shit is fucked. Wipe your shit, format the fuck out of it, fucking smash the drive with a fucking sledgehammer, destroy your motherboard. I don't even know if shit can fucking bury itself into the UEFI these days. I'm not sure if it hides in your firmware chips. Fuck, but this, I thought there was gonna be some crazy session token hijacking, some insane shit going on here. But it's just gonna be somebody downloaded and ran a stupid program. But I don't know, we'll see what happens.
It was an innocent enough mistake for the most part. The email came from a legitimate-looking source, and it didn't raise any immediate red flags, like being full of grammatical errors. So, they extracted the contents, launched what appeared to be a PDF containing the terms of the deal, then, presumably when it didn't work, went about the rest of their day. What happened in the background took place over the course of just 30 seconds. The malware accessed all user data from both of their installed browsers, Chrome and Edge, including everything.
Can you launch malicious programs from a PDF? Is that possible? Do those exploits exist, or is that a functionality of PDFs? Can PDFs launch programs? I have no idea. I'm not sure. I'm unaware of that, if that's true. PDF payloads?
Yeah.
PDF supports JavaScript? It wasn't a PDF. It probably wasn't a PDF. Yeah, I wonder if it was like pdf.exe or something. People keep saying that PDFs can execute like executable code. I don't know if that's true. Everybody in chat is saying I don't know if that's actually true. If a PDF can launch an executable. PDF itself is an executable format, is it? I'm trying to think for the Windows UAE, I think I've turned mine off, I probably shouldn't. But like when you go to open a PDF, it doesn't normally block up and ask you if you want to open it, right? But for a program, it should, no? Destiny, there are occasionally exploits for PDF whether they can contain the exe. Well, that's what I was asking. Are there like 0 days out there with PDF that allows them to run like malicious code on a computer? Can PDFs contain viruses? Yes, they can, because PDFs are one of the most universally used file type. Hackers and bad actors can find ways to use these normally harmless files.
Aren't there other units to bother?
You can delete that information you sent me.
Yeah.
Just delete it from the Discord, just in case.
Okay.
And then for your OBS for now, just since we're in beta, we had to put certain like things in. So, are you trying to stream 4K?
Oh shit, could that be it?
Great. Okay.
Yeah, turn 4K off, and then for now, until the full site is done, cap your bitrate at 6K for now.
I capped the bitrate before, but you're saying that it might have been rejecting the resolution.
Yeah, just do 6,000 and do 1080p.
Modify, let's see, 6.
Just for now, while the beta's out, there's just some safeguards we had to go through.
1920.
Then you should be good.
Oh my god, that was it. It was probably just the resolution. It probably kicks out anything over than 1080. Well, okay.
Are you live?
It looks like it is.
Take a look.
I love you. Be careful, babe.
All right. How long are you gonna be live for?
I was planning to be live until 10, but I might go a little bit later now since I...
10 p.m.?
Yeah, EST though, so just when you wake up, you fucking loser. But maybe I'll stay awake later. We'll see.
No, I just woke up.
Of course you did. Oh wait, actually, it's not even that bad for you. It's like noon where you're at.
Yeah. I've been waking up.
Okay, have fun. Bye.
All right, bye. Love you, peace.
Well, the audio quality on Kick.com is much better.
Yeah, okay, fuck. What somebody just
Or
linked,
maybe
this
I
seems
just need to
more
turn
like
down the
what's
volume.
going on. But what the fuck do I know? You know? YouTubers are emailed a file labeled to resemble something legitimate, like a business proposal or invoice or some other document, but instead of it being a .pdf or other legitimate file type for what it is trying to pretend to be, it's a CR file. Now, screensaver files do contain executable code that somebody can use to access everything in your machine. I think it's basically like if you run an exe on your machine and you give it authorization to run, everything is fucked. They basically own your ass at that point. As I say, are normal screensaver files, but they're just executable files with a different extension. So the goal is to get somebody to open the SCR file, which infects the computer with malware, then steals a bunch of information, including a website. Yeah, at that point, you're fucked. I think that feels like what's probably happening. That'd be my guess, but what do I know? But I think that is what's happening, given that he's not specifying that it was actually a real PDF that ran malicious code somehow or whatever. But PDF can contain malicious payload. JavaScript is a programming language that puts functionality on the web. Most websites and web browsers have some kind of JavaScript element that's used to execute code. No, hold on. Wait, okay, I'm not a programmer, but this is... Hold on. JavaScript elements could execute code. I don't think a local JavaScript thing can just download and run a full program on your computer. No? Like, yeah, I think it should be sandboxed to the individual application. I don't think you could just use, but I don't know, never mind. Everybody in chat always has these links to these things like, oh, well, theoretically this, blah, 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 but every single time. Times and theoretically the FBI, and it's like it's one of these, like, in theory it could work, but I feel like I feel like it's always just like social engineering or spear phishing or actually like SRC or EXEs or whatever, but I don't know. Embedding files, it's very easy to embed the kind of file in a PDF. Every document includes the embedded files name tree along with support from most PDF libraries, provide something for this one. Examine PDF, opening files PDFs. Actually,
Building completed.
A script in the PDF. In our case, we want to add a document level script. The script will execute as soon as PDF is open. Fortunately, supports, so we simply add a JavaScript object. Our JavaScript payload is pretty simple. We must add a single call to export that object, a function provided PDF reader. The function is an object with 2 parameters. Run as soon as PDF is open, right? Well, not quite. Unfortunately, there's a bit more to it. Adobe Reader and most other readers will prevent the launch of common executable files, for example, exe, JS, VBA, while evading the blacklist. There are many ways to evade the blacklist, such as Microsoft Word documents with malicious macros embedded in them. But recently, researchers discovered that another kind of file could be used. Settings-ms explaining the spectrum. XML documents pointing to places in the Windows 10 settings GUI. However, they contain a field called deep link, which can contain any arbitrary executable, which will be run when this is. Okay, so it sounds like in order for this to happen, there does need to be some kind of exploit available, right? It's not like natively built that PDFs should be able to arbitrarily execute executables, right? That it's relying on some sort of exploit at some point, that something that's not patched correctly, something that's probably not working as intended, I'm guessing, right?
What? Are you sure? Faster than my bow. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Kick is lagging too much? Wait, is Kick actually lagging, or... Kick is coxing. 5. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, guys. I'm shutting everything else down. I'm going over to Kick.
You're good. You're good. There's no lag at all.
Oh, just fucking.
There's absolutely 0 lag.
Oh, okay. Fuck these guys then. Peace out.
And if you want to update to 7 or 8K, if 6K is not enough, then that's I put it in so you can do that. But
okay, I'm good. That's be fine.
And then for now, like obviously mod tools and stuff are coming, but to make it easier, you can like just put like /mod if you wanted to do that. And then have you set up your subbutton, or you're not going to do that?
I don't even know how to set it up, but we'll figure it out.
You just go to revenue. It takes like 5 minutes. You just attach your bank account to Stripe.
Okay.
And it goes live in like 2 minutes.
Sounds good. Bye.
I was going to gift you some subs so you can see that sexy ass rev sleeve, even though you have your own on your website. But
gotcha. I'll probably set up tonight. Fuck it.
All right, peace.
Bye. Jesus. Okay, goodbye Rumble, I love you. And goodbye YouTube, I love you.
Orders.
Come out where it's kicking over on Kick.
Right. Okay.
Attention.
Are you
Building
sure?
completed.
Okay. My bow is ready. What? Oh, here we go again.
Attention.
Straight to the heart.
Damn. Okay, is the chat's kind of laggy, right? Or am I crazy? Let's see what's on my end versus what's on their end. Yes, the chat is laggy.
It's a Muds and Kick Chat Domer. My Kick Chat experience is going down the toilet.
The latency is so low. Ban Hamster Hawk and it'll get better. What?
Yo.
Why do you keep
Chat?
calling? Hi, what's up?
Sorry. Chat is laggy. I'm fixing it right now.
Okay.
Like, just.
You again. Taste
This
my arrows.
Attention. Building completed.
Like, just talk out your complaints live. I'm gonna be watching. I'm just gonna fix everything while you're live. So anything that you see issue-wise, just say out loud, and I'll fix live.
Okay.
Okay. So the chat I'm working on right now. So anything else, just like say out loud or just message me on Discord.
Units under attack.
All right. Last time. All right. Peace.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Taste my arrows.
Okay. Hopefully they're doing their shit.
It could be
Okay.
worse.
Jesus. Okay. Where were we? Back to this.
Okay.
Everything from locally saved passwords to cookies to browser preferences, giving them effectively an exact copy of those browsers on the target machine that they could export, including, that's right, session tokens for every logged in website. Now,
Ooh, I have too much money. Next payday, I'm going to get a mill.
What do you want now? Okay, let's do this. What? Faster than my bow. What's up? Any infected around? What? You again? Yeah. Right between the eyes. This better be good. My bow is ready.
Attention. Building completed.
What? Straight to the heart. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yes. Gotcha.
Attention. Building completed.
What? You again. This better be good. You order, you pay. What's up? Any infected around?
no one should unzip an email attachment. File extensions should always be double-checked when you're executing anything.
Yeah, so it wasn't. It was not a
If you
PDF.
hear this, I love you.
It was not a PDF. It was some other. It was an SRC file, I bet. This is the one that I've heard of the most. Are people downloading these like screensaver attachment things and that getting fucked up? That's almost for sure what happened.
And any file that doesn't do what you expect should raise immediate red flags. But then, on the flip side,
it is
theoretically improves security by allowing us to dole out specific channel access roles to our various team members rather than just sharing the main account credentials with everyone who needs to access it. This made the process of determining the attack vector way more complicated. You can think of it kind of like replacing your one giant vault door with 20 smaller doors, any one of which realistically
All
still
right,
gets
they're
you
starting
into the
to
vault.
get curious.
Now, in a perfect world, these smaller doors should have been restricted with less access than we configured, but
Everybody had full
hindsight is
access?
2020. I hope it is. The bottom line is that
True, bro. No amount of fucking technology will ever get you over a user. Okay, I don't want to just be. I don't want to have an insecure. It sounds like I could be wrong, by the way. So ignore everything I'm saying if I'm a dumb fuck. But it sounds like they basically have a system that's like, okay, we can dole out limited access to different people across our enterprise, so that we've got like more security. But instead, they just gave basically like fucking like admin to every single member that they dole out access to, so that every single account, like nothing was.
What?
our disaster response processes need to improve because I realized at 3 whatever in the morning, shout out Steve from Gamers Nexus for the wake up call, by the way, that I actually
Okay,
didn't know-
last thing, Dest. I'm so sorry, dude.
What do you need, bud?
Is your dashboard open?
Yeah.
Just turn on slow mode real quick.
What?
It'll help out for now.
The train has arrived at the station.
Oh, for chat?
Yeah, just turn the slow mode option on. It'll help your mods too, until I can fix certain things.
Got him. Boom. I'm turning on followers only chat too. There you go. Fuck them.
All right, thanks, bro. Peace.
Be careful.
You again. This better be good. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Guys, every time you link these tweets, I can't even click because the people are not real. Are they? I'm sorry, not the people are real. They have me fucking blocked.
So tired. Last night was amazing. What?
They're probably not even real
Roger
people
that.
too.
Fuck.
Still fucking doing this?
Oh, I'm dead.
You're still fucking doing this?
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
I'm trans now. That's how much fucking time has passed since I last ratioed you. Shut the fuck up. You're still fucking doing this? I'm trans now.
Duetting this.
Dude.
Aware and working on it, the internal team doesn't seem to even be allowed to communicate with creators directly. I mean, I get it. Security aside, idiot users probably won't have anything to contribute to their investigation.
Okay, last thing before I go to breakfast, I put you in the #1 spot. Okay,
Wow.
obviously, you know, later on it's gonna be like, you know, randomized, you know, so everyone has like a even chance and shit like that.
Uh-huh.
Right now, it's, you know, your first stream and it's you, so obviously put you #1. So hey, good luck.
Thanks, babe.
All right, love you, bro. Peace.
Bye.
They figured out that the attack came from one of our non-video production teams pretty quickly and then actually banned that Google Workspace account almost immediately. I mean, realistically,
Alright.
idiot users could just slow them down. But even a quick, hey, I know you're stressed, here's what's going on, and here's how we can keep this from spreading, would almost certainly have calmed my nerves and saved all of us some work by keeping TechLinked and TechQuickie in our hands. And another big problem is that this approach, you know, one-on-one, only benefits larger channels like ours. I've seen quite a few people, rightly, express some resentment that we were able to get this resolved so quickly when their favorite niche creator X or Y struggled with it for an extended period of time or even never got it fully resolved. So it's clear that there are some changes
That's an
that need to be
awkward
made,
way to do
and
that.
here are a few of them in no particular order. We need greater security options for key channel attributes. I mean, how can you change the name of a channel without having to re-enter your password and your two-factor? What about resetting a stream key? Same deal in my opinion. And this is just one of the ways that the impact of a session hijacking can be limited. Rate limiting is also widely used in API access to services like YouTube. For example, Google will only process a certain number
So
of...
there's 50 missions in this game, and the hardest difficulty gives you 800 points. high. This indicates that the highest score is 40,000 on the dot.
Sure about that? Are you actually you? Would probably be in order. The funny thing is that none of that stuff would even be necessary with proper security policies on session tokens. The bare minimum would be time-based expiry. You know how when you boot up an old smartphone, all your accounts are usually logged out? Session expiry. But many sites also factor in other attributes, like location. So if you were to suddenly try to access a site or service from Antarctica,
Hong Kong,
you should be prompted to log in again. These measures are very common on high-risk websites, like online banking. I'm not saying banks are model citizens when it comes to login security, but they do usually invalidate sessions in a matter of minutes. But can you remember the last time Instagram or Snapchat asked you to log in again? Social media platforms, YouTube, excuse me, tend to be a lot less aggressive since they want to make using their platforms as frictionless as possible. Now, in fairness, Google does usually require re-authentication when you're changing a password or other security options.
Let's
or,
try this one
I don't
again.
know, when a session token gets reused by a new IP address on the other side of the freaking planet. But we've heard from multiple people that this isn't always the case. So the big question is that with Google owning the whole chain here, like start to finish, really, including the bloody web browser, how is this crap not only still possible, but so prevalent?
All right, I know there's some
It's
extra
time for them to
resources
not just
down this
ask
way.
these questions internally, but come up with real answers for them. Ooh. I think the only group whose response here was perfect was our community. And no, this is not like standing on stage, yeah, I love you guys. And whatever.
It is.
You guys were amazing. Prominent members of our forum, whom I've interacted with over the years, reached out to my team directly. Upstanding citizens were paying real money out of their own pockets to send super chats warning stream viewers that the channel was hijacked. And over 5,000 of you in the last 12 hours alone subscribed to floatplane.com to show your support and to ensure that you wouldn't miss any of our uploads. I have had a pretty rough day, a pretty long day. But you know what? It's also been amazing to see how fast we can bounce back thanks to your unwavering support, the incredible team we have here. Like everyone. We got Artie over there. Is Colton still there? No? All right, well, whatever. Andrew's there. James is working on guidance for this. Luke was up half the night with me and Yvonne trying to help us figure things out, driving to the office. Really appreciate you all. Our partners at YouTube. And of course,
you.
D-Brand.
Oh.
Something, D-Brand with me a lot, yes. It's true. But the thing about D-Brand is, as much as they love to poke fun, having partners like them makes losing a full day of YouTube revenue a lot less of a concern. Not a lot of companies are going to step up and sponsor a video talking about how our account got hacked. That's the kind of subject nobody wants to get close to at all. But D-Brand jumped at the chance to help us out. And not just help us out by sponsoring the video today, making it so we don't got to worry about how to pay all these guys their overtime, but help us out by setting you guys up with an unprecedented deal. For the first time ever, D-Brand is offering a site-wide deal for LTT viewers.
What?
Just go to, really guys, shortlinus.com and you will save 15% on any order using code 5foot1. That's one word, all one word, FIVEFOOTOWNE. We really couldn't do it without all of you. Thanks to you, my team, and yes, even D-Brand. We'll have the links down below.
What?
I'm crying because how beautiful everything is.
There it is.
Okay. Should we do another topic?
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about AI for a bit? Let's talk about AI and machine learning for a little bit.
Okay, this was a massive, somewhat historical week in
had a
the
16 spot.
area of generative AI and.
Okay. Got this. Oh my God! We're knocking it out.
Great.
What else did I have? Hold on. There was a hack where legit Microsoft Docs had viruses in them. They were running through a macro system. Nice. Oh, I had a we had physics questions. Somebody linked me 2 videos about this.
Aren't there other units?
These might be boring. Sorry, heads up.
If you follow news about particle physics, then you know that it comes in 3 types. It's either that they haven't found that thing they were looking for, or they've come up with something new to look for, which they'll later report not having found, or it's something so boring you don't even finish reading the headline. How come that particle physicists
How about
constantly
something
make wrong
special for the
predictions?
extreme
And what
Minecraft
will happen
speedrun?
next?
Yeah.
Do it now,
That's what
pussy.
we'll talk about
Stop
today.
dodging moot.
The list of things that particle physicists said should exist, but that no one's ever seen, is very long. No supersymmetric particles, no proton decay, no dark matter particles, no WIMPs, no axions, no sterile neutrinos. There's about as much evidence for any of those as for Bigfoot, though Bigfoot would probably have got me more views. Some particle physicists even predicted unparticles, and those weren't found either. It's been going like this for 50 years, ever since the 1970s.
Wow,
In
she's
the
a hater.
1970s, particle physicists completed what's now called the Standard Model. The Standard Model of particle physics collects all the fundamental particles that matter is made of and their interactions. When the model was completed, not all these particles had yet been measured, but one after another, they were experimentally confirmed. The W and Z bosons were discovered in 1983 at CERN. The top quark was discovered in 1995 at Fermilab, and the last one was the Higgs boson, which was found at CERN in 2012. It was the final nail in the coffin of the Standard Model. There are no more particles left to look for. But particle physicists believe there'd be more to find. Indeed, I guess most of them still believe this today. Or at least they tell you they believe it. Already in the 1970s, they said that the Standard Model wasn't good enough because it collects 3 different fundamental forces. That's the electromagnetic, the strong, and the weak nuclear force. Particle physicists wanted those to be unified to one force. Why? Because that'd be nicer. Theories which combine these 3 forces are called grand unified theories. You get them by postulating a bigger symmetry than that of the Standard Model. Grand unified theories, GUTS for short, reproduced the Standard Model in the range that it had been tested already, but led to deviations in untested ranges. I'd say at the time, grand unification was a reasonable thing to try.
Collab with
symmetry
Mira?
principles had worked well in physics
At
in
least
the
tell
past.
us why we were watching
The
this. though.
Standard Model itself.
Name one thing she said in this video. What do you think that we don't understand? We're physics geniuses here. She said 56 years ago, we finished the Standard Model, and right now, we're having trouble because it feels like physicists are too lazy to come to terms with the fact they're not doing the work that they need to figure out new shit. They're either positing that some particles exist that don't, they haven't found them, they've confirmed the existence of other parts of the Standard Model, and they're making up a whole bunch of fucking gobbledygook, no slur intended, that doesn't seem to be getting them any further in their knowledge. And now they're looking for some grand unifying theory just because it'd be simpler or neater, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's real. And yeah, these videos were sent to me because I think I posited to a fan a few days ago that it feels like physics is a little done. It feels like physics is kind of done. That's the feeling that I have as a totally uneducated person. And it's kind of spooky to think that we might have figured out like most of what there is to know physically about the universe. And now we're spending our time searching for exotic things like dark matter that is like, you know, posited to exist, but we have no reason to, and there's no proof of it. And we're just trying to do it to like fill holes in our standard model that doesn't seem to be explaining all the phenomena that we have around the universe. But anyway, yeah.
Was born out of.
You have no idea how controversial this is in physics. Most people I know who work in physics disagree with her. Well, there we go. One chatter says, fuck this lady.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Destiny, we still haven't found neutrinos and gravitrons. We have proved that gravity, like, propels in waves at the speed of causality. It impacts things, though, right? I don't know if we found, like, a gravitron or a gravity particle or something, right?
Okay.
But I thought we do things with neutrinos. Am I making that up? Is a neutrino still a theoretical particle? Einstein said he hated this lady. Neutrinos are among the most abundant subatomic particles in the universe, second only to photons, but they have no electric charge. Their mass is almost zero, and they belong hundreds of millions of neutrinos streaming through your body right now. Scientists finally detect neutrinos and particle colliders.
Yes, tell me, but be quick.
Wait, who said that? Why did that guy say that? A lot of physicists hate this lady. Oh, well, we'll see what she says. She's got a lot of subs on YouTube, so...
Symmetry principles. And even though Einstein himself, yes, that guy again, didn't use symmetry arguments, we today understand his theories as realizations of certain symmetries.
Are you sure?
But this time, more symmetries didn't work. Grand unified theories made
Your
a
boy
prediction,
Weinstein
which
went
is
on a
that
huge rant
one
on
of
this
the
on Rogan. He wants to focus on a post-Einstein model.
Okay.
You are gonna pay me
constituents of atomic nuclei, the proton is unstable. Starting in the 1980s, experiments looked for proton decay. They didn't see it. This ruled out several models for grand unification, but you can make those models more complicated so that they remain compatible with observations. That's what particle physicists did, and that's where the problems began. Next, there was the axion. The standard model contains about 24 numbers that must be determined by experiment. One of them is known as the theta parameter. Experimentally, it's been found to be 0 or so small it's indistinguishable from 0. If it was non-zero, then the strong nuclear force would violate a symmetry known as CP symmetry. That the theta parameter is 0 or very small is known as the strong CP problem. It isn't really a problem because the standard model works just fine with simply setting the theta parameter to 0. But particle physicists don't like small numbers. It's a feeling that I'm sure most of us have experienced when looking at our bank statements, but particle physicists are somewhat more accepting. They accept small numbers if there's a mechanism keeping it small. The standard model has no such mechanism. This is why, to make the small theta parameter acceptable, particle physicists added a mechanism to the standard model that it forced the parameter to be small. But a consequence of this modification was the existence of a new particle, which Frank Wilczek called the axion in 1978. The name is a pun on the symmetry axis of the mechanism and the name of an American laundry detergent, because the axion particle was a particularly clean solution. Unfortunately, the axion turned out to not exist. If the axion existed, neutron stars would cool very quickly, which we don't observe. With this argument, the axion was experimentally ruled out almost as quickly as it was introduced in 1980. But physicists didn't give up on the axion. Like with grand unification, they changed the theory so that it'd evade the experimental constraints. The new type of axion was introduced in 1981 and was originally called the harmless axion. It was then for some while called the invisible axion, but today it's often just called the axion. Lots of experiments have looked and continue to look for these invisible axions. None was ever detected, but physicists still look for their invisible friends. Wilczek, by the way, invented another particle in 1982, which he called the femmelon. No one's found that either. Yet another flawed idea that particle physicists came up with in the 1970s is supersymmetry. Supersymmetry postulates that all particles in the standard model have a partner particle. This idea was dead on arrival because those partner particles have the same masses as the standard model particles that they belong to. If they existed, they'd have shown up in the first particle colliders.
Wait, was there any point in building this foundry right now?
Supersymmetry was therefore amended immediately so that the supersymmetric partner particles would have much higher masses. It takes high energies to produce heavy particles, so it'd take big particle colliders to see those heavy supersymmetric particles. The first supersymmetric models made predictions that were tested in the 1990s at the Large Electron-Positron Collider at CERN. Those predictions were falsified. Supersymmetry was then amended again to prevent the falsified processes from happening. The next bigger collider, the Tevatron, was supposed to find them. That didn't happen. Then they were supposed to show up at the Large Hadron Collider, and that didn't happen either. Particle physicists continue to change and amend those supersymmetric models so that they don't run into conflict with new data. The reason particle physicists liked supersymmetry, besides that it neatly abbreviates to SUSY, was that they claimed it'd solve what's known as the hierarchy problem. That's the question of why the mass of the Higgs boson is so much smaller than the Planck mass. You may say, well, why not? And indeed, there's no reason why not. The mass of the Higgs boson is a constant of nature. It's one of those free parameters in the Standard Model. This means you can't predict it. You just go and measure it. Supersymmetry doesn't change anything about this. The Higgs boson mass is still a free parameter in supersymmetric extensions of the Standard Model, and you still can't predict it. Supersymmetry, therefore, does not explain the mass of the Higgs boson. You measure it, and that's that. Then there are all kinds of dark matter particles. A type that's particularly popular is called weakly interacting massive particles, WIMPs for short. Experiments have looked for WIMPs since the 1980s. They haven't found them. Each time an experiment came back empty-handed, particle physicists claimed the particles were a little bit more weakly interacting and said they needed a better detector. There are more experiments that have looked for all kinds of other particles, which...
Yo, Des, it's one last thing. You never answered how it feels to have a big, juicy, fat,
nice,
thick, girthy, heavy, uncut. I need the answer, bro. I'm down bad.
It sounds like she's basically just like molding that, like somebody hasn't like done like a whole like fucking paradigm shift in like physics. But I mean, like, is that, I mean, like, all we can do is amend our models until the paradigm shift happens, right? Like, what, I mean, like, what do we, I don't understand. Does she think there's like some foul play going on, or does she think that like people are just stupid, or does she just want another Einstein, or I don't understand exactly what she's like advocating for, or like what are...
Continue to not find them. There are headlines about this.
Hello?
Hey, Des, you still haven't answered that how it feels to have a big, juicy, dick, thick, big one. I'm down bad.
Literally every couple of weeks. The Panda X4T experiment looked for light fermionic dark matter. They didn't find it. The Stereo experiment looked for sterile neutrinos. They didn't find them.
Big village of
CDX didn't find light WIMPs. Hess didn't find any evidence for WIMP annihilation. The microscope experiment didn't find a fifth force. An experiment called Sensei didn't find sub-GeV dark matter, and so on. The pattern is this. Particle physicists invent particles, make predictions for those invented particles, and when these predictions are falsified, they change the model and make new predictions. They say it's good science because these hypotheses are falsifiable. I'm afraid most of them believe this. But just because a hypothesis is falsifiable doesn't mean it's good science. And no, Popper didn't say that a hypothesis which is falsifiable is also scientific. He said that a hypothesis which is scientific is also falsifiable. In case you're a particle physicist, here's a diagram that should help. Example, tomorrow you'll receive $1,000 from my friend the Prince of Nigeria. Falsifiable, but not scientific. The best way to see that what particle physicists are doing isn't good science is by noting that it's not working. Good scientists should learn from their failures, but particle physicists have been making the same mistake for 50 years. But why is it not working?
Yes.
I'll try to illustrate this with a simple sketch. If you understand the following 2 minutes, you can outsmart most particle physicists, and you don't want to miss that opportunity, do you? Suppose you have a bunch of data and you fit a model to it. The model is this curve. You can think of the model as an algorithm with input parameters if you like, or just a set of equations that you work out by hand. Either way, it's a bunch of mathematical assumptions. If you make a model more complicated by adding more assumptions, you can fit the data better, but the more complicated the model becomes, the less useful it'll be. Eventually, the model is more complicated than the data. At this point, you can fit anything, and the model is entirely useless. This is called overfitting. The best model is one that reaches a balance between simplicity of the model and accuracy of the fit. Let's suppose it's this one. If you get new data and the data do not agree with what was previously your best model, then you improve the model. This is normal scientific practice, and this is probably what particle physicists think they are doing, but it's not what they are doing. The currently best model is the standard model, and all the data agree with it, so there's no reason to amend it. Here's what they are doing instead. Let's imagine that this curve is the standard model, and this is all the existing data. And imagine we have a particle physicist, let's call him Bob. Bob says, that's nice, but we haven't checked the model over here. And he says, I could make this model more complicated so that the curve goes instead this way, or that way, or any other way. I'll pick this one, call this my prediction, and hey, I'll publish it in PRL. Why do I predict it? Because I can. Because you see, my model agrees with all the data, so this prediction could be correct.
This game
right?
gives me hella
Right?
carpal tunnel.
And it's falsifiable.
I'm gonna have to stop.
Therefore, I'm a good scientist. And all of Bob's friends with all their different predictions say the same. They are all good scientists, every single one of them. And as a result of all that good science, we get any possible prediction. Then they do an experiment and the data come in, and would you know it, they agree with the standard model. And Bob and all his friends say, oh well, no worries, we'll update our prediction. Now the deviations are in this range where we still haven't measured it. We need bigger experiments. And also, I'll write a new paper about it. What's the problem with that procedure? The problem is that those models with all their different predictions are unnecessarily complicated. They should never have been put forward. They are not scientific hypotheses.
I don't understand. Like, it sounds like she's just saying, like, somebody just needs to, like, invent the next, like, space-time. Like, we just need another, like, theory of relativity. We just need, like, somebody to just figure out, like, what is the next huge paradigm shift. I mean, I imagine, is she saying that people, maybe, is the ultimate argument that people aren't spending any time thinking about this? Because if a physicist were to figure it out, you'd be the next Einstein, right? But I mean, like, is it really for lack of trying, or is it just that we've reached, like, a pretty mature understanding of physics right now, and to figure out just, like, well, what is the next thing is probably quite difficult. Assuming there even is a next thing, right?
Stories like my friend, the Prince of Nigeria.
Like, the standard model is, like, letting us make huge predictions about the entire universe and send, like, probes, like, out of our fucking solar system, and it seems to be, like, experimentally validated, like, 50 million different ways. Like, who's to say that the standard model is not correct? Well, no, I guess that's not necessarily true, because there are some things that need, like, refining, so maybe the standard model isn't, like, because it's not unifying? It has to be unifying? I don't know. I would have to be more into physics to know the answer if you need to unify all the forces and shit into one thing to make it. I don't know.
Who'll send you money tomorrow? Though if you send me $100 today, I'll have another word with him. There are only two justifications for making a model more complicated. The first is if you already have data that requires it. We can call this an inconsistency with data. The second is if the model isn't working properly. It makes several predictions that contradict each other.
Yeah, because here's the real question, I guess. This is the question. Is there something that our current understanding of physics, like, doesn't let us solve? That's the real question. Like, we had a problem where it's like, fuck, we just don't know the physics, so we can't do this thing. Is that, like, is that a thing right now?
To that extent,
no
but that just doesn't work for me.
We can call this an internal inconsistency.
Bye, Destiny. Come on, go in. I'm clicking you.
Buddy, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Who are you? What are you doing?
There we go. Weird.
We're suing California because we're culture warriors, I guess. Welcome to the show, everybody. What's going on, guys?
Why are they suing
Who are
California?
What are you doing?
Hey, good morning. James Lawrence with Envisage Law. I'm a partner there. I'm an attorney.
Yeah, I'm Bill Ottman, founder of Minds.com, and yeah, we're suing California over a censorship law.
So Bill Ottman, you guys probably know, many of you may know, because he's the founder of Minds.com, which is a very large social media platform that we use and a lot of people have used, and it's got a cryptocurrency involved, but also you've been on the show a bunch talking about censorship and other stuff like that. And then this lawyer fella over here, very successful in fighting against unjust censorship. You want to give a quick context as to your past victories?
Yeah, thanks. So I had the opportunity to represent Alex Berenson and his Twitter. It's the first case that I'm aware of where a deplatform user of any social media platform successfully sued a platform and got reinstated. And that happened in July of last year. So I do a number of other things. Currently, I also represent Jamie Rogozinski in his lawsuit against, who's the founder of Wall Street Bets, in his lawsuit against Reddit for his deplatforming from that website as well.
Yeah, how come these tech companies are such, I'll try to avoid swearing, but why are they such bad people, you know?
I mean, the ideology has seeped into the terms.
I'll try to avoid swearing, but I don't know, I kind of feel like a lot of it may be ideological, like maybe with Twitter and Twitter's past leadership, but a lot of it seems to be just parasitic leeching. You know, like these companies just want to make money, don't care, plow through whatever gets in their way. You know what I mean?
It seems like they're alienating a huge percentage of the population, and it would arguably be bad for business in certain sense. I mean, you are constantly talking about get woke, go broke. I mean,
yeah. But I wonder if they're looking at it like, we'll lose X dollars if we do this, we'll lose X plus Y dollars if we don't, so we may as well just accept the loss and then just plow through or something. But anyway, let's talk about what's going on. So I guess the big news, especially for this show we're doing, is that California has a law, which is, I'm going to avoid swearing for now, because like YouTube's got rules where it's like don't swear in the first minute or something, so we'll keep the swearing to a minimum for the time being. But it's BS. It basically is literally putting pressure on these companies to effectively censor, create unjust policies. I think it outright violates the First Amendment. So that's the news. We're suing California, okay, to fight censorship. Let's start with this, and then we'll get into the bigger picture with all the tech stuff. So what's this law, and why are we suing?
Yeah, so I'll just give the audience an overview. So this statute, AB 587, was passed by the California legislature, and it really does two things. One, it imposes a requirement on covered platforms, which would include, at the very least, Twitter, Facebook,
yes,
Instagram,
right.
Reddit, among others. But it imposes a requirement on those platforms to have terms of service that require content moderation at some level. Okay, that's point one. Point two is the law requires these platforms to submit periodic reports to the California Attorney General's office regarding actions that the platforms have taken to police several categories of content, including, among others, hate speech and racism, misinformation and disinformation, and extremism and radicalization. Those are terms in the statute that are undefined and aren't anchored to any kind of basis for the regulated parties to understand what their obligations are under the statute, which is highly problematic. But to your point, Tim, the statute also has the effect of incentivizing these platforms to engage in censorship across these various categories because, as Governor Newsom announced in his signing statement with respect to the law, the aim of it is to prevent or to have the state of California say hate doesn't have a home here. And that has troubling speech implications. It's
an overt and very obvious First Amendment violation.
Yes, and again, the end game, if you want to kind of look more broadly, is there are going to be certain platforms that are going to submit reporting to the Attorney General of California. They're going to be good corporate citizens. They're going to be taking action across these various categories, perhaps in sufficient number and quantity and timing. And then there are going to be other platforms, perhaps, that are lagging. And the end game there is to what we've already seen, right, with respect to the reforms that Elon Musk has tried to make on Twitter, an attempt to paint those that aren't taking an aggressive approach to these issues as pariahs and as problems and as hotbeds of fill in the blank, hatred, misinformation, and so on.
When did this law pass?
It was passed last year, and its provisions went into effect on January 1st of this year, and the reporting requirement will kick in January 1st of 2024. But of course, the regulated entities are going to have to start taking steps now.
Spending money.
To comply.
And again, we're not against moderation. Like, we're open to, we try to have a First Amendment aligned content policy, and the reality is that disinformation, misinformation, hate, extremism. I mean, extremism about what? You could be an extreme skater. You could be like, you can't put the word extremism with no definition in a law. And so
one way to go about it is just to only ever report Antifa and be like, here's what we've done. Here's the far left. Here's what they're doing. And they're going to be like, oh, well, what about these other groups? What other groups? And be like, oh, we don't consider that to be extremism. Because they're going to try. They try and claim that like libertarians are far right or whatever.
Right.
No, that's not extremism. I mean, if you can define it yourself. But I think the obvious thing is that when the government intervenes and tells a private business to regulate speech or create pressures that will result in any kind of speech regulation, that is just like.
Let me tell y'all, don't actually eat raw
I kind of feel like
coffee beans unless you really like the taste of coffee.
They may get a
for
favorable
some
judge.
reason.
But I mean, when can the government be like,
classic.
we hereby impose speech regulations on corporations? That's just a violation of the First Amendment, plainly and obviously.
Well, to your point, I mean, a court in New York, a federal district court in New York, enjoined New York's law, which is similar in some ways, which required reporting regarding platforms and defined platforms very, very broadly in that case, who for needing to take action against hateful conduct, which they defined as, among other things, inciting violence against protected categories of people. And of course, we've seen how that rhetoric has been used in the context of stochastic terrorism, which is a concept that, carried to its logical conclusion, would mean the end of free speech in America and also the end of freedom of the press.
And at least they defined hate in the New York law. They're not even defining any of these words at all in the California, which is honestly lazy of them to have not done that.
But yeah, you're right. There aren't any definitions of these arguably very ambiguous terms, but nothing is ambiguous about the potential consequences of violating the statute, which are fines that could amount up to $15,000 a day if the platforms that are at issue do not comply and do not bend the knee to the censorship regime.
The reporting is extreme too. Like they want clear analytics of all the reports of hate, misinformation, like these are extensive data sets that are required, multiple times a year.
That's right. So
it's a major cost on the business too.
Yeah, absolutely. Just take the speech issue out of it. It's a burdensome regulation on private businesses who are now going to have to hire employees and get staff together, to Bill's point, to create reporting on ambiguous terms, even if they could do the work.
And it would be one thing if this law was just saying, listen, you have to have terms of service and you have to, report it once in a while. But they chose to pick these 6 words, or how that happen. Like they're arbitrary. I mean, they're very specifically chosen words, but they don't. Why don't they choose other words? Why don't they choose drugs, illegal? Like there's so many other categories of content that they could.
Because it's political.
It's political. Yeah.
You know what has me worried is that conversations like this are particularly esoteric, hard for the average person to follow. It's easy when you see a video on TikTok of some woman in a gym complaining about men and be like, hey, here's a cultural issue. This weird, here's an artifact of the culture war. You got these stories where these women are in gyms and they're like, excuse me, are you looking at me? And the guys are like, what? And the woman drops the barbell or whatever on her foot and she's screaming and then everyone laughs. Stories like that. Or there's one that went viral where this woman got kicked out. Those are so easy for the average person to understand. Like, hey, there's something clearly wrong with the way our culture is developing. But stuff like this is extremely hard to understand. Most people don't even know what happened. And this will probably have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, impact on whether or not you can even talk about the other issues. So the difficulty here is, how do we get a message like this? Like, hey guys, California is trying to do one of the most egregious violations of the First Amendment we've seen in decades or more. And we need people to understand and care about this element of the culture war fight.
I mean, seeing the Newsom and others in California, their rhetoric about hate is alarming. Like that is a cultural media artifact that is kind of, can you explain that? What specifically what they both said and explain Banta.
So Attorney General Banta is the chief law enforcement officer of the state of California, and it is to his office
that's the item I want.
Reports have to be made. To your question about hate, yeah, I mean the governor, I think, was very candid in the way he described the effect of this law and the goal of this law. It is not merely to provide consumers with more transparency about how decision making is done within these platforms. It is about curbing the spread of hate in California, and the state of California taking a stand against hate, which again is an undefined term. I mean, even legislators who supported this measure were out in front of the press with terms like "stop hate" blazoned on front of the podiums that they were standing behind. So
it's weaponized. Right. They're weaponizing the word hate.
Right, and to return to Bill's point, we mentioned the categories, and
they keep doing that. They're going to destroy the meaning of the
child
word.
Pornography, for example, is not listed in this.
Much like they've done to racism.
You don't need a policy against that.
You don't need a policy against that.
But you better say naughty words.
But again, misinformation and disinformation, and we've seen, right? We have seen the way that those two terms, in particular, have been weaponized against political and ideological enemies in this country, and that is why this effort, among others, is so important.
That
to draw
caffeine
a line
is hitting.
And say no further. We're not going down this road.
So we're going to put our money where our mouth is, and we're challenging this. So
just have to,
I'm glad to be
power
part
through
of it,
the
obviously, because we've got to do more than just complain about it on the internet. We're complaining about it now, but we're also letting you guys know, like, we're taking action. So then the big question people are probably asking is, what do we want? What do we win if we win?
Yeah,
that's what I want
from
this one.
Is an injunction from the court
to go on.
that will enjoin the Attorney General's office and the other responsible state actors in California from enforcing
spells, I don't see
and
why you would
that will be
a weapon
the relief that you will seek.
The DPS
so
on
there's an interesting
spam
view, right? So we got Bill here, who runs a
ridiculous.
big social media platform, and then you've got me, who produces content like this.
Oh, I
for social
got
media
two on
platforms.
this one too.
And there's a few big issues. One, I mean, you guys, will be directly impacted because the law targets you. For me as the producer, I'll be directly impacted because it indirectly targets me, because now what's going to happen is these companies are going to be like, well, it's ill-defined, but look, if Newsom is threatening some kind of fine, unless we take action against their political rivals, it's I'll put it this way. I remember talking to the guys over at Patreon. They had suspended some dude, terminated his account, destroyed his income, and the CEO was like, Tim, if I don't ban this one guy, hundreds of thousands of people lose their jobs. Or it was like tens of thousands of people lose their jobs. If we don't comply with this regulation and this guy is allowed on the platform, everyone loses their account. So the idea is, I hate to do it, but I gotta ban this one guy to save the 99 guys.
You specifically spoke with Conte?
This was years ago. Yeah, years ago. This was because he had banned, who was banned first? Was it Ron Southern? think Lauren's son was banned first. And then we were like, yo, like,
I'm not gonna
abruptly
be
destroy someone's income.
excessive with
And
this one.
so this was around the time Lauren Southern had gotten on a boat, and she was like waving a flare in the air at one of these migrant human smuggling ships. The leftists call them refugee ships, but like when a boat goes to another country and picks people up and brings them back, they're just trafficking. So, but then they were like, because of that, they were terminating their account or something. So they didn't give any notice. So all of a sudden, their income
if I have
and they were
any
like, well, you know, too bad.
current
It caused a huge
viewers or
backlash. Patreon then was then like, okay, we'll never do this again. We'll always make sure to give notice. Then someone dug up like a year-old podcast on a tiny channel from Carl Benjamin. Also, he runs the Lotus Eaters podcast, and he was using a racial slur against racists. Basically, the idea was, I'm going to call you what you call them, see how you like it. And they went, up, doesn't matter. He used a slur. Not on Patreon's platform.
Yeah, both were off platform.
Both were off platform. And Carl's video was from a year ago. It got a few thousand views. It was on YouTube, not on Patreon. They banned him anyway. And so this caused a major backlash, and a bunch of large creators left. Jordan Peterson, I think, had left. I don't know if he was on Sam Harris.
I mean, Sam Harris defended Carl. That, like, and talk about La La Land when we talk about Sam Harris now.
Right. He defended Carl. He leaves the platform. I ended up talking with the CEO, and he was basically saying, because there was another issue where this guy, Robert Spencer, had his account deleted, and they said, it was reportedly, I think Patreon said this, MasterCard went to them and said, we will not handle transactions from you unless you get rid of this guy. And so the mentality from Conti, from the CEO was, you know, if I've got 30,000 people who make a living on this platform, and they all rely on it, and we have to get rid of one guy, and if we don't, 30,000 people lose their income, I have no choice. My response was, stop being a fucking pathetic coward and call their bluff. Tell them, MasterCard, I would like to see how you handle 30,000 unemployed, famous people, celebrities, influencers, all of the people with millions of followers each waking up one day to find they have no revenue anymore, and it's your fault. Make my fucking day. And the coward at Patreon said, I don't want to do this, so he did nothing. So my attitude with all this is, you gotta stand up. You gotta call them out. If Twitter, if Facebook, if these platforms are presented with this law, they're gonna say, look, we really don't want to ban Tim Pool, but if we gotta ban one guy to save 100,000, well then we're gonna have to do it. So
it's level
fuck
6
that.
too.
Fire away. Let's get this lawsuit done and stop them.
And how did the Patreon lawsuit end up? Because they did get, there was a complaint against them, right?
Well, there was the Owen Benjamin thing. I don't remember exactly what happened. That was crazy because the mass arbitration was potentially going to bankrupt the company. I don't know where they went with that. I just know that that's the mentality of these companies. I mean, the reality was Jack Conti had all the leverage in the world. He could have gotten on the phone with MasterCard and been like, you done fucked up, boy, because I'm going to make a phone call to one of our top podcasts that bring in 100K per month, that have 10 million subscribers, and I'm going to say, hey, you are about to get banned because MasterCard is threatening to pull the plug on the platform. Why don't you make a video explaining it? Here's the paperwork they sent us. That one guy makes one video, it ripples across the entire internet, and in 2 seconds, MasterCard's lost 10% market share. Make my day. But these people are all cowards. None of them do it. At least we got Bill Ottman, CEO of Minds, being like, I will sue. You know, and me as just one creator being like, I will also sue. So we may be the little guy in this David versus Goliath, but let's fucking
I mean, changing policy is our only tool.
Yeah,
well, it's not our only tool, but it's a primary.
Musk in this. I mean, it's been what? When was this bill passed? Almost a year ago.
Yeah, and
sue them
I
into
think it was passed before he took ownership of Twitter. To your question, I don't know.
They're already halfway there. Might as well just push them
or
over
if he's
the
even
edge.
aware of it.
Maybe he doesn't.
But yeah, hopefully this will make him aware.
Well, I guess we will see. But to your point, Tim, I mean, yeah,
I am a
it takes tenacity,
communist.
it takes fortitude,
I
it takes
still
courage
habitually
to stand
call
up and
them
really do the right thing,
California.
and that's what this is. It's doing the right thing. It's speaking truth to power in California and standing up for free speech and the First Amendment.
You know, we're a media company here at Timcast. We have a bunch of paying members who help support the work to produce media. But I'm almost feeling like we're on the verge of needing to be an activist organization, because it's one thing if we can spread the word to a large audience and let them know about the problem. But knowing is just the first step. If we have tens of thousands of active participants in the stuff that we're doing, and we create an activist component, something like this, that's 100 times more effective. You know, what do we 50, 60 million views per month across our network, mostly on just the content I produce for Timcast, and then to a small degree the other stuff. That goes a long way in running a business. But what if we were to take those viewers and then also create some kind of active element to it, like stand up for what you believe in?
Honestly, with the
that would have
stream
a powerful
as it
impact.
is
You look at these
now, it's
leftist organizations that are way
probably
smaller.
better
1,000 people making phone calls, and all of a sudden they're changing policy and they're banning people from events. What if we got to leverage that? We've got to find all the people who care about the culture war, who care about the stuff that's going on, and want the world to be better, to be an active participant in making that phone call, sending that tweet, and sending that email. Because what they'll do is, the activists, they have organizations that go around collecting postcards, and then one day a member of Congress gets 8,000 postcards on their desk, and they're like, yikes, this is a big effort, we better do something about it. The activists will spam phone calls to companies and get people banned. They'll mass spam emails. It's time to play ball. It's time to get in this game, right? If there's a company that's producing a show and they're like, we're gonna have Steven Crowder do a backflip live, then the company gets 100,000 emails, but from only 10,000 people. They freak out and think it's a bunch of different people. So what we need is people who are actively paying attention to this stuff, who are watching stuff like this, to be the person who's gonna send that email and be like, dude, I'm not okay with this. Maybe if every single person who watches like this would send an email to Disney or to Netflix or to Twitter right now, especially with Elon, you might actually see some larger direct action. So this law is going to impact Twitter. Twitter's got a lot of leverage here. You know, Elon Musk runs Twitter, right? Newsom just convinced Elon to move Tesla back to California. Did you guys see that story from a month or so ago? Fucking crazy. So now Elon says, I'm also the CEO of Twitter, and if you make me do this, we're not gonna bring manufacturing back.
Yeah, and Twitter is also negotiating with EU and Germany, and they're abiding by those content policies as well, which is kind of problematic in itself. One thing we were talking about earlier, James, was the indemnification stuff with Elon in the merger. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So I know, look, let's kind of level set the conversation, give people some context. So I'll just give an example. So I represented a doctor from Rhode Island, Dr. Andrew Boston, who was kicked off of Twitter for allegedly violating the 5 strikes rule for COVID misinformation. And what has come out of the Twitter files, some reporting that was done by, I believe, by David Zweig, is that internally, Twitter had reviewed Dr. Boston's account after I wrote a demand letter to the company, trying to explain how what he said wasn't violative of any of their policies. By the way, he was reposting and commenting on peer-reviewed scientific literature. I mean, it's the most kind of, I mean, and it's no insult to him. I mean, this is dense scientific material that he was trying to discuss, like scientists and researchers do, and yet Twitter banned him under the 5 strike rule. What David Zweig reported out on was that Twitter had internally, subjectively concluded that only one of the 5 strikes were actually valid, and yet they banned him anyway, which led me to tweet out to my followers, you couldn't run a lemonade stand like this. You could not engage in this kind of bait and switch and abuse consumers the way Twitter abused Dr. Boston and get away with it. To your question about what does that mean for accountability for the people who engaged in this kind of conduct. Now, if you go and you read the papers, the deal documents between Elon's new entity and old Twitter, there are, it's dense. There's dozens and dozens and dozens upon dozens of pages. But one question that comes up is it possible to hold the people that were engaged in this bad faith conduct individually accountable for cutting off, in the case of my client, Dr. Boston, his access to more than 45,000 followers for his content, or anybody else, right, who's using these platforms to support their livelihoods? Is there any accountability? And the answer to that is, in the contracts, the indemnification obligations that Elon Musk's entity has to the old regime are extraordinarily broad. And so if you wanted to sue one of these individuals, what would happen practically is you could sue them, and they're going to send the bill for their attorneys to Elon Musk, who will have to promptly pay them, and ultimately, Mr. Musk would have to pay out damages in the event there was even a judgment.
I wonder if this is why Elon tried to back out of the Twitter purchase. Because at first it was like, I can buy this, I can fix it. And then after reviewing with his lawyers, they're like, you're also going to be liable for all of these lawsuits. Everything you know about what Twitter was doing wrong is correct. And then when you buy it, now it's on you.
And now he's almost blown the whistle on himself and put all this further evidence out there, despite the fact that he would have obligations if more people sue Twitter in the same way that Berenson's did.
Right, and to your point, I mean, that's a truly, I mean, it is, and I know there are people that will criticize Elon Musk, but it is a really extraordinary thing that he would allow that kind of level of transparency into the inner workings of the censorship apparatus.
Despite the risk to himself.
So this opens up risk to him and his entity, Twitter. Let's talk about the inverse. So are we fucking up by announcing that we're doing this lawsuit, giving them advance notice? You know what I mean? Like declaring to your enemy, heads up, we will be, coming at you in 1 week's time. Shore up your defenses.
I don't think it's enough time.
I don't think
we already have it written.
I don't think they're going to be able to get any corrective measures through the legislature out there.
Yeah, I guess that's the issue with government is like you can stream it. They're too slow to do anything anyway. Like it would take too long for a committee hearing to happen on addressing or assessing anything. I wonder though, how are they able to respond quickly to lawsuits in that case? I mean, certainly some state lawyer or whatever has to just immediately start drafting up a defense or something.
Right. Oh yeah. I mean, the Attorney General's office in California will defend the suit as they defended, for example, the medical misinformation statute that was passed and that was enjoined recently.
Oh, that was enjoined.
Yeah, it was enjoined. Yes.
That was the one where they said doctors can only say what we tell them to say, right?
That's the thumbnail sketch of it. That unless they advance a particular narrative, then their medical license could be at risk.
And now that's enjoined. That is blocked.
That is blocked. That is enjoined right now.
Were you involved in that or no?
I'm not involved in that.
That's great though. Fantastic work to whoever.
Some great work, I believe, by Janine Yoon.
You know what else we need is that ATF ruling on the. Totally as an aside and just as a short derailment, the ATF executive was the arbitrary change of policy from the ATF making it illegal to have a pistol brace. Like we are increasingly seeing government just abandon legislation and go straight for we've deemed it to be illegal. Have a nice day.
That is something that I'm very passionate about because, Tim, to your point, some of the folks that are the most ardent advocates of that approach to governing will talk approvingly about those kinds of measures, and then they'll talk about our democracy. Well, interestingly enough, and not coincidentally, many of these major decisions are not being made by the democratic branches of government. They're being forced through administrative rulemakings. It's an absolute contradiction to present yourself as some kind of advocate for democracy and self-government when at the same time unelected bureaucrats within the federal government and at the state level too, and we saw that throughout COVID, announce these unilateral edicts that bind men and women, businesses, and infringe on our core rights.
People need to just start telling these people, fuck off.
Yeah.
But the scary thing is that there's just too many people who have we see it with the COVID lockdowns. It's easier for them to get on their knees and lick the feet of these bureaucrats than it is to just tell them to screw up.
Well, it's interesting watching Elon kind of navigate the whole hate speech thing because, you know, obviously no one likes it when people are hateful. You know, we're kind of, no one's a fan of hate. And so, you know, when we go into this position, it's like, oh, we're defending misinformation, disinformation, hate. No. But we need those terms to be defined and clear. Like you see Elon like showing these graphs of how hate on Twitter has gone down, and he's playing the game.
You know what the real definition for misinformation and disinformation is? Anything not reported by corporate press. If the Washington Post or the New York Times lies, they will use them as the official source. The New York Times could write, "Sky is green," and then if you tweet "the sky is blue," they'll say that's misinformation. Here's our proof, and they will cite the New York Times. But the New York Times is just human beings writing bullshit on computers. There is no reason to believe the New York Times is any more credible than anyone else other than they're a corporate entity worth lots of money. That makes no sense. But that is the standard by which these people operate. It's misinformation and disinformation. We have to stop it. Well, why is it that Breitbart, for instance, has like a low news guard rating but has broken major stories that are confirmed to be true? The New York Post publishes the Hunter Biden laptop and they say, oh, it's fake news. It's the New York Post. So I think it's like the oldest paper in existence now in this country, or one of the oldest at the very least. If it doesn't fall in line with the Democratic establishment and the corporate press, it's disinformation. But if a month later, the New York Times is forced to correct, then it was actually true, but retroactively, you know, didn't matter.
I'm surprised they didn't include the term malinformation. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Oh, true but inconvenient information.
Malinformation.
Malinformation. That's
true
reference.
but inconvenient.
That's literally the definition.
I know.
And you can see in the internal communications in Twitter.
Yep. The Twitter files is amazing when they were talking about censoring true information that may cause vaccine hesitancy. Like they're outright saying, we have a political outcome we seek and must inhibit the spreading of information that is true because it goes against our agenda. That's what they're saying. Incredible. Here we are sitting here. And it's frustrating because I know for a fact that if I make a video showing like some, you know, if we had a video of a morbidly obese, purple-haired Twitter employee breaking it down, you get 1 million views. You get a lawyer in a room who explains there's a crisis we're facing, and you get 100,000 views. You know what I mean? Like that's that.
You gotta dye your hair, dude.
I guess I need to, you know, I have that clean-cut appearance, I suppose. But Tim, to your point about mis and disinformation, and I know that this is a sort of a cliche that's out there. It seems that mis and disinformation is, you know, it's just 6 months away from being true information, right? And we see that with the vaccines in particular, right? So my client Alex Berenson was deplatformed, and his 5th strike was for saying, among other things, but the core of what he said was that the vaccines don't stop infection and they don't stop transmission. He said that on August 28th, 2021. When he said it, it was demonstrably true. It was being conceded. They had conceded that it was true, and yet he was deplatformed anyway. And now, of course, it's accepted as gospel truth.
Have you seen that meme where it's like, I need new conspiracy theories because my old ones came true, or all my old ones came true? Yeah, that's why everyone keeps saying Alex Jones was right, and it's like, well, you know, Alex Jones was right on all the things that were based in reality. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff. He went on Joe Rogan a few years ago and he was talking about 5th dimensional aliens and like chimeras and stuff, and it's like, okay, look, I get it. Epstein, censorship, politics. Like Alex Jones has got a pretty good batting average, but then he does a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? But I digress. I'm not here to rag on or compliment Alex. Just to point out that it's become apparent that all of these quote-unquote conspiracy theories end up being true. And so you have these active tech billionaires, elites, and government actors who are trying to suppress true and correct information. They're not going to win this one. It's insane to think they can control information. It's like standing in a river holding your hands up trying to stop the water. That's what they're doing. But with laws like this, they are calling upon the forces of government to try and build dams on the flow of information, true and correct information.
Can you speak to your time at the FDA a little bit? I wanted to make sure you get that in because explain what that experience was like.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can go over it a little bit. Yeah, I mean, so like a lot of people, I was sitting on my couch in March of 2020, was working at a large law firm, had a successful commercial practice. 15 days to start the spread happened. My wife and I had 3 kids at the time. She was pregnant with our 4th child, and the opportunity presented itself to leave what I was doing and go and serve in the Trump administration. And my wife and I thought about it. We prayed about it. Believed that God was calling us to make the sacrifice. I went into the administration. I worked as a deputy general counsel at HHS and worked for the general counsel there. And we did a lot of really amazing things in the time that I was there, the relatively short time that I was there. To go back to the issue of our democracy, one of the things that we did was create a rulemaking that would require all of HHS's various components, including the FDA, to retrospectively review the rules and regulations that they are foisting upon the American people for various reasons. And if they didn't retrospectively review those and publish an analysis showing that the cost and benefits lined up and show their work to the American people, the regulation would expire automatically. So it was called the Sunset Rule.
Yeah, I love this.
It was called the Sunset Rule. And the Biden administration, after the new administration came in, they promptly undid it. And by the way, this is a concept, and it's outlined in the rulemaking. It was a concept of retrospective review that has been endorsed by basically every president since Ronald Reagan, to include Barack Obama. So it's not like it's a radical notion, and a lot of states do similar things with respect to sunset rules. But yes, I worked on those kinds of things, on drug pricing initiatives, and at the end of the administration, I was the outgoing chief counsel of the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, and I continue to represent clients and businesses and entrepreneurs who are trying to commercialize medical technology, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and so on.
That's
In terms of
Probably, like, I was going to say, I'm just thinking about maybe a Friday afternoon wasn't the best day to announce that we're suing the state, you know what I mean? But I'll make sure to bring it back up on Monday, because Friday's where the news goes to die.
Yeah.
You know?
What's the process for getting, is it once a sunset law has been initiated but then overturned, is it easier to get it reinstated later because it existed at once in the past?
Well, there's certainly things for the agency to draw on to be able to promulgate a new rule. So just to give the audience a quick synopsis, so when you hear about these regulations that come out, you mentioned the ATF rule, there's a requirement that the agencies give notice to the community through the Federal Register. So they publish a proposal of, this is the regulation that we intend to implement. They explain how it works. They explain the economic and legal and scientific rationale for it. There's an opportunity to comment on it. And then the agency typically has to take in that feedback, incorporate it, and then finalize the rule. And that's what we did in the context of the Sunset Rule, which was opposed, interestingly enough, by, I believe, even by some members of industry who didn't want the uncertainty that the rule would require. But to answer your question, if a regulation was sunset, that means that the agency would have to go back to the drawing board. Because what we saw, and what is I don't think it's a radical statement to make, is when agencies promulgate rules that bind the American people, and there are a lot of them that date back to before the internet, for example. I mean, the economy's changed a lot in the last 25 years, and so when you've done economic projections that say that the benefits are X and the costs are Y, and you then look at that through the lens of the current state of 2023, you know, it's not X and Y, it's A and B, and A and B are a lot more than X and Y, and so that's why the retrospective review process is so necessary. But again, I mean, the agencies would have to go back to the drawing board if the rules were sunset. And again, this is driving toward what Congress already requires under something called the Regulatory Flexibility Act, which Carter signed into law in 1980, which is that these agencies have to do this work, and they aren't doing the work.
Oh, I forgot about
very rare cases are they doing the work, and the American people are entitled to have them do the work and see the work and analyze the work.
Oh, well, I barely have enough time to do it.
Just totally derailed. I was thinking about, like, you're mentioning it's 3 years, and you know, I was like, 3 years ago.
It was, and you know,
my time jump.
My regret is that I wasn't representing clients in litigation from the day they started. A partner of mine at Envisage, actually, Tony Biller, he and I at our prior law firm represented at the very outset. This was very early. This was in early April of 2021. We represented people who wanted to go out into downtown Raleigh and protest the lockdowns. And remember, there was a tweet by the Raleigh Police Department that said protesting is not an essential activity.
Yeah.
And so we represented those protesters. We stood up for free speech. We stood up for the right to protest. And ultimately, the governor of North Carolina caved and allowed the protest to go forward without having but
surrendered his impedance
so that those people could go out on the streets and you know, protest without being threatened with arrest. But again, my regret in some ways looking back is that I wasn't more aggressive on what happened. And again, let's talk about our democracy.
Hindsight's 2020, man.
Well, it is, but our democracy. Let's talk about our democracy for a second. Think about how many of those COVID lockdown measures were never voted on. In my home state of North Carolina, Governor Cooper issued these edicts deciding which businesses could stay open and which businesses had to shutter, which organizations could gather and which couldn't, which were essential. Right? So,
but to be fair, I mean, we know that free speech and Second Amendment protests were spreading COVID, and Black Lives Matter protests were actually stopping the spread of COVID because the virus was actually recoiling in fear of the thought of racial equity. So, you know, I understand why these governors allowed one and not the other. Makes perfect sense.
Well, but remember, the public health community came out and did the about face that they did. And if you remember, I'm sure
there's videos of nurses clapping and cheering for the protesters who are marching.
Right.
But then also of them holding up signs blocking right-wing protesters who are talking about free speech.
Right.
They're like, these people it's a zombie cult.
Right. And unfortunately, a lot of people were harmed by it, and my heart goes out to a lot of the ordinary working class people who couldn't work from home and were dependent on, for example, the restaurant industry to put food on the table for their families.
All that food spoiled.
I mean, the double standard for hate, misinformation, like, you know, a certain ideology is allowed to physically protest during COVID, but another ideology is not allowed to. Same online. It's like certain ideology is allowed to be hateful and spread misinformation on social networks. Another ideology is not. I mean, misinformation is permitted on social networks, and we all know the issues. We all know
calls for violence.
To your point, though, can you think of and Tim, I'll ask you this too. Can you think of a single time content has been flagged on Twitter or any of the other social media platforms because somebody said something too flattering about the vaccines that they were, I mean, you've seen them referred to, and I think this is hypocrisy, right? But you see the vaccines referred to as a miracle. You see people say that if you take it, you won't get it, right? Those aren't flagged.
I'll tell you the story. The policy, the rule for YouTube, for instance, is you can't discourage people from going to the doctor or encourage treatments like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. You can't definitively say that they're effective. Not that I think they do. I honestly, I don't understand why people are so adamant on believing that they do. I think it's tribal. The same way people think it isn't. I'm like, I don't know. But here's the funny thing. Casey Neistat, I like the guy, but he tweets out that he's like, go get vaccinated. And I'm like, isn't giving medical advice a violation of the rules? I respond, no, talk to your doctor if it makes sense for you. And he responds with, "That's weird. I didn't talk to my doctor. I went to a drive-up and got the vaccine in my car." And my dude was like, "You drove into a parking lot and let a strange man inject your arm with an unknown substance. Are you fucking insane? Go to a doctor, man." And then the people respond to me. They're like, "Tim, you're an idiot. The doctor's just going to take the vaccine anyway." And I was like, "Then why are you mad? If we agree on this and the doctor should be the one telling you to do it." People were allowed to go on social media and encourage you to go to a 7-Eleven parking lot to let a stranger inject your body, and that was allowed. Yet someone might be like, "There's actually a medication that's very famous and well known called ivermectin. Banned. Totally and outright." That is absolutely insane. These people, look, man, I'll say it again. The media tried painting me. Daily Beast called me the poster boy of ivermectin, despite me saying consistently and insistently, I don't think it does anything. Even arguing with Joe Rogan, I'm like, I don't know that it does. And Joe's like, it's protease inhibitor does this, and I'm like, oh, look, I think it's triple. I think it's true. I'm not saying it doesn't. I just don't know. I'm not a doctor. Talk to a doctor. But think about how insane
ivermectin is
it
anti-parasitical primarily.
To walk into a parking lot and have a stranger inject you without knowing your medical history, without knowing your allergies, that should fall under the same medical misinformation policy. But it doesn't, because these people are a cult. Let me just say it again. For other listening, I know it's very difficult. A lot of people are like, Trump supporters are in a cult. Many are. I acknowledge that outright. A lot of these Trump supporters are cultish. But y'all are in a cult too. And you know how I can tell you definitively? Because you drove into a parking lot where you met a strange man you did not know and let them either stick a Q-tip into your nose or inject your arm with something, and you just said, "Sounds good to me." Me, I'm like, I want to talk to my doctor. My doctor said not to get the vaccine because the concern at the time was I'm young, I'm healthy, and older people need it. So they were like, "You're not at risk, you shouldn't get it." Of course, that changed when everyone should get it no matter what.
Choice.
At that point, I'd gotten sick, we got the monoclonal antibodies and all that stuff. It's just, that should be the clearest indicator that this whole thing was political and made no sense.
No, I was going to say, I'm curious if, this censorship industrial complex that Taibbi and Schellenberger are referring to, do you think that the AB 587 in California, this law that we're talking about, do you think that bureaucratic infrastructure that they're trying to create, where basically, private companies have to have this conversation with the state about content moderation, is that related to this censorship industrial complex that was happening in the Twitter files? Is it the same infrastructure?
I think if you don't have it, right, in your platform that's subject to these regulations, you got to build it. Right. So otherwise, how are you going to comply? So to your point, I think it certainly makes it puts people in positions within these companies who are, I would argue, predisposed to censor, because this is their industry. This is what they do. They're
and who's determining the enforcement? So they start finding us $15K a day at some point in the future. If we have violations, and who's the board determining these violations?
Well, I mean, ultimately, I think, practically speaking, the way it would work is you would end up having the Attorney General's office would file a complaint against the company and eventually try to sue to collect the I believe, again, it's $15,000 a day in
per violation
penalties. Right. I think that's the way that it would practically work itself out. But yeah, to your point, to comply with this, folks are going to have to the platforms. Maybe they have the existing infrastructure. Maybe they're going to have.
But these portals that exist on Twitter for basic communication with the government for the takedown requests, like, who? I'm curious if this is still going on Twitter first, because these portals were set up between Facebook and Twitter. Does does that still exist at Twitter?
Yeah, where's Elon? Is he, like, has anyone asked him about this?
I've tried to reach out, but yeah, I think that.
Well, I sent an email to press@twitter.com to ask them a very serious question: what does Elon Musk eat for breakfast? And they responded with shit. I couldn't believe it. You see, I
saw that one.
I'm like, more people need to throw pies. No, but the story was that Elon changed the press at Twitter to always just auto reply with poop emojis.
Amazing.
And so I immediately was like, I got you. I'm gonna get you. But no, in all seriousness, where is Elon in terms of whether or not they're still doing this portal? I don't think he's ever
No. And I think that it was funny when Dorsey, before, he's kind of gone dark on Twitter, if you notice. He's like barely posting there anymore.
I think he's an evil dude, man.
I mean, he actually called out Elon when the Twitter files were first started. He was like, you should just publish absolutely everything that exists.
He should.
Including now and in the future for what you're doing now, which was an interesting move on his part to kind of, he tried to see if, he could play chicken with Elon. But, it's understandable why Elon wouldn't publish absolutely everything. But present day, Twitter does matter. Apparently, they're going to open source the algorithm in a couple days. So
I know, that's really amazing.
Yeah.
I think Elon's doing great work. We had Bannon on Timcast IRL, and he said
open source
he thought Elon was a shill for China and all that stuff. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, I've got my criticisms of Elon with China and questions about it, but Elon's doing such good and important work on this end. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Do good work, get credit where credit is due.
And it takes a long time to turn a ship that's that big.
Yeah.
My main concern is a lot of the people. Like, how many people were banned that don't have audiences? I'm curious if they've been let back on Twitter, because, a bunch of high-profile people have come back. That's great. Tons of progress on Twitter, obviously. Elon's doing very good work. But, what about all the people who just are screwed? And they got banned for posting some COVID thing. And
that's what Bannon was saying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of patriots that Elon has not let back on the platform.
Right.
I mean, he won't let Alex Jones on the platform for personal bias reasons.
Yeah.
Not a good thing. I think Elon's doing a massive net positive.
Yes.
But there's some things where it's like, come on, bro. I think the issue is that the reality is he has a limit to what he can do. And letting Alex Jones back on would be too much, and it would nuke Twitter, because then...
Advertisers. I mean, probably Apple. I mean, he went and met with Tim Cook the other day. I would not be surprised at all if they had conversations about, certain limitations and, what was acceptable, because...
I just wish.
It's, yeah.
I just wish people were not so cowardly.
Here's my recommendation to Elon. He should open a $1,000 a month option for people who just want to support Twitter, because he needs to become not dependent on advertisers. Yeah. He still is.
That's why he's doing
Twitter Blue, but it's like $8.
Tiers,
Launch a big tier. Launch a huge tier.
So what we're doing, all of us become a member at timcast.com. Click the join us button. We launched the Discord, where we've got the time gated lounge. After 6 months, you get access to the VIP room. Then, or $25. Then we've got the silver lounge, $25, and the elite club, which is $100. And there's a lot of people who are like, $100. That's insane. Who would spend that? And it's like the people who want access to the internal workings of the company, who want to be directly involved with the projects we're working on, beta testing stuff, checking out the video games.
Yes.
These are the people that are supporting us to such a degree that we're involving them in the insider information. And if you don't want that, you don't need it. Don't worry about it. The point is, we're thinking like, how can we give more to the people who support us?
So they're pay-gating the communist
if there are people who are willing to
option
spend $100
behind
a month to be part of the elite club, and it means we need to do better and more work, and they get something of value in return being involved. And we're going to do the physical space at the new coffee shop with like games and stuff like that. Elon Musk needs to make those tiers as well. He's got Twitter Blue.
They
for,
constantly talk
$8
about
or whatever.
being
Then
anti-communist and capitalist.
Yeah, purchase is stupid.
Yeah, make another one. Make Twitter Blue, make Twitter Silver, make Twitter Gold, make Twitter Platinum, and let people and businesses spend more. I said this. There should be a Twitter Premium Elite business package where it's like $300 a month. I'd sign my company up over instantly if it meant that I could then type in to an account like, here are all my employees. They all instantly get verified. They're part of that network. Here's the thing. We thought about, can we get all of our employees verified? We want them to be using Twitter. We want them on Twitter Blue. Well, how do you do it? Do I make a new account for every person? Do we have them use their business account? What credit card do we use? We need a simplified business plan where I could go in as admin and just say, here's a list of my employees, and then they all instantly get verified. And then later when an employee leaves, I can remove them from the business plan. He needs, I'm like, why? I mean, maybe he's just got his hands full. I know it's like to run a company, so do you. There's only so much you can do. Yeah. So I think that's a tremendous opportunity for Twitter to get away from these advertisers. I also just think, to go back to what I said earlier, I don't mean to say Elon's a coward. He's certainly one of the least cowardly people. I'm just like, call their bluff. You know what I mean? Like imagine just every time you're trying to negotiate a business deal, you just back down and take the lowest number. That's what our political system is. At some point, you've got to call them out and be like, I'm willing to bet you will not let this deal fall. So what I do in negotiations, because, and maybe the reason I want this is because this is how I am. I've done business negotiations where it'll be like, I sued someone once, and I'll keep the details very vague. Let's just say the number was $10,000. I went to them and said, I want $10,000. And they said, okay, well, let's negotiate. We'll do 7. I said, now I want 12. And they went, what? We're negotiating. And I'm like, and you're wasting my time. If you don't accept 12, I'm going to 14 next. Now it's 12. And they went, okay, it's 12, it's 12. Because I'm like, either that or we go to court. I told you 10, I was being reasonable. And then you came back and tried to waste my time. Now it's 12. You want to try me again? 14. And if you think that's not good enough, I will see you in court and we'll ask a judge. And then you can spend the money on that. Good luck. Here's the issue. These people all play this game where they're like, you don't want to spend the money in court. Bro, I'm bored. Bring it on, dude. I'll spend the money. I will make it as painful for you as possible. Why don't we have that in business and politics? You get people who go, it's not worth the fight.
Come on, we did have it for a little bit in the Republican
I'm willing to
nomination.
I think about this in terms of like muggings and crime. That dude who's walking up, what's his end game? I've been in so many countries. I've seen so much of criminal behavior. They want an easy mark. They want to get the cash. They want to get out. Nobody wants to get hurt. We know this about animals. Should you worry about a grizzly bear? If the bear is starving, or if you're near its babies? But for the most part, the animal's going to run away from you. Wolf's going to run away from you. They're more scared of you than you are of it, unless you threaten it in some way. So if someone comes at me and they're trying to like take something from me, my response is, you've got an option to go find an easier mark, or this will be the most painful experience of any mugging you've ever dealt with, because I will do everything in my power to make sure it hurts. And they're going to be like, I'm going to find somebody who's going to hand me their phone. I've been in situations. I've experienced this stuff. We need that attitude in politics. I don't even think necessarily Trump had that to a certain degree, but he did have it more than anybody else. I want to see Elon Musk go to Apple and be like, I'm bringing Alex Jones back. You want to ban us? Bring it on. You will see the biggest news story. You will see 300 million angry users, and I'll tell them all, guess what? If you've got a problem with this, Android still allows the app. I think Google would be very happy to hear that they're going to get, hey, let's say 10% of Twitter's user base decides to switch from iPhone to Apple. You willing to lose 30 million iPhone customers? Try me, motherfucker. And Apple's going to be like, calm down, fine, bring Alex Jones back. We don't want to go to war. The problem is too many people are like, unwilling to just lay it down and say, I will burn this whole thing to the ground. And you know what? You may win in the end, but you will be burnt along with us. You want your company horribly disfigured and damaged? Fine, you'll survive. Maybe I won't. But are you willing to go to those lengths? I am. I want to see that in politics. I want to see that in business. I'm getting so frustrated with this. I've often said I would never run for office. Now I'm entertaining maybe down the line in 10 years running for office so that I can be the person on the debate stage saying, I will destroy you and everything you hold dear if you play stupid fucking games. And if it means the end of my career, I ain't got nothing to lose anyway, baby. You want to go to war? Bring it on. Can we get one person to say that? One time. Yes. Someone do that.
Yeah. Hey, go. You can find Alex on Mines.
Oh,
I mean, look,
right? There you go.
You have to.
I hate war. I'll wage war.
I mean,
you didn't say it the way I did, but you were like, we're gonna let Alex Jones be on Mines.
Of course. I mean, it's anyway. We don't need to. I did want to bring up Bandcamp a little bit.
Let's talk about Bandcamp
before the end. Yeah.
Because I'll play that game too. I mean, should we?
Let's just people know the situation, but I mean,
yeah, I fully intend to file litigation against Bandcamp. We released a song today called Bright Highs. You can find it at Timcast Music on YouTube. Admittedly, I think I'm at the point with the music stuff where we put a lot of weight and power behind the first several songs we released. Now we've got to get to the point of just sort of releasing the music and letting the music carry itself, so they'll probably do not as well because they're not going to get the full weight, but I'm going to be promoting the song pretty heavily throughout the next week, and I'm really hoping we can get 4 of 4 on Billboard. So if you want to support us, trashhouserecords.com. For those who don't know, Bandcamp, we had 3 songs on Bandcamp. Those 3 songs charted on Billboard. 3 for 3, 100%, all out of the ballpark. That's not common for musicians. Bandcamp abruptly deleted our account, as well as 5 Times August, Bryson Gray, and a few others. I think Bryson Gray. I know 5 Times August.
In the same time period?
I don't know exactly when. We've received no notice. We have no idea what's going on. They've refused any and all communication. Now, there are several concerns that I have. One, do the people who purchased the song have access to the song? If not, well, that's a serious infringement on the arrangement I have and they have with their customers. Some people have said they still have access to the song, which brings me to the next problem, copyright infringement. They have terminated our working relationship and my access to revenue for those songs, but they're still distributing that song? Whoa, 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 we got a problem here. They have my song on their platform that they are distributing without my control or access or say? Well, that can't work, can it? I mean, they're playing my music. I say copyright infringement. And also, another major component, I don't know if they're holding money of mine because they have no communication with me. Considering we were doing sales on the platform up until they just abruptly banned us, I can only assume they have my money until they can release a report and at least email us and say, here's what happened, here's our breakdown. They haven't done it. So I think they've also violated the rights of the customers. When people were buying a song on Bandcamp, they weren't just getting access to that song. They were getting access to a community around my music. None of our songs broke any rules. None of our songs made direct references. One song was a love song. One song was generic anti-establishment with no references to any person, no hate speech, nothing like that. And one song was a story about a fictional revolution that never mentioned anything violent.
In the video.
Tearing down statues. That's all. They banned us without notice. So I intend to pursue litigation against them. So we can, first of all, I need to know if they have my money. And I'm assuming they do because I think these people are acting maliciously. I need to know we have no access to any of our data. We have no access to our customers. I don't even know if the person emailing asking for a refund is a legitimate person because they've taken all of that away from us and given us no access.
What is the legal strategy with these companies just providing zero notice, or zero communication?
Well,
is that calculated?
And not just that. I don't have access to the information about who has my music. So I have customers that currently have a license to my song. I don't know who they are, where they are. I don't know what they've spent. I don't know if they have my money. A lack of access to this information puts me in a very difficult position business-wise in dealing with my copyright rights and my obligations to my customers and those holding licenses.
I mean, this is a problem that confronts so many creators of content. And let's face it, no one is going to Bandcamp or Twitter or Facebook or any of these platforms just because the platforms are interesting. They're going there to see content. They're going there, and these platforms make money because people create content and they put it on and they host it. The problems with respect to this industry, and I was in a debate earlier this week, and I'll reiterate what I said there about this at UNC Law School, is you could not run businesses in any other industry that I'm aware of where you engage in this kind of bait and switch behavior, where let's just use Twitter because it's an example that I'm most intimately familiar with, where you say, for example, we're the free speech wing of the free speech party. When Vijaya Gadde says in a blog post in July of 2018, we do not shadow ban. We do not discriminate on the basis of political ideology or viewpoint. When you have Jack Dorsey the following month reiterate the same thing on Sean Hannity's show to a national audience. And yet, as the Twitter files have shown, that's exactly what they were engaging in.
I have a question. If you are a pizza restaurant, can you arbitrarily deny service to anyone for any reason?
Well, I think the answer to that would be no. Those are places of public accommodation. And they go ahead.
Well, the reason I asked, and to clarify, a lot of businesses say we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone. But I have to wonder if a public accommodation opens its doors to the public and says anyone is welcome to come in. You come in, you order a piece of pizza, you quietly sit down, and then they walk up to you and say, you get out right now. Is that something a public accommodation can just do?
No, I
think they might be able to do
it. They could do it, and they'd be at litigation risk. I mean, if they came up to you, particularly if you're a member of a protected class, you might have a claim for race, sex, or a form of protected class discrimination.
All right. Well, let's say a mixed race person comes and sits down at a pizza restaurant, says nothing, insults no one, eats pizza, and then the white owners walk up and say, "You're not welcome to be here. Get out."
Then I think that person would have potentially a viable claim for racial discrimination.
So it sounds like Bandcamp banned me for being a mixed race person.
Well, they're going to say, right? They're going to say that they're not a place of public accommodation. The platforms, and I think there have been efforts to try to loop the platforms in these places of accommodation. But let's get. I mean, they're also going to say is Section 230 trumps any right?
No, please. Okay, absolutely. I absolutely do think that one of the components of the removal was my mixed race status. I mean, the people who put out these, we watched one of these videos. It's all white people. It's clearly all white. They clearly have an issue with the fact because I mean, these people, Derek Bell, for instance, is advocating for segregation. Well, mixed race people are clearly at odds with that ideology. So Derek Bell, the critical race theorist, argues that black people were better off with their own economy, which is wrong in my opinion. The critical race theory idea is that before the end of segregation, black people made more money, they've provided service for themselves. He thinks that schools should remain segregated, and these people likely share these views. Now, they've said nothing to me, but I think that actually makes sense as to why they actually removed my account. I can't speak for anybody else, but here I am, breaking no rules, minding my own business, just a mixed race dude making music, and they delete my account.
You're playing
I
this
think
one
there's a component to this. And
fast and
if they want
loose,
to argue that
Tim.
they have a Section 230 right to be racist, I would love for them to tell the court and the world that, in fact, it doesn't matter whether or not we're allowed to be. I'll say okay to that, fine, I guess. If the law allows them to ban me for being mixed race, then I would love for everyone to know that.
That was actually a question I believe that the court posed to Twitter during our hearing in Berenson versus Twitter. Could you discriminate? Could you kick? And I don't. There wasn't a clear answer from Twitter in that regard.
Bryson Gray's a black man. They banned him. Yeah, I think we're now seeing a pattern of behavior.
Yeah, I don't know without looking at all the facts, but again, I mean,
they're not going to argue the black man is racist, right? There's no reason to ban him.
But setting the racial component to the side, just from a pure contract theory perspective, the hypothetical that you present, right? You come in, you're eating your pizza.
The hell?
You've relied on a public representation, a sign on the front of the door that says "All are welcome here," right? You walk in, you're enjoying your slice, but mid-bite, you're told to get out. That is there a contract problem there? Yeah, maybe.
I would say so. I think a better example would be the pizza argument has a metaphor, has an issue in the scale of monetary value involved.
744.
So with this Bandcamp thing, we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars and tens of thousands of customers. So this would be more like I go to a mall and I spend thousands of dollars renting out a space, creating a pizza shop, having a bunch of customers come in, and then one day abruptly, the owner of the mall pulls down the gate, locks it shut, and says, "Get the fuck out." And I'm like, for what? And then he has security escort out of the building. I have no access to any of my assets. I have no access to, I don't know who's got my pizza. I don't know.
What does it say when you try to log in?
Nothing. It says this account doesn't exist.
Okay, so what is the strategy?
So
I'm trying to get at of nothing, no communication, no reason. Like, that has to be an intention. Are they
for
trying
all I
not
know,
to have
they're
a
giving my
paper trail?
song away for free now.
But like, is it intentionally trying to limit communication because that reduces their exposure in a certain way?
Most companies are going to say a minimal amount. Right? I mean, sure. Right? I mean, it's just in their,
but I think that
in
actually,
their interest to do that.
But it seems like sometimes Twitter will ban people, or old Twitter would ban people just out of nowhere and like it's gone. Versus there actually being a strike come through an email. Same with YouTube. Like sometimes people it's just gone. Versus other times.
I think the lack of information makes them more at fault, because the mall analogy makes more sense. I don't know where my assets are. I don't know who they've distributed them to. They do not have the copyright on this music to give it to people I am not aware of. We track who has a license to my intellectual property. They have severed that, and for all I know, they're withholding my money. They've not told us. And they're withholding our information as to who they have given this music to. There may be people who do not have a right to have that song. They're distributing it. This is copyright infringement. They're hosting my song on their platform without my consent. So we got a big problem here.
And is your name still, is your name Temple still? Okay.
So if you go to timcast.bandcamp, it just says let's say like Timcast Chicago or something. But people have told me that when they go into their account, they can see the song, which means they have my copyrighted information on their platform without my consent.
And they're trading on your name.
Yes, absolutely. They're monetizing that. So if they wanted to ban it outright, they'd have to eliminate that content from the platform. The reason they didn't, in my opinion, because then they would have tens of thousands of arbitration and litigation claims against those who use the platform in the first place. They can't be allowed to do this. This is a clear violation of all of the rights of all parties involved.
Well, and look, and again, unfortunately, it's not an isolated case. I mean, these companies are very powerful, and again, I mean, the general principles that would apply to businesses, and I represent men and women across the country who have to deal with legal issues and claims against their businesses that are in many ways frivolous or without foundation, and yet you got the reliance interest that you're talking about here, and the investment that you've made in building these brands and others have made on these platforms, having the rug unceremoniously pulled out from under them, in some cases with no explanation whatsoever.
We have tremendous monetary damages in this regard. Tremendous.
Well, and the other thing, I'm glad you brought that up, the other thing that you'll see is these platforms with their one-sided terms of service will say you're limited, for example, I believe terms of service still limit damages to $200 on the basis of any legal claim that you could
can't
make.
stand.
And that would be an argument.
They
can't. That's unconscionable and should be invalid.
And there have been so many people need to understand this about law. For some reason, I think a lot of people think that the law, it's like the judge looks at a piece of paper and goes, whoa, this piece of paper says $200. Sorry. The judge can be like, not only am I going to award you $200,000, bailiff, arrest the defendant. And like, what? The judge can do it. The judge can be like, I'm going to be imposing a daily fine of X amount of dollars on you. And you're like, how can the judges have the, like, my point is more so that's not necessarily going to happen. It's that judges are human beings with a lot of discretionary power. And so there's like,
I don't need to go in here.
Yep.
In the show, there's a, spoiler alerts, there's a woman, and again, spoiler alerts, a woman gets arrested for assaulting a cop. She's an activist. She gets a plea agreement from the prosecutor saying you'll get like, a few months and a slap on the wrist, go home. So she agrees to plead guilty. And the judge says, my understanding is The prosecution has offered you a deal. This is what the deal would be in exchange for a guilty plea. And she goes, yes, Your Honor. He goes, do you plead guilty? He goes, yes, I do. And then he takes his glasses off and goes, okay, I'm sentencing you to 14 years in prison because you've now pled guilty. And she's like, wait, what? And he's like, this agreement means nothing to me. I'm the judge. Done. Bangs the gavel, and she like freaks out, and she ends up going to jail for a long time.
And then she gets out of it.
Well, she gets pardoned a year later.
Yeah.
But the point is this. If Twitter or any other company is like, you can only sue for $200, a judge can just laugh and be like, nice try. End of story.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, look, it depends on what state you're litigating in. It depends on what the case law is. It depends on the composition of the appellate court.
Let me also explain something to you. We sell ads on Timcast.com, on Timcast IRL. These ads are not cheap. Not only do we have a high viewership, we also have a very, very high response rate to our ads, which gives us a premium offering. In, I would estimate, 50 of our videos, I ran sponsor spots for Timcast Music, which is a separate company. Those sponsor spots have a value. Or I could just say, we allocated within our company advertising space to promote this music in lieu of selling other sponsor spots. That's lost revenue because they've done this. And my point is, those videos still exist and will always exist, and I cannot change them, where they say, go to bandcamp.com. That means those videos are promoting their website on my platform, and I can't get rid of those unless I take all the videos and delete them all. That was a good faith effort on our part to promote our product on a platform where we've abided by all the rules. Now they are getting free promotion despite abruptly and arbitrarily cutting us off.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it is the question that I asked during the debate on Wednesday. What is it that is so special about these platforms that make it so it's inconceivable to so many people that they should be held to the public statements they make with respect to free speech and inclusivity and the rest of their commitments to social justice or whatever. I mean, it's particularly interesting in the context of California because California was a leading pioneer in the legal world with respect to innovating doctrines like strict products liability and consumer protection across many different industries. I mean, Justice Roger Traynor on the California Supreme Court was somebody that I was taught in law school to revere for developing these doctrines that kind of tied the hands of large corporations. And yet here we are in 2023, and Traynor was working in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. But many people in the legal world and attorneys are unwilling to apply Traynor's principles to big tech. And the question I asked on Wednesday, and I'll ask it again, is what is so special about big tech? Why do they get, in many ways, a pass on the same scrutiny that would apply to somebody that's running a pizza restaurant, or who is running a lawn care service, right?
Well, and it's bad faith. I mean, because like they're using 230, but 230 actually says that it has to be good faith. But how do you can't?
It also says it has to be voluntary too. Actions taken voluntarily in good faith. Sorry, I cut you off.
No. I mean, I think that language is very difficult to talk about.
Well, right, and now we know, right? I cited the case of Dr. Boston. We know that they subjectively, in bad faith, kept him off the platform, even though they internally concluded he had not commited 5 steps.
Well, this is bad faith by Bandcamp.
That's bad faith. It's the same thing with Bandcamp.
Yeah, right.
Like, if they want to make an argument, so I'll try to avoid bringing anybody else into it. If they want to make an argument that if a creator has music that's offensive, they get banned. They have an argument and say, look, it's disruptive, we don't want hate speech, it violates our rules. None of my songs do that. The 3 songs we had make no direct references to anything. The lyrics in one song are, a general's waking up in the morning calling his soldiers to gun down rebels. It's just like a generic revolution story. One song is, did you know you left me there staring at the heartache in my soul? Completely generic love song. One song is, we follow, we're shadows of the current enterprise, institutions made to control your minds, inside breeding, concocting all the lies. No direct references, no insults, no invective. No way in any way did any of these songs break the rules. They deleted the whole account. So there's literally no argument other than it was a political attack against us. I'm wondering, if beyond just everything we've stated, if there is just, simply put, you cannot terminate contracts abruptly like this, and especially when you add on, like, they'll make the argument they can. I'll make the argument they are retaining my copyrighted information without the right to do so. So they're going to have to make a decision of whether or not to reinstate our account or remove this from their platform entirely. But that creates a problem for all the people who paid for the song who now have claims against them for removing something they paid for. Because I have no access to those people. I have no idea who they are.
Yeah, that's typically not how deplatforming works either. Typically when something comes down, it comes down for everybody. This is like an odd case.
Well, so either. That's a great point. So my understanding at first was with the page gone, the music was gone. But we started hearing from people that they still have access to the song, which opens up a whole other can of worms. They can't have it both ways. They can't ban me from the platform, but keep my music on. That makes no sense.
And your name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your name up there.
They're now profiting off my likeness while stripping me of my rights to the fees they owe me. So I would argue that for every day, for every minute my name is on their platform, assuming it is, they are benefiting financially from my name without my permission.
By the way, anyone listening who does have access to the song, send screenshots,
and if they don't, and if you've lost access, they have now seized from you a licensing right that you've had. I don't think Bandcamp can do this. I think by the nature of their industry, they have created a binding circumstance that cannot be terminated, not without mutual consent.
Yeah, this is a highly unique case.
There are 3 parties. There's the music buyer, the music exchange, and the individual. We all have rights in this. They cannot just sever the rights of 2 of the parties involved, not without the agreement. I think
Yeah, because the financial transactions are not as common, where like a product was purchased. Most deplatforming is like, okay, your content was up there, but people hadn't paid for it.
This is really fascinating. I think we're going to need some precedent on this one because we're entering an interesting area of laws that pertains to the subscription economy. We used to buy songs, we owned them physically. If you owned the CD, you didn't own the music, you owned the copy, that one individual copy, and a right to have that song in your possession. No one from Best Buy could go to your house, knock on the door, and say, give me that CD. The owner of the copyright, Dire Straits, who made the music, couldn't come to you and say, we're revoking that. They can't do it. You can't even force a refund. That sale happened. But we're now in an interesting period where music is digital and the information persists, which means I do not allow Bandcamp to keep my name on their platform. But that means they got tens of thousands of customers who are going to say, I paid for this music and I own the license to it. Well, I don't give Bandcamp the right to host it. So Bandcamp's going to have to send out a notice to all those people saying, download the song now because we're not allowed to host it. Then those people are going to complain and say, no, I paid for the Bandcamp player with this song on it, not just for the song because you guaranteed me that. This is going to get really interesting.
And they're going to rely, as most of these platforms do, on their terms of service, on which their attorneys had eyes, and of course consumers don't have the opportunity to bargain and provide input on, which is why courts...
But that's fine, but I think we're entering a period where the courts must rule on how this will be done. Because the platform can't argue, we have the right to sell you a product and then deny you that product. That's a consumer rights violation immediately.
Yeah, and you make a good point about the first sale doctrine, because that's what you're talking about in the context of copyright. You have the CD, and yeah, I buy a video game and at Best Buy or a CD, a music CD, and Best Buy isn't going to come and repossess that. Right. But we've gone to a completely different model now, like in music and video games and the entertainment industry, where you're renting it, right? You're licensing it.
Let's put it this way. Let's say there's a big electronic store that sells CDs, and they have a thing where you can come and hang out and listen to music. Someone goes into the store and they buy my song, and it's in the store, and in order to listen to it, they have to go to that store and press play. The store then says, we will no longer allow you, Tim Pool, for no reason, to be in here. We will no longer pay you any fees. We will no longer sell your song, but people are still allowed to come in and listen to it.
That's the equivalent.
And it's like, well, hold on. You can't play my song in your store to make money. Right. People, so understand this. There will be people who are like, I don't like that band Tim Pool, but it's the only way to access the song now through their platform because I can't buy it anymore. So I'll keep using their platform and buy their music. They're effectively, people will come into the store and be like, I go to a different store, but the only place to get the Tim Pool music is here because he's been banned. Like, they're using me to make money.
They don't want to lose those customers, and those customers are going to might keep buying stuff too, and they know that.
They're profiting off of my name and likeness without my permission.
Well, and in your hypo, right? People would be entering into that store, and they might think that you endorse the content, right? There's a aspect, and that's trademark law. That the term is consumer confusion. That you endorse or you're affiliated with a entity or a platform that has unceremoniously kept you off and
now again, this is under the premise that the music is still there, because we don't know. My assumption was it was gone, and I said all the people bought the song, I don't have access to it, and then we got some messages saying no, actually the song is still in my library. If that's the case, it's even worse. There's no circumstance where
let's get evidence of that sent over.
But it doesn't even matter. Let's operate under the assumption they removed the song from everyone's libraries. So they just swindled all these people and stole their money. They took a cut of all that money. I don't know who these people are because they banned us. I don't have access to that customer base anymore. So if they remove the music, they have convinced people to buy a product, taken a percentage, and then deleted it. Now that's theft, isn't it? Or is that fraud?
Well, I think the terms are different now with this kind of digital leasing of media compared to buying the physical product. Like, the actual contract has changed.
But if I said, Bill, give me $1 and I'll give you that pen, you say okay, and then I don't give you the pen, then what?
Breach a contract, right? But to Bill's point,
is it a buy button on the Bandcamp page?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you buy. It's not for the song, and people could pay whatever they wanted.
The word buy matters because there's a difference between buying and renting.
Well,
on YouTube, when you get
well, and the expectations of consumers too, in terms of what they thought they'd be getting when they clicked buy. Were they thinking that they were getting they were walking into a virtual record store and walking out with that proverbial CD, or did they think they were buying 2 blocks of fine print about a license that's limited?
People
right?
thought they were buying a song and access to my community page because people were commenting and talking about the music. So this is what Bandcamp's value proposition. It's not just you're buying a song. You're getting access to Bandcamp, and they denied it from people. So let me see what Bandcamp says when you. I'll pull up a random song. Actually, it doesn't seem easy enough to do. Let's just do this. We'll search for Timcast. Oh, also, there's covers of my music on the platform, which I find fascinating. All right, here's a random guy. By track, it says. By track.
Yeah. Yep. Do you think that there are going to be changes to 230 on the horizon, or do you think that 230 should stay?
I mean, I think that in theory, the statute really, in some ways, it codifies the common law rule that a distributor of content. Okay, so let's set 230 to the side for a second.
Yeah.
If you are a bookstore and you are publishing newspapers, the general, or any other content, and let's say that some of the content in those books was defamatory, the general common law rule was that unless you had specific notice that it was defamatory, that you as a distributor could not be held liable for defamation because you were just distributing. That's just the line that we drew as a common law rule. We get to 230 because of a case called Stratton Oakmont versus Prodigy that was decided in 1995, which interestingly enough casts, I think, is the plaintiff Jordan Belfort of Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
They sue Prodigy for defamation, and Prodigy defended itself by analogizing itself to the bookstore. Hey, we don't moderate, we're not responsible for third-party content,
3000 one.
and the case should be dismissed. But the judge said no, but most people don't pull the opinion and actually study and see why he said no. And the reason he said no is because Prodigy specifically said and analogized itself to a newspaper publicly. It said, we're creating a family-friendly environment, we're moderating content, we are supervising and policing the space. And so the judge in that case said, okay, we're gonna hold you to what you said, and we're gonna find that you could be held potentially liable for defamation. And of course, that creates interest in in Congress, on Capitol Hill. All of a sudden, the Republican Revolution Congress in 1996 gives us Section 230. You know, I sarcastically said on Wednesday, let's not pretend that this came out because, you know, there's a grassroots ordinary Americans were pushing for this bill. Yeah. We all know how it came about. Yep. Lobbyists were involved, K Street was involved, and all of a sudden we have Section 230. So I don't law has been misread.
Who won the Stratton Oakmont Prodigy?
I think it ultimately was settled.
That's crazy. We don't know that. Yeah. Wolf of Wall Street.
When you first said it, I was like, I know that.
The Wolf of Wall Street guy Belfort, again, was involved in that case. My argument has been that what should have happened, and I say this as somebody who's, you know, more of a classical, constitutional, right-leaning person, that let the courts decide on a case-by-case basis. Let the law develop in this space. Instead of having a one-size-fits-all solution to the problem imposed by Congress, let state courts, let individual states, you know, police this issue, handle and resolve individual cases. And as I said on Wednesday, you know, I suppose I would identify myself as a conservative. I don't think it's a requirement of the American right, or the reason for the existence of the American right, to create an environment for businesses where they don't have to buy a 50-state survey and figure out how they're going to comply with different laws in different states.
That's how it is already. Like, you run a business. I mean, Bill, you probably know this. Like, you've got to do all the different registrations.
Well, that's right. But big tech doesn't.
I will say, without 230, I think it would be a ton more work for platforms. Like, it just
needs to be operating in good faith.
Yeah.
These businesses are not operating in good faith under 230. They're exploiting it for personal gain. Yeah. So we need enforcement. But with that being said, we were running behind today, so we'll need to wind it down if we want to get this one up in time. So if you guys have any final thoughts, we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Again, James Lawrence at Envisage Law. You can follow me on at JLawrenceNC on Twitter. I would also ask, I'm the attorney for Douglas Mackey and represent him and his, represent his defense fund, and would ask people to learn more about his case, which has significant First Amendment implications, at memedefensefund.com.
Yeah, thanks for having us, man. Find us at minds.com, minds.com, or on the app stores, or you can get the app directly at minds.com/mobile, and keep an eye on how the case comes, and we'll keep you updated.
Updates, obviously.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry this one was a little short today. We're running behind, and we can only do what we can do. So thanks for the support. Share the show if you really like it. We'll see y'all next time.
All right, here we go. The next 5 chapters are here. 1040, 1041, 1042, 1043, 1044. It's time. Remember, if you want to catch these live, come to my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/RuffSenpai. You can watch these live. or you can support me on Patreon and get it early. I'm closing the Twitch chat. I'm sorry, I love you all, but it's time to get in the zone. Damn, all right, so Big Mom actually was the one that captured them. Yo, they just vibing. You know what? They don't give a Never mind. I thought maybe that, you know, their opinions would change on them being there. Apparently not. They literally do not look like they care at all. An emotionless execution. I mean, yeah, that sounds about right for them. Let's be real. All right, so we know Big Mom is potentially defeated, but until we get the pop-up that says Big Mom has been taken down, I don't buy it. But still, it's pretty fucking nuts that that blast went straight through Onigashima, down to Wano, and through the ground. Hey, you brats! Oh, she's awake. But she's not getting blasted down the hole. After all this, she still won't go down? You can give me your 50 years of your lifespan, or you can keep it and serve me. Life or slavery. No creature on the brink of death is this powerful. She's terrifying. Captain, get out of here, go! Why should we be afraid of the weak words of some old hag who's outlived her welcome? Do they not have a single ounce of fear for the Emperor of the Sea? No, they don't care at all anymore. Silence! Huh? What? All the sound vanished. This technique extinguishes all sound created by your influence. Damned punk! So he managed to essentially recreate Corazone's ability in his fruit? That's crazy. Oh, and they cut through the thingy, the thing about the mama thing. I forget what it's called. The demon creature the Big Mom's brought to life. What? Big Mom? Why isn't she making any noise? Because they don't want to hear her screams, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's going to set off the others. Oh, Lord Orochi. Oh, damn it. Of all the luck. Okay, Big Mom looks actually taken down. Hey, Roger, why'd you have to go and say that? What? Is she having like a flashback? You got the whole world in on this. Great era of piracy. Easy for you. You're dying. When those kids rise up all over the world, we'll be the ones who have to deal with them. Oh, it was. So she was having like a conversation with Roger before he killed himself. Well, allowed himself. Just tell us about the One Piece before you die. Does it exist? It better. I love this. They're like, yeah, you bitch, I tell you shit. Find it your goddamn self. Some of it's in this country too, isn't it? I'm so close. Kid, Law, they'll pay for this. Don't you dare assume that this'll kill me. I don't like that she's still alive. Wait. Emperor of the Sea, Big Mom versus the new generation. Battle of the performance floor under the dome. Winner, Eustace Kid, Insurgent of Death, Trafalgar Law. They f***ing did it! Dude, she's alive though, but they did it! They beat Big Mom. This is huge news. This is monumental. Boss, Captain! I'm glad you're still well. I cannot leave my current task, however, so hear out what I have to say. Zunisha is very close by. What? The elephant from Odin's journal? Indeed, a companion of Joy Boy, who committed a crime 800 years ago. Luffy's fucking Joy Boy. Luffy is Joy Boy. His devil fruit's about to activate, and fucking Zunisha can sense it. Shut the f up, bro. Shut the f up, bro. I love you guys. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. I'll come back to you. Like, you got punched by pudding. Great. Move on. I spoke with Zunisha once before, but only for a moment. So I do not know the truth of the matter. Momonosuke, I'm awaiting your orders. I have come to join the fight at your side. Dude, that's incredible. Momonosuke, you can actually talk to the elephant. It's just as Odin anticipated. You are the one who will guide the world to dawn. Third floor. Battle of the Connecting Passage. Winner. Raizo. My boy! Let's go! Oh, I'm so fucking happy for him, dude. You better get out of there before you die, though, because it looks like you're on fire. It's not hot at all. Are you really Komurasaki? Or a ghost? You were supposed to be dead. What is happening? Oh. Well, rip Orochi, I guess. I didn't expect that to be how it's done. I hope she, like, stabs him in the fucking face. Cut his dick off. That seems like a fitting punishment. I use nails of sea prism stone to ensure you cannot turn into that monster. What? What are you talking about? Why? I thought you loved me. Love you. You jest, sire. I have not the tiniest affection for you. Strangely enough, that song you love, Moon Princess, was also the favorite of my father, Kozuki Odin. Father? How could I possibly put a smile on my face? Dude, everything is getting crazy. Castle basement. Just survive, Kiku. I don't think, dude. I was worried about all of the Ayakaza dying. It's starting to seem more and more like they're going to be alive. But Izu going up against CP0, I don't know, man. No, damn you, Izo. Oh, he took him down with him. Listen closely. The 5 elders have issued an edict. The 5 elders. Eliminate Straw Hat Luffy at once. Who knows when things will fall? How long will this island stay up? I mean, Zunisha's going to prevent them from collapsing. I think Zunisha's just kind of probably going to walk right up to Zoe, and that way it'll be like somewhat level with the island, and they'll be able to jump down, and they'll be able to
Zunisha can't climb onto that.
What about the fire in the castle? Usopp and the others are safe. My main like concern, and I hope it isn't, like, I don't really know what to expect, because at this point, Big Mom...
Yeah, Zunisha can't climb up there.
She's alive. And, like, I don't know if she's going to die. And Big Mom does not strike me as the kind of person who's just going to roll over and be like, well, they beat me. No, like, clearly, she's going to fucking try and fight back. Like, I can't imagine a universe that she doesn't try to get revenge. So you would assume that they'll kill her, and I guess, like, maybe Zunisha, like, stepping on her. I know I call Zunisha Zoe. It's just a nickname. Like, relax. But, like, if Big Mom does die, do we lose Zeus? Like, does Zeus disappear? You still got enough for Kaido? Nah, I'm done. If the man who emerges from that turns out to be Kaido, then I don't have the willpower left to resist. It's just constant Conqueror's hockey clash, left and right. You got a mouth on you, kid. Hello? Can you speak? How old are you? Wait. Oh, this is when Big Mom met Kaido? No, bro, it's hot, Mom! Only 15? You're so young. Is this your first time teaming up with Rocks? Don't trust him. He's a scoundrel. You have any trouble, just tell me. I'm Lin Lin, and I'm going to be the king of this sea. Okay, so Kaido joined the Rock Pirates when he was young, dude. Like, he joined a year before Luffy even left his island. Right? Because Luffy left at 16, I believe. And just after we swore an oath to claim the One Piece to get... What the... Snake Man? Yup. Gear 4, Snake Man! Your ambitions mean nothing to me, especially if it leaves the people here with no food to eat. This is my final Gear 4. I'm not stopping until I've completely run out of strength. I'm going to drive you out of Wano, if it's the last thing I do! Bro, Luffy's going crazy. You know what the funniest part about this is I remember not long ago, like when I had finished, and it's kind of ironic because I just was not ready for it, is when I saw Snake Man for the first time, the amount of comments I have seen that people were like, and we never saw Snake Man again. Like, he never popped up again. Snake Man, just the first time, one and done, we're never gonna see him again. So this motherfucker popped up twice in 1 hour? Bro, we eating. Oh, they have a dedicated book literally to the Vinsmokes. German 66, an emotionless excursion. Take Niji and Yanji to Whole Cake Island. I'm happy that she punched him. I am. First basement level. Explain yourself, Drake. This is what my justice tells me to do. And I'm envious of you. Rooftop of Onigashima. Bro, Luffy is just like... He shit, like, he is just, like, getting Kaido up. Is he bending the trajectory of his attacks? That hurts! Given the nature of rubber, that's impossible. Does that mean that Luffy awakened the fruit back during the fight with Katakuri? Don't assume you're the only one who can see the future. What if I try copying you? What? Oh, Bryce, he just tried to eat Luffy. He's like, I'm done with this shit. I'm just gonna bite you and swallow you whole. Look, you can try that, man, but that didn't work in Skypiea either. The last thing you want to do is eat Luffy. He's just gonna beat the shit out of your insides. Oh, he's flying up. Oh, he's gonna try and drop him. I mean, he's rubber, man. He's not gonna take fall damage. Blast breath! That would definitely hurt, though. Interesting. Okay, so he fell off. Bound man out of there. Fly him back up. Nah, not today, Kaido. He's not done. Gotta knock him all the way out while I can still use Gear 4. Thunder Bellow! Bagua! Oh, damn, he fucked him up. One more hit, and if that doesn't work, then I've lost. Kind of crazy, like, hearing Luffy say that. Over? Huh? Iron Body! Oh, this son of a bitch. This son of a bitch. Dude. Kaido's gonna be fucking furious. Kaido's gonna snap. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. The motionless excursion arrived at Whole Cake Island. I wonder if Jeremy's actually gonna go back for it.
What? I'm yawning.
Dude, that was like a direct hit, too. Like, this is a serious problem, man. Oh, he's letting out all the steam. I don't hear Luffy's voice anymore. Battle of the Roof of the Skull Dome. Winner King. Kaido of Beast. King of Beasts. What? So you're prepared for what happens next? I mean, I think he knows damn well what he just did, man. Let's just be real here. He dead. CP0 dead. That man's... What I don't understand, I still believe that Luffy's going to win. The way that they're hyping up, like, clearly something still has not happened, but, like, I don't understand why they would announce that Kaido's won unless the whole point of it is to try and confuse us. I'm not falling for it, Oda! I will say, though, I'm gonna feel like a fucking idiot, dude. I'm gonna feel like a dumbass after, like, how much I praise Luffy if I turn out to be fucking wrong and, like, Zunisha is the one that takes Kaido out. Like, it's over, man. Like, I'm just gonna retire. To be clear, I don't actually think that Zunisha's just gonna show up and beat Kaido, but I would feel like an idiot if that is how it happened. And I would,
no political content at the right now. I'm just having some fun now.
If anyone else wishes to challenge me, step forward. I mean, did you check his pulse, though? I mean, like, you did hit him pretty hard. Yeah, he transformed back to his normal form, but, like, did you check the pulse? Because you're kind of drunk.
Oh, right. One Piece spoilers for those who would care.
Of course he's not dead. That's ridiculous. Well, at least one of you has some moxie. You're a liar. I don't believe you. Okay. Get back. Don't lose your composure. Not before it's all over. Luffy, oh my god, Nami's literally on the ground. This is madness. I can't do it. If Luffy could not beat him, how can I? You have to fight, even if it ends in death. Isn't that what a samurai does? This is what the daimyo from all over Wano did when they gave their lives, fighting back against Orochi. The last 20 years of Wano is riding upon this battle. If you're going to let it waste, then let's face death together. I mean, like, I guess, like, we know that Momo's big, so, like, he looks like Odin. We don't know the level of his strength. And with how much damage Luffy has done to Kaido, like, I guess I could see them doing some damage for him, but I don't think that they could. I don't think they could do it. Unless somehow Momo is of the level or close to the level of Odin, I don't see that being the case. But, like, even if he had the same strength, he hasn't had time to, like, hone it and like, practice and, like, actually train and shit. Like, I just don't see how it's possible.
Yeah, not even One Piece can
for the first time in 800
any
years.
Character be strong out of the gate just because their parents were.
Get set it. What did I say? I said it. Did I just break my mic? I get set it, dude. Get set it, dude. I don't care. You're getting dissected. Cool. I'll come back to you later. What happened to me? Why can I still stand? Even though I lost, I'm having fun for some reason. Wait, what? Straw Hat? Hey, he's still breathing. Oh my god, Nami. Luffy's alive. Big Brother's still breathing. I love them so much. It is always better to eliminate dangerous variables. In every era, the world government has attempted to recover the Gum Gum fruit, and not once has it ever succeeded. For 800 years. I'm actually kind of like, okay, all right. Like, it is as though the devil fruit is trying to escape our grasp, and it very well might be. Zoan fruit contains a will of their own, and this particular fruit has the name of a god. The other name of the Gum Gum fruit is the Zoan type human fruit, mythical type model, Nika. He is the sun god! Shut the... Where do you go from here? Where do you go from here? Where do you go from here? How the fuck? He's a god! Possessing a body with the properties of rubber and fighting in whatever way he fancies, bringing the smiles to the faces of the people. The warriors of liberation, also known as Nika the sun god. Awakening brings his rubbery body greater physical strength and freedom. It is said that in all the... There's no power more ridiculous. Treasure repository, 2nd floor, Onigashima Hiyori. Which this means, when we were talking about, I was talking about Annie's lobby, and they were talking about the zone fruits, and you could train the zone fruits to become more powerful, and that was the benefit of the zone fruits. That explains why Luffy was able to get so fucking strong, despite that smile that never left his face. He bore your torments all alone because the entire country was taken hostage. I am literally sweating. Doesn't it feel bad when everybody says mean things about you, your father? Not at all, my dear. Why not? Because I have all of you. Really? And we'll be together forever. Right. I actually realize now that Odin was a great samurai. In fact, speaking as Shogun, I think your father deserves. My name is Kozuki Hiyori. Hold your tongue, you knave! That's what he's gonna sound like in the anime, right? Let you know, he's gonna wet out that fucking squeal that he does. You were never the Shogun, not even for a single day. Wicked, foolish, and wretched. The worse you became, the greater the insult to the lives that were lost. I'm so happy. I feel so bad for those of you who had to wait a week from the last chapter. Oh God, Lord Orochi. Hey, no, not over. The dawn is sure to come. Kanjuro, you idiot, help me, Hiyori. The Kozuki clan always keeps its promises. Ooh, I can do everything I wanted to do. I think I can fight a bit longer. My heartbeat sounds so funny. This is the pinnacle of what I can do. This is Gear 5. Dude, what the f is going on? What is it, men? What is up there on the roof? Dude, your fucking demise is on the fucking roof, Kaido. Have fun fighting a fucking god, bro. Luffy was beating your asses Gear 4. What's wrong? Is that Supreme King Haki? Oh, he just reached down. Dude, he just grabbed Kaido. Oh, this is a full spread. Straw Hat? Is that Luffy? Dude, look at Kaido's face. Bro, he's just yoinking him. He's just fucking throwing him around the goddamn room. Straw Hat, you survived. Thank you. Last breath. Dude, he's just laughing. He's just laughing. He grabbed the ground and ripped it up. So does this mean that he can like turn everything into rubber now? Go. I'm sorry about that idiot earlier. I didn't want to win that way. Don't sweat it. Let's finish this up. What the I don't understand. I really hope that nobody just stumbles upon this stream. Now I guess this is why you all convinced me to do start at 10:25, huh? Because if I would have started at 10:26, this video would have ended last chapter. So Luffy's a fucking god. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. Like as I've said, like going through the manga again, and you know, we're at Annie's lobby at this point before I like finished the anime and decided to just continue from here. They hammer home fate so much, so fucking much. From the second they enter the Grand Line is just comparing Luffy to Roger, comparing Luffy to Roger, comparing Luffy to Roger, fate. And this arc, especially the raid, has just been God this, God that, God this, God that. Oh, he reminds me of the God. Oh, he's God as a God. Oh, God of lightning, God. Like they've just been throwing it around, like they just took the goddamn One Piece cards and they were just like, he's a God. I'll clean that shit up later. Like, dude, I don't understand. I don't get how, where do you go from here? Like where do you go from here? Like obviously Luffy's gonna kick the absolute ever loving shit out of Kaido. I mean that's pretty fucking evident. I still think that my like Zoe, I think that Zoe will, or Zunisha, I think that he will pretty much prevent the island, because I could see Kaido realizing that it's over and realizing that he is about to lose, and then...
Alright, back to the silly stuff. Well, complete opposite of silly stuff.
Yo, I gotta say, this video is crazy. Have you guys seen it? Meteorologist Alyssa Carlson Schwartz reveals reason she collapsed in frightening live TV moment. Now, I know it's from earlier in the week because, admittedly, these Friday segments I record early so that I can get way more content up for you guys. And just, I like working, I want to keep working. So you may have seen this because it's a few days old, but they're breaking down what happened. If you haven't seen the video, let me play it for you. Yo, it is crazy. A female meteorologist just... her eyes roll back into her head, and then she slams down, collapses, and they're like, oh, geez. Let's play the clip. Oh, where's the audio?
So Carlson, she joins us live in the studio. Alyssa, this really is the calm before the storm.
Not again! No! Oh!
Not again. Then they cut to commercial. I'm going to play it for you again, because I want you to notice a few things. One, watch her eyes. I know it's kind of hard to see. I'll see if I can zoom in a little bit. Watch her eyes. And listen carefully. The women in the newsroom are still talking, but you can hear her say something. Listen.
Just Alyssa Carlson, she joins us live in the studio. Alyssa, this really is the calm before the storm.
Not again! No!
Okay. First, I want to say, I feel bad for this woman. I hope she's okay. Apparently, she says she has some disorder. We'll read into that. But you notice she's sitting there, and then her eyes roll into the back of her head, and she goes, and she just shuts down. Here's my question first. Why have why have we not seen so much of this in the past? Honest question. We're seeing a lot of it. Remember that comedian who was on stage and she was like, I traveled and I got vaccinated and I didn't get sick. And then she goes, freezes up, falls back, slams her head right into the floor. Concussion. And everyone laughed. You know, we don't see videos like that until recently. I talk about this. If you go to Google and you search for died suddenly, but put a time gate in the filter, meaning only look for instances of the phrase died suddenly before January 2020. You know what? Be safe. Go with December 2019. No results afterwards. And take a look. Here's what I found. Every few months, there's a story. It's like, January died suddenly. May died suddenly. Do it now. Do it recently. And what do you find? 4 or 5 a day? Sometimes not, but, you know, 1 or 2 a day, maybe every other day. All of these things are happening right now. I'm not going to tell you why they're happening. I don't know. But following the pandemic, that's what happened. Of course, there are a lot of people who blame the vaccines. I have no idea. It could be COVID. It could just be the spike protein. I have no idea. Now, here's the story. They say, CBS Los Angeles weatherwoman Melissa Carlson Schwartz told colleagues Tuesday that she suffers from vasovagal syncope. Is that what it is? Syncope? Which affects roughly 1/3 of the population. I do have a history of fainting. It's just when you're on a public platform, sometimes it happens, and now people see this. Schwartz shocked weekend viewers when she turned white during her 7 a.m. report, leaned forward uneasily onto her desk. She tried to steady herself as her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she slumped forward, then suddenly dropped to the ground as her co-anchors shrieked in surprise. So here's the point. She's suffering from this and it happens. Her coworkers have never seen it. They don't know about it. She didn't tell them. How long has she worked there? It's like years, isn't it? Hasn't she worked there for a really long time? Wouldn't her coworkers know she suffered from a disorder where she frequently faints? No, they shriek. They don't know about it. Schwartz was hospitalized with a head injury, but returned to the station days later with good news. She had recovered from the scary incident and could point to its exact cause. Vasovagal syncope, or syncope, I pronounce it, occurs when one's body overreacts to certain triggers, such as the sight of blood or extreme emotional distress. It is often triggered by a sudden drop in heart rate and blood pressure, which leads to reduced blood flow to the brain. I've told stories about how I've personally seen people, I've experienced someone suffering from this. I was doing hostile environment training, and they played a video of a pig's femoral bleed. We were warned outright. The sight of this much blood may trigger a response in people, which causes this kind of reaction. I can't understand that. That was crazy to me. I was like, what do you mean? Like, looking at someone bleeding will make you pass out? Yeah, people pass out at the sight of blood. It's weird. I wonder if it has to do with some kind of response to where if you start bleeding and your blood is pumping like crazy, the blood sprays. But if you shut down and your heart stops, it stops you from bleeding out or something. I don't know. Theories. Anyway, he played this video of the pig bleeding.
Hypothesis,
and then all of a sudden we
not
heard
a
bang.
theory.
A dude sitting in his metal chair just flopped straight to the ground. The guy immediately runs over, pushes everybody out of the way, lifts his legs up. The guy starts to come to and tries to move, and he says, don't stand up, don't move. And the guy goes, I'm fine. He goes, no, you're not. He's like, you're only awake right now because I lifted up your legs, putting blood pressure back into your brain. Do not move. I believe they removed the guy before playing the video again. Yeah, it was a video of a pig, and the pig was being exsanguinated. They were removing the blood from the pig, and so the blood spraying out. This caused a guy to collapse. Schwartz revealed that her leaky heart valve, which she was diagnosed with after suffering a similar scary episode in 2014, was not to blame for the fainting spell. Interesting. Initially, when this happened, I think a lot of people, including myself, thought I was having a heart attack on the air. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she just goes out. That's not the case. The California meteorologist said she felt fine in the hours before the broadcast and only felt symptoms about 15 minutes before the terrifying fainting spell. Schwartz said she hadn't eaten anything yet and was drinking a lot of coffee and attributed her feelings of nausea to dehydration. So what triggered the vasovagal response? What triggered it? Emotional distress? Where? The sight of blood? What was she looking at? I don't believe it. I'm sorry, I just don't. At that point, I thought, I'm just going to power through. I'll be fine, as I usually am. I could feel the tunnel vision coming and just starting to get black, and so I tried to brace myself on the desk, but no, it was too late. Schwartz, who moonlights as a health coach, offered some advice to others so others could avoid ailing from the same disease. Staying hydrated and getting enough rest were two of the biggest points. But Schwartz reminded viewers to keep their health in mind in aspects of their daily lives. Sometimes we put ourselves last. We go, go, go until something happens, and then it's too late. Yeah, I don't know, man. Something seems to be causing a lot of similar things. We saw that story where it was like an 18-year-old tennis-playing kid collapses right there on the court. His heart stopped. Was that a vasovagal syncope or whatever? What made that happen? Why are we seeing so many stories? Now, I am a man of logic and reason. It may be, simply put, that we normally just don't care to pay attention to them. It's not a big deal. And now we've got a couple things. One, it's clickbait. It gets people to watch. You get views from it. So, of course, everyone's talking about it. But also, you have the confirmation bias. People are looking for these stories because of COVID and the vaccine. And thus, that may be what is pushing it front and center. Or, I don't know, it could be spike protein related. Talk to a doctor, figure it out. Honestly,
there is an argument there if you're looking for something
now
really hard and you want to find it, eventually you'll
as
find
kind of a
it.
hard segue, because I thought this was interesting. Someone brought this up to us on Timcast
but
IRL's
earlier in this
uncensored members only
video,
show.
he
Become a member at
literally
timcast.com.
did the exact
Sign
kind
up
of search
and join
you
our
need
Discord
to do
so you can call into the after hours
control
show.
for
And
that
someone asked,
bias.
someone who called in told us to take a look at Candida auris, a drug-resistant fungus invading healthcare facilities. This may be the next big pandemic. Maybe it will be bird flu. We don't know. USA Today says, the CDC is calling an emergency fungus an urgent threat after a new study showed it has been spreading at an alarming rate throughout healthcare facilities. Cases of Candida auris, which is resistant to several antifungal medications, has increased each year since it was first reported in 2016. Its most rapid rise was in 2020 to 2021. Cases detected through screening tripled from 2020 to 2021, totaling 4,000. The rapid rise and geographic spread of cases is concerning and emphasizes the need for continued surveillance, expanded lab capacity, quicker diagnostic tests, blah, 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 blah. I thought it was interesting. I don't know what will end up happening in terms of Candida auris. I bring it up just to say this. A woman passed out on live TV. She has a reason for it, she says. Okay. Remember when that woman got vaccinated on live TV and she passed out and she was suffering from basically the same thing, fainting spells, she called it? I guess a lot of people got the shot. If people suffer from fainting spells and they drink water, we don't say water caused them to faint. Unless we're doing a big campaign to say everyone drink water and then we film it and it happens, we'll be like, whoa, what happened? What did the water do? You see what I'm saying? You got to watch out for that confirmation bias. That being said, it appears something is happening. There's too many stories right now. Either it's a social contagion of fear or a physical reaction to something in our environment or in our medical system. I don't have the answers. You tell me. I'll leave it there. There may be another segment. I don't know. Welcome to Friday. Go to youtube.com/Timcast and watch the Culture War podcast. We've been putting those out Fridays at 1 p.m. Thank you all so much for hanging out, and we'll see you all next time.
I'm trying, but I'm in bullet time.
You're in slow motion, and oh no, I'm in slow motion.
At least
It's Trial of the Sword with 2 players in Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. I'm.
Let me cause a little bit of drama right here, Brent. I was shocked that I would be on a similar level. Erudite.
I think Steven is the one who might betray me first.
Is Melina making serious money right now? Is that what I need to know?
Yeah. there's one group of people that is supremely mad, and I'm not even mad about it. It's all the old porn stars that are like very anti-porn now, I think are very, very, very butt mad. People like Lana Rhoades and shit, because they got truly.
You know, how about, I'm glad you brought that up. What are your takes on that whole situation? Because it seems wild, you know, and I'd like, you've been there, you have a lot of insight. I mean, if you don't want to comment, that's fine, but I'd love to hear what you have to say otherwise.
Yeah, man, I really don't got much to say about that whole situation. They clearly got some stuff they got to work through, and if they choose to, great. If they don't, that's okay too.
Yeah, it does seem like Steven's not going to be working through that. It's just, you know, you do one thing and that's it. You're out. You know what I mean? Like he showed his belly, okay, and it was stabbed. And when that happens, can you really show your belly once more? Can you?
Okay, maybe I'm unaware. What? Like when you say showed his belly, like I don't know, like I can't imagine like what did Steven share that was so deep and personal?
He had a deep This is one of his closest friends.
What?
Right?
Hold up, wait, stop. Before you start, you know, pulling a John Zerkett, Steven, is that true? Is that like one of your deepest friends?
She was a closer friend, yeah, for sure. I don't have very many close friends though, so it's pretty easy to make that list. But I saw her and you like in real life and everything. When we hung out, it was like, yeah, thought we were pretty chill.
And it hurts, Abba. He was ready to give up his credit card to her. I thankfully I stopped it, but still, wild. And then, you know, to really, you know, the thing, it always sucks to like be who you are, talk to someone, think that someone gets you, you trust this person, you like them, you share everything about yourself, and it's like, yeah, they get who I am, not like the front, like me, anything, and then they don't like you. It sucks, right? That's why it's so good when you are that person, you're just yourself, and then you find someone that likes you for that. That's the best thing, man. Finding like people that actually just like you for who you are and not for anything else. Like all the stupid shit you do, all the stupid things you say, the mannerisms you have. If someone likes you for that, that's good. But it burns, man, when you have someone that you think is like that, and then they, you know, all right, they're capping, as they say.